God, I just listened to this whole podcast. It was terrible. I feel like my ears are gonna bleed.
What'd you say? This is Darby Allin, and you're listening to Gimme a Whole podcast.
Hello and a very warm welcome to the Gimme a Whole Wrestling podcast. My name is Ant. Today I'm joined by my brother to another mother. It's...
I'm going to keep it short because Dan's joining us today and I'm super excited to have Dan on the stream. Yeah.
It's Dan from Eve. Hello.
Hello, that was short.
Yeah, I kept it short for you, mate. I'm super proud to have you on the stream, so I thought I'd keep him short.
Well, that's very kind. I'm impressed that was short for you, pal.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
That's a pair of lungs. You're clearly not asthmatic. Well done, you.
Thank God in this current climate. Right, cool. So, loads of stuff starting off. First of all, if you are joining the stream later, we will have a link in the description down below that will be pinned by my friend Jack, who's going to be writing the timestamps for everything. So if you want to skip straight to the review, you absolutely can do. We're about 45 minutes away from the show, just in case you want to skip forward. We're currently going to watch the pre-show, going to have a little chat with Dan and Dom, and also don't forget to like, comment and subscribe and hit that share button, man. Sharing it out really helps us out, and if you could share it to as many people, absolutely, sharing is caring. Sharing is indeed caring. Dan, while we are at the start of the podcast, I also want you to promote what's happening tomorrow night on your channel.
Indeed.
Wow, yes, tomorrow over on the Eve channel at 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central, and I believe that's 12 noon Pacific, or 8 p.m. if you're in the UK. We are doing a lot of fucking flipping numbers.
Oh, nearly. Not in the first 5 minutes, Dan.
Flipping. I didn't even. There was a get there. Didn't the important part wasn't finished. Right. That was a lot of flipping numbers. So rewind that and get it again. So anyway,
we'll cut it out.
Cut it out on the edit. We'll do it again in the dub. Anyway, the tomorrow afternoon, evening, depending on where in the world you are, on the Eve YouTube channel, which is simply youtube.com/Pro Wrestling Eve. We are doing a fundraiser for the charity Rain, who you've probably heard of through all the tremendous work that Mick Foley himself has done for it. And we're going to be streaming for about 4 hours, but it won't just be me. I'm going to be joined by the Eve champion, Rhea O'Reilly, by Ring of Honor's Women's Wrestler of the Year, the Session Moth Martina. I'm going to be joined by Debbie Keitel of the Woke Queens, Coventry's Loudest, the Princess Diana of Eve Jetta, the former Eve champion, Fearless Charlie Morgan, Erin Angel, just pretty much the Eve roster are going to be joining me throughout the evening, but there's going to be some surprise guests. We've also got friends of the show, such as Kristen Ashley from Bell to Bells. Also, Darcy Stone, of course, but she's a part of Eve, but I have to mention her name. She'll kill me if I don't. Also, star of the hit Netflix TV series Glow and award-winning musician. And my honest, genuine belief, I don't say this just because I know her, I say it and genuinely mean it, the most underrated live musical artist in the world today, Kate Nash. She'll be coming up and joining us tomorrow, and it's all in a good cause. We're going to be watching Eve, chatting with you guys, and raising money for a good cause in Rain. So please do come and join us tomorrow, 12 noon Pacific, 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, or 8 p.m. if you're in the UK. And if you're in the various other countries that do exist around the world, please just work the time out from yourselves. I gave you 4 options there.
Hands up if everyone's watching the Eve stream tomorrow. Absolutely.
Well, I am.
Yeah, Dan is. Awesome.
Dom, I hope I didn't see you put your hand up. I'm just hoping it's because I can't see you.
I put my thumb up.
You put your thumb up. Okay, that's good. That'll do.
Thumb up is much better than a thumb down. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in chat. Please leave a like on the video. We're going to be skipping through comments because there's going to be a lot tonight, and there's 3 of us here. Black Hat Jared has joined us. Raymond Hewer has joined us. Scott Frame has joined us. Lovely to see you. Crazy Jake. And we've got Jack, of course. Danny Hargreaves, good morning. Jared has joined us. Hello, everyone. It is awesome to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's share this show out. Let's get as many people watching as we can. Fluffing.
Jelly baby.
I'd love a jelly baby, yes, please.
Oh man, jelly baby! I would love a jelly baby.
This would only work
Damn
if I'd
it.
have pre-planned this, and you'd have also bought a packet, and then I'd have done this towards the stream.
Oh,
and you'd have then just gone like this, and it looked amazing. Alas, we didn't do that.
I'll get some
I
Haribos
bought
out
plenty
later.
of
We'll sort it out.
We
packets, but only
didn't
for
plan
me.
anything. We don't plan stuff.
Scott asked a really good question. If it's Christian as the big surprise, is that a letdown to you?
That's an interesting one. Not for me. I'd be super happy to see Christian. Actually, I think it's the best we can hope for. To be honest, is Christian. I think you know the other big plans are could be RVD maybe, But I think the biggest thing we could hope for personally is Christian. I wouldn't hope for anything bigger. People that are predicting, I'm not even going to say the names people are predicting because it's so laughable. I'm sorry to be a downer, but I don't think it's going to be as big as everybody else thinks it is.
There we go. Well, let's just go through our predictions quickly, shall we? Because that just makes more sense. Dan, who are you predicting as the big reveal, the Hall of Fame reveal?
I have no idea. I don't understand how it could be Christian. If it's Christian, that'll be one of the bigger surprises for me because he was just in the Royal Rumble, and I know from having friends over there that they've been for like the last year or so really been pushing for people to sign long-term deals, and considering everything that just happened with Cesaro, Shinsuke Nakamura ended up in his position and getting that babyface push. And now he's just disappeared, of course. And I think he's doing an Intercontinental title feud or something, isn't he? I don't know.
Dan, did you hear about the backstage sign saying no slapping the leg on a super kick?
Yeah. And
I wonder if that had something to do with Shinsuke, Because that push disappeared very quickly.
No, it didn't. It's just because Cesaro hadn't signed. So the spot in the match went to Shinsuke. And then as soon as Cesaro signed, then they went back to doing everything with him, and he got in the Elimination Chamber. It was just, everything would have happened. It's got not, like, Shinsuke isn't the big guilty person when it comes to the slaps. Like, if you want to talk about thigh slaps, or checking, as it's also known within, the freaking Usos.
Yeah,
those super kicks. Don't come at me, attacking me about the Young Bucks when you got the Usos doing it. And also, NXT. And if you're going to ask me, who do you mean, Dan? I mean NXT, right? So, and I've got no problem with it. Here's the thing. Genuinely, I have no problem with it.
It's been in wrestling for years.
Right.
Yeah, it's been
in wrestling for donkey's years. I remember the first time I noticed it, and I did notice it when I was a kid. The first time I noticed it was Jake the Snake Roberts. And that's because he would do the knee lift. And as he would do the knee lift, he would slap the back. Of course, that's where the sound goes. I then noticed with Shawn Michaels in the super kick.
Yeah,
right. It's just, there's ways of doing it, and there's ways of explaining it. And some of the ways of doing it with the super kick when you're coming down is the idea that it's perpetual motion, effectively. That's a way of explaining it. Tommy End is what's his WWE name? Thank you. Right. He is one of the best at doing it. You do not notice him do it because of the way he slides his hand. Okay, now slapping slapping a body part has been around in wrestling for donkey's years.
Ric Flair headbutting a children slapping the back, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember watching when I was a kid. Again, when I was a kid, I got into WCW first because it was on ITV over here, which is a normal television channel, not a satellite or cable channel. And I remember seeing Bobby Eaton slap when he was doing the right hands. I remember seeing Arn Anderson doing the same thing. It's not a thing that you can say these kids don't know how to work these days. They're slapping their things. Now, are they slapping a lot more? Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Do I think they should minimize the amount of times they thigh slap or check something? Yes. Absolutely. Minimize it and make sure when you do it, it's hidden perfectly. Because the other thing is sometimes I'll see slaps on things that don't even need slaps.
Yeah.
And that's what does my head in, because that's just, doing it because you've seen other people doing it rather than doing it because you've been taught to do it and been taught where to do it. Like I don't want to go into too much because I don't want to spoil too much illusions. But the point is, it's just like that thing has been around for a while. Don't ban it outright unless the idea is ban it outright for a while, and then when you do see it again, when they do, they let it in slowly, it means more because so many people do it. If they're doing that, fair enough. But if that's not what they're doing, you're being ridiculous, and you should have done this, Yonks Go. Really, what you should just do is just say, right, I mean, you've got agents, you've got producers. Limit the people who can do it and tell people, if you do it, you can only do it once in the match.
There we go. A little bit of insight there. I'm so cutting you off. Who's your prediction for the?
Sorry.
Wait, I know I did. I know. No, but it's great. I mean, it's wonderful insight. Obviously, you know we love your insight here. But who's your prediction for this Hall of Fame dude?
I don't know. I just don't see how it can be Christian. If it's Christian, that's just a surprise to me, because I just know they're pushing people to sign long-term deals before they're putting people on TV. And Cesaro was a prime example of that. So,
Dom, who you got, man?
I haven't got Christian. I've got someone like RVD, maybe.
RVD, cool, good name. I think that could potentially be.
I don't think it's going to be as, like I say. I'd love to see Christian or somebody big, and us all be like, whoa, people are saying Lesnar, people are saying I can't even say his name because I just don't.
CM Punk, yeah.
People are predicting Kurt Angle, and I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, if it is, sorry, do you care?
Well, not really. It's a bit of that. Too many other guys. The one that I would be interested in is my prediction is Bully Ray. I think he could still do some good stuff. So let's see where that goes. Right, let's run through our predictions quickly. Rio and Thunder Rosa versus Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, and Rebel.
You guys go first. Go
Reba.
We got to figure out who's going to talk first.
Well, go on, Dan.
Go on, Dan. You go first. You're the guest. You go.
Dan always keeps it short, so you can go first.
Right. So if I'm going first, it's just Riho and Thunder Rosa. I think any other result is you got Reba in there. She can take the fall.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know if Reba's going to be in there because she might be injured.
Yeah, she's injured. I think apparently it's been announced that she's been injured. I think.
Oh well, that's interesting then. That freshens things up.
Absolutely.
And with all due respect, possibly makes it might, depending on what the story of the match is, it might improve the quality of the match.
Agreed.
Because Rebel Reba, it's a very defined character and act that those two have, and it's not about match, work rate. It's not about 5-star matches. It's about the characterization.
Yeah.
So it may mean that we get a bit more of an action-based match with somebody else.
Dom, who you got?
Rio and Thunder Rosa.
Okay, yeah, and I'm the same. I've got Rio and Thunder Rosa. I think that Thunder Rosa's had a lot of losses in AEW, and this feels like a nice, easy win without affecting Britt Baker too much. Let's go for the next match, the Casino Tag Team Royale. Do you want me to read all the names out, or are you just happy to accept that all the tag teams apart?
No, read them out because I don't know who's in.
Bear Country, the Dark Order, There's two lots of the Dark Order. The Inner Circle, the Butcher and the Blade, Private Party, Top Flight, the Death Triangle, Varsity Blondes, Siddell Brothers, SoCal Uncensored, the Natural Nightmares, Chaos Project, Gun Club, Dark Order, Allin, Angels, and Preston Vance.
Right, you guys go first. Dan, go first.
So actually 3 Dark Order teams.
There's 3 lots of Dark Order,
yeah. It's all down to the storyline. I mean, technically, is this match included in the SCU storyline of if they lose, then they split up? If it is, then, I'm assuming they're going to win.
But Scorpio Sky's turned heel already, hasn't he?
No, he's baby.
Now.
I think on the commentary on Wednesday, we was probably half talking over it. He was turning heel. It might be on Dark as well, because Scorpio Sky's been on Dark for ages as well, man. Unfortunately. Well, I've got the Good Brothers, who are even announced in it. I think that makes more sense in terms of story. Dom?
Death Triangle.
Death Triangle. So Pac
and
Phoenix.
Which is Pac and
Did you have any more thoughts on who's going to win, Dan?
No, not really, because it hasn't been specified if this is part of the SCU storyline. Because so many times, Battle Royals will be like, Battle Royal doesn't count because it's not pinfall or submission.
Yeah.
It's not a straight tag match.
It's a tough one. Yeah.
If it is included, then SCU really need to win it and then lose the tag title or win the tag title. It's just a bit of a weird one. It's just a bit of a weird one to, with that going on.
I agree,
without the lack of specification.
Cool. The match that I'm least looking forward to, Miro and Kit Sabian versus the Best Friend, Orange Cassidy and Chuck Taylor.
I think it has to be Miro and Kip Sabian, doesn't it, to give them any kind of momentum at the moment?
Yeah, I think so. Dan?
I feel bad saying, like you, it's the match I care about the least, and I don't know. I think I'm trying to figure out why, what's gone wrong there. But realistically, it needs to be Rusev and Sabian, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely.
Really good shout from Jared in chat, who said Rebel is out the match. Not sure why, but I think Zelina steps into Reba's shoes tonight.
Yeah, but would she be a natural heel to come in? I guess coming in as a heel, I don't know. I mean,
if she's in a tag match, you don't necessarily have to be heel or face straight away anyway. I think Britt can cover that, but I think that if they have got Zelina, that might be an interesting way to use her. Dan?
I mean, if it is, it's a good, yeah. If it is, it'll certainly get more people talking during the buy-in, which is an important time to do so, because of course it may generate more excitement over who else was going to be showing up, and we do know that there will be some people.
Absolutely. Great. Tag team street fight. This is the lock of the night. Team Taz versus Darby Allin with Sting.
It has to be Sting and Darby, right?
Yeah.
I mean, one would say, yeah, it should be, but here's the thing. The Team Taz boys have been they've been bumping like mofos, do you know what I mean, for these two, and I understand why. And I know that they got some heat as well. There was the power bomb and everything along those lines. But I just feel like they need it more than Sting and Darby win it, and I think that them going over sets up a TNT title match, rematch. I know those matches I haven't before, but it might set just something up. That TNT title seems to have just been forgotten.
Yeah, the reason I say Sting and Darby is primarily because of Sting, because it feels like Sting went to WWE and sort of had 2 losses. He's coming to AEW, and I don't think they'll do that to him, because I think they'll get a lot of heat for that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they're already going to get a lot of heat for bringing in, WWE guys long term, old WWE guys. So I think they're going to try and avoid any WWE comparisons that they can, really.
Face of the Revolution ladder match. Winner receives a future TNT Championship match. Cody Rhodes, Scorpio Sky, Penta El Zero, Miedo, Lance Archer with Jake Roberts versus Max Caster, who we saw get through on Wednesday, and TBA. First of all, who's the mystery person?
You call him Bubba Ray? Would you call him Bubba Ray for the ladder match, dude?
No,
Impact guy. You said Rich Swann, didn't you?
No, I said I think it'll be an Impact guy, because we've got no Impact on this pay-per-view apart from potentially the Good Brothers in the main event. So I'd say it's going to be an Impact guy, and I think the right sort of guy to bring in for this and get a pop and have a bit of fun would be someone like Tommy Dreamer. Also,
I love Tommy Dreamer, man, but
Tony Khan said in a podcast in the Unrestricted that the two are 2 separate people, for one, but he said that the guy in the ladder match would be a lot of fun, which made me even think potentially Warhorse, but I'm going more with the sort of Santino Marella. I'm interested.
No, I don't. My pick for this is RVD, and then the main one is I don't know. It's one of those things. It's either or, isn't it? And I would love to see RVD in this in an ideal world, and then Christian show up, but I don't know. Who's going to be in the ladder match? Rich Swann would be good too. No! I've got a new one. I've got it. Nick Aldis.
Wow. Okay. Cool. Dan, lots of names.
I think it should be someone based on what you said. I think there's a couple of directions. Either someone from Impact, because it does feel like things have calmed down, and that needs to be kickstarted again. And the other option I've had a lot of people talk about is Ethan Page, and one might say that if it was him, that could actually play into the Impact AEW feud, because of course Ethan Page was killed in Impact Wrestling, as I understand it. So the idea of them kind of exposing that and using that as an attack on Impact, I don't know how they'd get around it, but that's certainly an option. I don't have a prediction.
Okay.
Like I'm terrible when it comes to predicting mystery guys.
Put you on the spot, my dude. Put you on the spot. The other guy would be interesting as a fun guy. It'd be Dan. Was it Danhausen that you was?
Danhausen.
Yeah, that'd be quite interesting.
He's very tied to Ring of Honor though, isn't he? So
It's also just like all respect to him. He's done a tremendous job. That guy's figured out social media. Feels like do you know what I mean? Like that ain't gonna get a response.
He's very Ring of Honor at the moment. He's just trying to get himself over in Ring of Honor. He's just got his contract, hasn't he? So, as much as funny as that would be, I don't think that's going to happen.
Rock and roll, dudes. Thank you for your insight. What else have we got? Big money match, Adam Page, Matt Hardy. It's Adam Page, isn't it? Although, it's storyline-wise, it makes no sense. Matt should win this. But Page ain't losing.
No, Page ain't losing, no.
Dan?
I would actually go the other way. I would have Page win, personally, but that's because I'm kind of still scarred from that BS Bradshaw, Shawn Michaels, and Big Show, and all that other stuff about this person losing all their money, and I hate that. It's like you're you know, and so I prefer the idea of Hangman Page winning, Matt Hardy leeching off Private Party more and more to their money and healing them out a little bit more there, maybe trying to get some other people involved, whatever it is, and continuing a feud that way. That's the way I would go. I think that would be more creative than just going for sympathy and heat, personally.
Yeah, and it makes Hangman Adam Page still remain strong, which is important right now. Got to do that. AEW World Tag Team Championship match: the Young Bucks versus the Inner Circle with Wardlow.
I think it has to be the Bucks, man. Personally, I mean, it would make no sense to have Jericho and MJF as tag team. I think they're going to have a blow-off feud with Jericho turning face in the next couple of months. So I would say Bucks winning this.
Dan?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, again, I'm no use on this because I see a reason for both teams to go over. And part of the reason that I see, and I kind of, the only reason why I wouldn't have MJF and Jericho go over is because it still feels, even though I know it's not, it still feels fairly recent for the Bucks to have got the tag titles after such a long chase. So it just kind of feels, for me, a bit soon for them to suddenly lose the titles. Mm-hmm. Jericho and MJF certainly continues the dynamic, and it puts an interesting twist on the Sammy Guevara situation, and it freshens up a few things on the tag team scene because it helps give some of the more younger teams the rub, being able to do so. If I was doing it, if I was backed into the corner, because I think this match is too soon, personally, but if I was backed into the corner, I would actually have MJF and Jericho go over. Mm-hmm. And potentially do it as a short title feud and return to the Bucks, in however many, weeks or months or so time.
It's great booking, man. I'd give it to the Young Bucks because I think Sammy's going to cost Jericho and MJF to continue that feud. Let's go with the AEW World Championship match, Women's World Championship match, Hikaru Shida versus Ryo Mizunami.
Shida.
Yeah, I'm going with Shida. Obviously, I'd like Ryo Mizunami to win and freshen the whole division up. But I feel that it's more important that they have an absolute banger of a match, and people come out of it going, "That Mizunami."
Wow. Yeah, I think that's what this is. I still feel the title's best on Britt next, and I think Aaron Shida will have a great feud. Do you not?
I don't. No. No, I think that's jumping to the end.
Britt Baker looks like. Sorry, Britt Baker looks like she's about to announce her partner as the first.
Oh, is that already on? Is it?
Yeah, man. On the feature.
Pre-show, man.
Thank you. So I think of Shida for that reason, but I think it's going to be a belter of a match, man. World Championship match: Kenny Omega, Jon Moxley, the barbed wire death match. I've got obviously Kenny Omega. Yeah.
It's the only option, really, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. It's got to be Kenny.
Yeah.
Should be fun. Let's see what Britt has to say.
I thought I was clicking on the AEW live stream. Turned out I was clicking on the Gimme a Hole Yeah live stream. So well done on the thumbnail there.
Pow! Oh, Reba's injured. Confirming that Reba's injured. Matty D, I wanted Thunder Rosa to be the one to take it off Shida. That would have been cool, Matty D. Thunder Rosa's great. And actually, if you haven't, sorry for those of you that are new and joining us. Hello, Joey. Lovely to see you. All of you that are joining us, thank you so much.
This is what I'd heard. I actually said it on the Eve stream.
What's that?
I said it on the Eve stream on Wednesday, and people were like, no, it's not her. It's not her. And I was right.
Oh, wow, it's Mackie. Yeah. You're ahead of me.
Oh, wow, there you
go. It doesn't matter. You spoiled that for me. Well, hey, is she going to do a song?
Is this loads of people are making a big deal out of Makita? I've never seen her before.
Well, Dan's worked with her a few times.
You've never seen her before.
Never seen her before.
Expose yourself as not watching Eve, why don't you?
It's cool, man. It's cool. It's an interesting vibe for sure so far.
Makito rocks, man. Yeah, she sings her own entrance.
Cool.
Let's see some comments. Raymond, lovely to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Inner Circle loses when wardrobe interferences and botches. It's Maki Tioti, says Ryan Butters. Absolutely. Hey up, wow. Ryan. Nice to see you, man.
This is pretty weird. This is pretty weird, man. I mean, it's cool, but...
Mackie partnering with Britt Baker. I can't buy that, says Raymond. I sort of agree, Dan. What are your opinions on that, man?
Sorry, I'm so pleased for her.
Well, obviously she was part of the women's tournament as well. But she was out in the first round, I think, Dan.
Sorry, if you asked me anything, I'm genuinely just pleased for my mate.
That's awesome, man. I'm pleased for you. It's cool.
This match is going to be so much fun, and this match is going to be. Oh, blimey, I've just seen the amount of people watching the buy-in is huge.
Wow. What is it on YouTube?
And there are going to be people watching it on
Fight
on Fight as well.
Yeah.
Like, I will say, I have seen AEW Revolution trending on Twitter for a number of days now.
Wow.
Tonight, it's going to be interesting. We get to see Riho and Maki Ito in the ring on Western TV as well. Mate, this is crazy. Cool. You've got 4 people that have been a part of Eve on this match.
So tell us a little bit about Eve. Tell the audience about Eve that don't know about Eve.
Everyone knows. You all
Everyone
know.
Knows. You all know. You all know. Eve Pro Wrestling, the links are all in the description, so go check them out. And you can see all of these wrestlers that we're watching now on the streams. See a very early Britt Baker, which is fascinating.
Oh, mate, I'm just really pleased.
I'm glad, man. I'm glad you kind of... I guess it's nice for you because you get to see all these people grow and develop, Yeah. It's really special.
Yeah. And the thing is, right, all 4 of these people, great people.
Yeah.
All 4 of them, great people. So I couldn't, all of them simply deserve it. They all deserve it.
What's interesting for me, like having someone like you on the stream, Dad, is because I guess people wouldn't necessarily think, because I guess all these people are coming in from an international perspective. And people wonder things like language barriers and stuff, but I guess people are communicating in such a way for the love of the the love of the business. And does that come through to you? Did you ever have any problems with language, or does it just kind of does the love of the business kind of translate for you, so to speak?
Sorry, someone just super chatted the AEW YouTube stream. So, fair play on AEW for having a super chat feature up.
Awesome. Good business.
Now Tony Khan's got $3.010 billion.
Wow.
So, the language. So I think I might have said this before. Actually, I was fortunate enough to work with Eddie Guerrero on a show back in 2002.
Yeah.
And there was a fan Q&A earlier in the day, and one of the questions that one of the fans actually asked Eddie was, you've performed in Japan, Mexico, all over the world. How do you put matches together when there's so many different languages involved, and if you don't speak the same language as your opponent? And Eddie just simply pointed to the ring and he went, that language is universal. And it's true. When Mary Apache, for example, came to work for Eve, she doesn't speak any English.
Right.
The same thing goes for Leon and Command Bolshoi from Pure J. You know, like they don't speak any English at all. Yuka Sakazaki speaks very, very little. You know, so it's and Maki speaks, you know, some, you know, like, but it was still very. I'd have to keep what we would call easy English between us. So I would cut out a lot of the words and focus on the keywords, and then be able to, you know, figure out what it was.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah, but the whole thing about wrestling is learning body language as well, understanding, you know, timing and placement of the match and the story and where you are.
Yeah.
So being able to read and, you know, there's a lot of things that go on in wrestling that some things sadly are dying out because they're quite old school and a lot of people talk their way, you know, through the matches, or they just rehearse the matches so many times. Rehearsing is very, you know, the thing that now happens in WWE like all the time. So they have that match down and they'll perform the matches for the producers. And then the producer will go, yep, that's the match we want. And that's how you end up getting what you end up seeing.
Right. Okay.
Whereas with, you know, I don't imagine it have been quite as in depth here, but in Japan, they write the matches down and they plan and rehearse most of the people. It's just, you know, dependent on, but you know, I've done matches, you know, the Daisuke Sekimoto versus Keith Lee match that I did on XWA, which we did a watch along for.
Banging match.
One of the Eve streams, which is an incredible match. That match was called 100% in the ring. And Daisuke Sekimoto doesn't speak English. And Keith Lee does not speak Japanese. So, and that match is freaking incredible.
There we go.
So that is something else to.
There you go. Yeah, the universal language of wrestling, man. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lovely to see these two in the ring, Thunder Rosa and Miko. Makito. Sorry, Makito. Don't. I've been not apologising for getting names wrong, Dan, because of what you've been whinging at me about. And the one time I don't do it, you correct me.
Not thank you for not apologising. I'm annoyed at you for still getting the bloody names wrong.
I'm terrible.
Somebody else has just super chatted the AEW $10.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Great,
They've got
man. It's
3 billion and 20.
Good business, huh?
Is this match basically Eve in the bank? Absolutely, it is. Absolutely.
So. Yeah, no, like.
Yeah.
You know, Thunder Rosa, Maki Ito, Riho, Britt Baker, worked with every single one of them.
That's awesome, man.
Who else is in there? Hikaru Shida as well. And had 2020 not have been the way it was, Rhea Mizunami would have worked Eve as well. So every single woman that you'd have seen on this show, you know, would have worked for Eve. But it is all of them -1.
There we go. DDD NXT blows, says the Daily Dan blog. Carney, is that alive and well? Indeed it is. Ryan Butters, seemed like either Maki was too quick or Rosa didn't bounce off the turnbuckle. Yeah, I noticed that.
Maki tweeted that she wasn't in AEW anymore, so I'm guessing we're going to see more of her now, which is good.
Yeah, no, what happened was, I mean, a lot of that is all, you know, real in terms of what was going on. But, yeah, she worked the Tokyo Joshi Pro show a couple of days ago. And then she was actually due on the Tokyo Joshi Pro show on Saturday night. But she was pulled from that because she was actually catching a plane to head to Jacksonville to work tonight's show.
There you go. Do you reckon she's had the 2 weeks isolation then? She won't have had time, will she?
They don't have an isolation rule in the US. They have an isolation rule when you're going back to Japan.
Right, okie dokie. But this is a great platform for Maki as well.
Should have been tested still as well. Every single, you know, all the workers would have been tested.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Should have been tested before leaving Japan as well. They'd have had that done. For sure.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We did have Wrestle Story come and say hello, who are also doing their own live stream. Hope it is going well.
Hello, Wrestle Story.
Hello. And thank you all so much for joining us. We do appreciate it. I'm really looking forward to tonight. I think we all are. And if you could leave a like on the video, it really helps us out. Sharing is indeed caring. And say hello. Say hello to everyone in chat. Has everyone seen Dark Side of the Ring? Absolutely.
I've seen some of them. There's a
Yeah,
few of them I didn't bother watching because there's a few of them I didn't bother watching because I knew they weren't telling. Do you know what I mean? I knew there was problems with the story.
Right.
You mean they were taking
Oh.
liberties with the truth, Dan?
There were some things. The problem with wrestling is lots of people have different variations of the truth depending on who you speak to.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now
And
that, sorry,
at some point you have to make a decision on which version of the truth you're going with.
So how, as a booker, how do you do that?
In what way? Like,
Do you have a good?
I'm not
BS
making a
meter?
documentary. I don't need to worry about that.
Do you have a good BS meter, Dan?
Yes. Yeah. 20 years in the business. I'm used to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Nice little suplex there from Britt Baker. Jeff Adams has joined us. Hello, my dude. Now Jeff and Joey are in. The Cincinnati brothers are in the house. Thank you so much for joining us, man. Get sharing this out. This has been a decent match so far. What are your guys' thoughts on this match?
Yeah, fan of it so far. Liking Mackie's work. I love Thunder Rosa. Thunder Rosa is fantastic. So
I wish they'd put Mackie and Rio in the ring at the start. To be honest, I didn't know if her and Thunder Rosa clicked straight away. I know that they've had stuff in the past.
Thunder Rosa is a former Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling Princess of Princesses champion. She had to vacate that title due to the pandemic. She is familiar with Maki Ito, and like they've been in the ring together before. So it
makes sense from her.
I mean, I don't remember the start of the match. I was still figuring around with screens being in the right places and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I personally would have started the match the same way because it really should have been about getting Maki over a little bit at the beginning, and you want to build up to Riho versus Maki because those two are, you want to see the two Japanese wrestlers go at it. Right?
Yeah.
And the other thing is if you start with Maki and Riho at the start, well then at some point those two are going to tag out, and you end up with Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker in, and you don't want them in together so close at the start of the match because you want them in where they're in now because that's where the storyline and the feud is. And then and that's why the hot tag means more because you've got Thunder Rosa going crazy on the person she hates.
Thunder Rosa's amazing.
Yeah, he's checking, and Thunder Rosa's like, sorry about that.
Yeah. There we go, going into the corner. And that.
Now you're about to see what I'm talking. There you go. You are behind me. Click the live button.
Wow. I have clicked the live button.
You are considerably behind me.
Oh, I've clicked it again. It had gone off for whatever reason. Got some left-handed SIGs rolling over here. Good for you, Jeff. It sounds like an awesome night to be watching Revolution. Very fun match so far. Absolutely. Giving it time, man. Giving it time. That is what AEW on the pay-per-views. There's no junk matches. Every match should give time.
So Dan, I'm taking it you're of kind of between WWE and AEW. I know you're not a great WWE fan. You're more of an AEW fan, straight up?
I am a massive fan of the talent that is in WWE.
Okay.
I absolutely detest the structure and production that WWE have.
Okay.
That is what I'm not a fan of. I by far enjoy the AEW product more than any other of the major wrestling companies, and that includes New Japan, because I found New Japan recently has just been doing more WWE style booking, and I wasn't watching New Japan for that. It was my alternative to WWE. Nice series of strikes that we're getting here. Nice series of moves there. We're going into...
Oh, you're watching this on YouTube. We're on Fight. That's probably why you're so ahead. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Doesn't matter. You would have thought Fight would have had the most up-to-date stream, but oh well.
They're now up to 53,500 people watching the buy-in.
That's amazing,
which
isn't it?
Such a huge number of people watching this. Over 54,000 now. It's still growing.
When you consider that's more people than watch Raw in the UK by a long shot.
Yeah, absolutely. There's more people watching the buy-in on YouTube than watch Raw in the UK.
There you go.
They're not going to do the...
Don't rub it in, guys. Bloody hell.
Say again.
So don't rub it in, guys.
No, Dom has 55,000 people watching his live stream of Raw because it's more entertaining than Raw. And you can join Dom tomorrow night on his Raw live stream. He's staying up till stupid o'clock in the morning, so you don't have to. Wow, that was great. Is Mackie getting the win here?
No. That's not the right place for it.
No. Thunder Rosa brings the thunder, says Alan. Hey up, Alan. Lovely to see you, mate. Is Dom channeling his inner Seth Rollins with the way he's dressed?
Interesting. You don't know, Jack just said fight was buffering like mad earlier, so that's why you're behind.
Right.
And what did I speak about? I spoke about the volume of interest there was in this pay-per-view, far more than I have seen in an AEW pay-per-view, for the last 2 years, not since the original. So I am super psyched to hear about how well this does. Oh, yep, there's that head. That sounds like such a weird freaking thing to say.
It does. But I appreciate it, Dan.
But we're after 5 minutes, so don't worry.
No, I just mean in general. Not even talking about it from that perspective. I mean in general, just like
I'm just on the head.
Imagine any other. There's that head. It sounds like something from a horror movie.
This card is so stacked. It is, Ryan. And I think that for me, here's my way of looking at it. There hasn't been an AEW pay-per-view that's disappointed.
Man, you're bigging it up too much.
Dom, there hasn't been an AEW pay-per-view. You said this on the last one. You said, oh, don't big yourself up. You're going to get disappointed. I wasn't disappointed. There hasn't been an AEW pay-per-view that's disappointed me because the booking all makes sense. Elimination Chamber, on the other hand, that we watched, great wrestling. Booking made no sense whatsoever. All over the place. A joke.
And here's the
mess.
thing. The talent know that as well. The talent are not happy. So this is what does my head in. When you get a load of people like, making the big defenses of WWE, it's just like, look, even the talent aren't happy. No. And even the talent know it doesn't make sense. So it's not that it's a bunch of angry AEW super fans or anything along those lines.
Sorry, Dom, what was you going to say, dude?
There's a million questions I have for Dan, but I'm just sort of taking Thunder Rosa's offense in at the moment.
Oh,
that was a bit messy. That whole bash into Reba. Getting him on top. Death Valley Driver.
It usually is.
Yeah. 1, 2. Oh, Miko saved her. Nice.
Mackie.
You should have your own podcast, Dan. You do great. You get all the names right. And Dan actually does have his own podcast. The link is in the description. It's Eve Pro Wrestling. Watch free wrestling on bloody YouTube. Fab.
Now, that was timed perfectly.
Oh, are you on about the...
Yes, I am.
Bang, that was brilliant. How the hell did she do that? She must have had a mirror.
Whatever you want to say about the thing that happened a few moments ago.
That was beautiful.
Like the timing from Reba onto that. Mwah, beautiful.
Wow,
beautiful.
Chef's kiss from Dan. Jake says, I'm really excited for the ladder match, Sting and Mox versus Omega. Yes, I'm excited for everything apart from that best friends match.
Someone just super chatted $1.99 to AEW.
Wow. We should do that, Dom. Can you super chat for us? Come and join the Gimme a Whole Year live stream. For $1.99. The best advertising money can buy.
Alan Gibbons, there is no way you can follow an exploding barbed wire match.
No, not even with Sting.
Now, let me ask people in the chat here, and apologies, this is the first time I'm asking you guys something. And I will actually get through, and if there's anything that you guys have asked, please, or want to ask, please do. Has anyone in the chat actually seen an explosive barbed wire match before? Because the thing is like, it's going to sound crazy, but I got into the tape trading scene when I was young, back in the mid-90s. And so I've been watching exploding barbed wire matches for many, many years. Because I've been into the more obscure Japanese promotions for a very long time. Hence why I've worked with Japanese wrestling. The wrestler that you're seeing on screen right now, Atsushi Onita, hyping up this Explosion barbed wire match, reached out to me to ask me to do this match, a match in the UK.
Yeah,
after I did the Kota Ibushi fireworks match.
I saw you tell that story, man. That was cool. That's nice.
And there's just no way that you can follow an exploding barbed wire match. You just can't. What I do hope is that it goes to plan, because I have seen a lot of exploding barbed wire matches, and and because it's Japan, most of them go fine. Right. Every now and then something goes wrong. And when I mean something goes wrong, I mean the explosions don't quite work as you'd hope. Right. And Japan will just laugh. And I have seen that. So I'm very much like hoping that the rehearsals have gone well and everything goes and looks as great as it can possibly look.
Yeah, it's a big move from AEW, isn't it, to do something like this? I guess a lot of people are going to be watching this because it's such a unique stipulation in, I guess, from an American standpoint.
Yeah, and I told this story before as well. You know, WWE did look to doing this back in 1997.
But they didn't work out, did it? You mentioned.
No, and it was with Atsushi Onita and his FMW promotion, and it got as far as along as Shawn Michaels, Vader, and Ken Shamrock actually went to work for FMW for their big baseball stadium super show. But you know, the screw job happened, lots of things happened, and the FMW connection died. But you know, WWE were at that point where they were getting their asses handed to them by WCW, and they were wanting to change things around and do some things. And then ECW got involved with FMW, you know, and they already had a relationship that spawned several years. But they got more involved in the idea of doing an exploding ring match. They actually shot the angle between Sandman and Atsushi Onita, but then nothing ever happened. So we're actually getting this match that we're seeing, this exploding ring match, has been teased and planned to happen in the US numerous times, but we're getting it for the first time tonight, and by a company that has a budget. And that's important when you're doing these type of matches.
Yeah, I can't imagine you can cut too many corners on that type of thing, Dan. So, I mean, what would obviously you spent a lot of time you're not a big fan of WWE's booking and all that. Is there anything WWE does right for you, would you say?
Well, you see little bits and pieces, because it's when you see good matches. I mean, that's nice, but the problem I have is, you know, that they've really taught us that wins and losses don't mean anything.
Yeah.
And once you've taught an audience that wins and losses don't mean anything, well, the story of wrestling is that you're watching a sport.
Yeah.
You're not watching a sport, but that's the story. You're watching a sport. That's the show we're watching. And if you've taught your audience that the result of the sport doesn't mean anything, why should I care? The result of the sport is what I have an emotional attachment to. And sometimes there'll be additional things on top. Hey, I've said before, I am a huge UFC fan. I watched last night's UFC show, which in total, and I watched right from the early prelims right through to the main event. I watched 15 entire fights last night that totaled something like 8 hours or something.
Right, yeah.
I didn't get burnout.
Because you're so excited, you're so invested, yeah.
Because it's such a... I didn't get burnout. It was... I cared about the wins and losses. Not every fight had an over-the-top storyline. Some fights were just about these people are trying to get up in the rankings.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's still a storyline. Some fights, however, had more behind it.
Yeah.
You know? And therefore, that was the garnish. That was the sizzle to the steak.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I like. Once you take away that deeper meaning and purpose, because if you don't care, if you've been taught that wins and losses aren't the most important thing, what are you watching for? If you've been taught that just because this guy wins this series of matches doesn't mean he's going to get a title match unless the storyline was that he was involved in something to do with the champion.
Yeah.
Why would you care? If Buddy Murphy How does it make sense that guy just disappears?
Yeah,
Never
yeah,
to be
he's gone
spoken.
from that race storyline. Yeah.
Nothing that is stuff I hate. If
I
this
see.
was anything else, if this was a normal television program, would we be as forgiving?
No, you are right. You are right. I do see your point. And I mean, you're watching guys like Buddy Murphy, like Aleister Black, who have great potential, just be dropped from storylines. That must be very frustrating for you as somebody that nurtures, international wrestling talent, I guess.
And we're kicking things off with the Tag Team Championship match here at AEW Revolution.
All right, let's go, man. It's not a bad way to start, is it?
MJF looking like he's here to do a bit of yoga or something. Maybe sell us some herbs. Definitely looks like he's got a tincture for us.
Indeed. How are you feeling about Jericho these days? Is it obviously he's had a long career. How do you think he's doing some of his best work, or do you think he's kind of a lot of people say he's meandering in AEW at the moment?
I think the people that say that are just right. Who was it? I was on someone's stream recently, and I forget who it was, but they were like, why don't they push this person? And why don't they push this person? And why isn't this person in the main event? And it's just like, sure. So you want those people to go into the main event. You want these people to get bigger pushes or whatnot. Whose push and who from the main event do you want to take away then? Because there's only so many spots available. So
Absolutely.
if you want, and wrestling fans always seem to make this mistake of they should push this person. They should push this person. They keep saying, if you did everything that wrestling fans wanted, half the time you'd just be saying, so you want us to push almost everyone.
Right,
Some people have to lose. Jericho cannot be in the title picture, the world title picture constantly. You can't do that. He is in a big program. Here we are watching him in a tag title feud, or tag title match, him and MJF, which is part of a longer story, and then with the Young Bucks. It's for the tag titles. The idea as well is to teach us that the tag titles are important because WWE have done a tremendous job over the past 20 plus years of telling us they're not.
Agreed, yeah.
They are trying to change that mentality, and I, for one, am all for it.
Absolutely.
And it's just going to feel odd for people that have been watching wrestling for a very long time to see wrestling being taught in a different manner to how they're used to.
Yeah.
Agree completely, my dude. Futuristic, you are my number one. Welcome, dude. Hope you're having a good time. The other thing about this, guys, is it's a way to get Jericho onto the card, and Jericho is still a big deal, and his name needs to be on there somewhere. And if not, we're going to get another singles match. Actually, this is a little bit different. And I seriously think that Guevara's getting involved and continuing that storyline, which makes sense.
I love that. Sammy Guevara, I think he's fantastic. I think he'll have a world title push by next year, potentially. I think he's a great talent. So to have him in this position, because it's a lot earlier than I think, well, certainly I predicted for him to be out on his own. So I'm happy to see him in that role right now.
And I'd just like to say hello to everyone in the chat. I'm going through your comments right now. Apologies if I've missed some, which I blatantly have.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a big hello to anyone that's joined us. You're watching the Gimme a Hole Yet podcast. I've taken over. I am Dan Read from Eat Right Girls of Wrestling.
Yeah, sorry,
man,
I kind of kept you talking. I do apologise. I'm just very interested.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do that.
It's bloody not.
You are watching the Gimme a Hole Yeah podcast based up north in England. You can tell by my accent.
Hey up.
And we want to know who you think is going to win this match. Right now, we are watching MJF and Chris Jericho versus the Young Bucks.
Let's see it.
So now's the
chat.
time. Do your predictions, guys. Crazy Ginger Jake has got I got Bucks.
Bucks. Nice. So does Hull, Futuristic. Jericho's just putting off retirement, but I don't blame him for taking it easier and leaving WWE. Absolutely, Jack. Ryan Butters agreed. Odds on MJF.
Wait.
Sorry?
Wait. Jericho's
just
it easier.
Blame it for taking it easier and leaving WWE.
How is leaving WWE taking it easier?
Well, I suppose he's not in matches every other night.
No, there's everyone in WWE.
No, not at the minute.
House shows.
No.
There's been no house shows for, for a year now.
Mm.
The last Eve show was a year ago today.
And I was just
well,
watching that,
a year ago
actually.
on this date. Technically, it was a year ago yesterday. It was Saturday.
Jazzy, Gabba, and Rhea Ripley. Oh.
Yep.
Beautiful match. Stiff as hell.
Yes, it was.
Jeff Adams, odds on MJF, Jericho winning this, and then Proud and Powerful winning the Battle Royale would set up a great story to further the Inner Circle conflict. It would indeed, Jeff. It would indeed. One of the arguments to have the Young Bucks lose this is so that Matt can get that operation that he's I don't know if it's storyline or real or what, but they're still doing a lot of work, as we can see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same, Jeff. I'll stay here for now. That's all good. Jeremy's joined us. Hey up, mate. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
See you, buddy.
It's the reigning, undisputed Royal Rumble prediction champion of the world, Jeremy. And I noticed you looked at my paper for the pay-per-view about... I copied what you put, yeah, but then I changed some because your booking was rubbish, Jeremy. Fight's still buffering. Jeremy's got MJF and Y2J.
Good. I'm hoping for the same. I'm not saying I have the same. Saying I'm hoping for the same.
Oh, I think I've just lost your Skype, Dan.
Oh, bear me 2 ticks. Let me sort that. That might be on my end.
No worries.
I did just move something through the cables.
Nice
Give me
promo for Skype.
10 seconds.
Big Skype logo. It's good.
We are not using Skype for this stream.
So the Bucks have just been rolled in. MJF and Jericho celebrating with the Tope Suicida now from the Bucks.
Ryan says Inner Circle for him. Dom J1013. Welcome, my dude. Hope you're having a great day. He's got the books as well, man.
Nice.
A lot of books here.
Good to see you, Dom. Welcome to the channel.
I do think that the Bucks are going to win, but it's not what I would do, and it's not what I personally want.
And you're back, Dan. Thank you, mate. Fight having buffering issues. They must be doing well. Absolutely.
Not for me. I'm not having any buffering issues.
I've been fine so far. Was right in that, and I saw you said it, Jack. Easier in a sense, as in that brutal schedule. Yeah, but then again, like Dan just alluded to, there's no brutal schedules right now.
No, there isn't. There's brutal matches, there's brutal bumps, and all of those are, but there's no brutal schedules. The closest to a brutal schedule right now is Japan.
Yeah.
New Japan are working regularly right now.
Lovely holding MJF into that for the kick from Nick. Love that.
Jeremy Stanley says, "Don't play defense, Dan. Don't hope they win. Predict they win." But I do hope that MJF. I think that's a much more enjoyable direction to go for. As far as I believe it, and also if SCU are involved, if the storyline of them splitting up, SCU versus MJF and Jericho. I'm here for that.
Absolutely.
I believe SCU versus MJF and Jericho. SCU challenging for the titles in a match where they split up if they lose is much better if they're a babyface team against a heel team.
Agreed completely.
Yeah, that's a real good bit of booking, Dan. That's nice. Yeah, big fan of that.
He is a booker. He's a mother booker. A young booker. What?
Definitely not that one.
keep them coming, Anthony. Yeah.
Oh, MJF, what a heel, choking on the outside. MJF is the best thing in AEW. They've got to put the gold around his waist. He's brilliant, Jeremy. I agree.
I think he's the best heel in wrestling, personally.
Oh, that's a big statement.
Do you think if WWE wasn't the way it is, that and other people had more freedom and ability to, work with the character and, create more to do with their character instead of, following a script? Do you believe that MJF would still be the best heel in the business if more people were able to, have their own kind of creativity involved?
That's a great question, Dan. It's interesting because is there an equivalent to MJF in WWE? Someone that could do that?
The closest there is to MJF characterized in WWE, people are going to get pissed off at me for saying this, is The Miz.
Yeah, I agree. Or, then you've got Seth Rollins potentially. But
Randy Orton, maybe.
Well, Randy Orton's style, talk about character-wise, like the Miz's character and MJF, I think there are similarities. I don't see any similarities between Everyone's doing the Ian Anderson spot now. The fake go high, drop with the DDT.
Yeah, because they don't want to do the slap on the legs. This will be shots fired. They'll be showing how to make matches without super kicks.
I'm awaiting a vignette to do with thigh slapping.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also,
I don't think we will get one, but you know.
No, it could not a Revolution. Maybe Dynamite done.
Do you think...
I'm assuming more being the Elite.
Oh yeah.
This is a question for both of you then, guys. Like, do you think there's too much of the sort of barbs, particularly because WWE doesn't really acknowledge AEW at all, but AEW gets WWE gets acknowledged a lot in being the Elite and on Dynamite. Do you think that's a weak move, certainly as a booker, Dan, and obviously as a long-time wrestling fan, Anthony? Do you think that's a weak move from AEW? Do you think they could do without the sort of barbs and the shots fired against WWE?
You go first, Dan.
I think it's fine. I think if you look at the days when wrestling was at its hottest in the last sort of 20 years, you're talking about the Attitude Era, in which all WCW and WWE were taking digs at each other. And actually,
you can't say that WWE weren't doing it, and it's, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they were the ones that went to Nitro.
Exactly.
They did do it to WWE.
But my point is,
giving away tickets.
WWE were doing it more towards WCW at that point, or certainly the bigger sort of like the tank angle was enormous, or the DX angle was enormous. And guess who come out on top of the ratings war? If you get people interested, it doesn't even have to be real. It doesn't matter. It's about getting people interested in this story and invested in that. Something to talk about on the playground, something to talk about at work. And I don't think WWE are playing enough ball with it. I think they'd benefit from getting involved in some of it. Dan?
I think whenever I see people say, "Oh, it's really petty of them to do it," usually it's older wrestling fans who are big D-Generation X fans, and it's just like, stop trying to be like, this is above, trying to find a way to, cover up the fact that you're a big WWE fan. And I'd have far more respect for you to just say, I don't like them because I love WWE so much. And I want WWE to just rule everything because I love WWE so much. I wouldn't agree with you. But I would at least respect that, you're being honest.
Yeah.
I would respect your opinion, but I'd respect that you were being honest about how you feel. And I think back to also somebody else that was reliant on mocking WWE that helped him get over until they put a stop to it. Zack Ryder. Zack Ryder got over by doing the Long Island, True Island, or whatever it's called, IC, where he would basically just mock WWE in his YouTube videos and the absurdity of the situation. That led to him becoming a massive babyface, getting over online, to the point where WWE had to do something, and then they just killed his character because, they're like, see, he's not as cool as you think, and told him he then couldn't do the show on YouTube.
There you go.
So, but that was a prime example,
Yeah, I do know what I absolutely know what you mean.
What do you think, Dom?
It goes. It's a wider question. It's a wider thing. I believe.
Beautiful double DDT, especially considering Jericho didn't go over as much. Sorry, Dom.
No. So I believe.
I'm behind you.
Yeah, I'm also behind you. I've just got the DDT.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Jericho did a nice little twist on the head bump there.
He did, yeah. But it was interesting for Matt, who sort of had to control two different people moving in different directions on a DDT. Very talented. Sorry, Dom.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Thanks for coming back to me, man. I know this is quite an exciting match. I guess it's a question we can look at through the whole stream, but it's a wider one, taking into account the previous thing. Is I believe that AEW, for worse, has every potential, all the potential to be the next WCW. I'm a big WWE fan. You guys know that. I wouldn't put myself through hell on Raw or otherwise every week. But I believe the biggest problem with AEW is it's already becoming WCW, and possibly for the worse. So, is
that the destroyer that you?
Yeah, I paused a little bit. Yeah, sorry, Dom.
I've just seen.
Do us a favor and just pause for like half a second, will you?
Yeah, no worries.
I've just seen the destroyer. So
okay, maybe we should just pause. For like 2
it's all right.
seconds.
I've paused it a second. You're all right.
I've
we'll
just
see where
finished
Dan
the
is.
replay
Yeah,
of the Destroyer.
you just finished the replay of the Destroyer. No, I've just finished.
Yeah,
it
I've just got the replay. Yeah.
We'll figure out a time in the next after this match. It's fine.
So that was my question. Really, is my problem with AEW is it's already becoming what WCW was when it failed.
Oh no!
What?
No chance,
What are you talking
Dom.
about?
No bullshit, Dom. He's a WWE. He's marking out for the Fiend again. He's talking crap. Dom.
I'm not. I just.
So what
like
you're
the
saying
Fiend.
is
To be clear, I
AEW
like the
is
Fiend.
go on. He likes the Fiend. What you're saying is WWE are going to become the thing that destroys. AEW is going to become the thing that destroys WWE for 52 weeks in a row, and maybe they'll carry on the momentum this time.
AEW is going to destroy itself.
Raw's destroying itself. Raw's ratings are going down week after week.
In the same way that TNA did when it had all of this power and all of this buzz.
But they still have great matches, unlike TNA, who were just pushing old guys all the time, Dom.
Well, now AEW are going that way.
No, they're not.
We might well...
Has this been an enjoyable match?
How many guys in the Elimination Chamber that we saw were under 40?
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing that, man. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that there's every potential that the big surprise tonight will be,
Well, it blatantly is going to be.
Could be bloody Jim Cornette,
But here's the thing about that. The fact is, it's like that won't necessarily. It's a TV thing, basically. Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
It's fine, mate. It's fine. Sorry.
Oh, the Meltzer driver is ineffective, and he got the tombstone.
Oh, Jericho's got it.
Oh, he's landed on his coccyx, man.
Tombstone by Jericho. Oh, that was bad. That was really. What was?
Ouch.
Taker on from Jericho.
Yeah, cool. I'll go to some comments quickly while we're loving this. WWE will ruin MJF because they would overscript his character. Agree, Jeff, man.
He wouldn't even be the character. They'd give him something else, probably,
Yeah. From an artistic colours standpoint, WWE is DC movies, AEW is the MCU. Yes, from an artistic standpoint, I completely agree with that. The DC movies feel shallow and not fleshed out, whereas the Marvel.
So sorry, I feel like we kind of went off on one there, but I am very interested. I'd love to be proven wrong. If AEW was still exciting everybody,
how will you be proven wrong though? Like, how long are you going to give AEW? Because we're 2 years in the can already. So how long are you going to give AEW before you go?
They've been fantastic, but I was a huge. Anthony always joked with me, man. I was a huge TNA fan when they had they had Angle and they had Raven and they had all these
old guys.
A bunch of other new. They had AJ Styles there. They had a young CM Punk. It was a great program.
Oh.
And they ran themselves into the ground because they spent a lot of money as far as I was aware.
I won't worry about Tony Khan's bank account as opposed to Dixie Carter.
Yeah, here's the thing. Tony Khan has a lot more money than Dixie Carter.
Yeah, fair enough.
The other thing is here's the thing. AEW is already in profit. TNA was never in profit.
Right, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's already something different. It's a big thing. I think back to something that Moxley said, which was, one of the things that convinced him to go to AEW was when he met with Tony Khan, and Tony Khan explained to him the financials of why he's not going to be doing some things that WWE don't do and how they don't make sense. And Moxley was just like, I've been saying this. And the two very much connected. I would say it's like AEW were never going to be doing a normal house show schedule because they went, it doesn't financially make sense to do so. It is an outdated measure.
Oh.
And it doesn't. Oh, nice.
Oh,
that was good.
That was close.
Okay,
this is why I like having you on, man, because it's good to get your thoughts on this from a long-term fan perspective, but also as a booking perspective. Because
he's used the bat.
There it is.
He's using the bat. He's winning here.
Oh, at the bat, yeah. I've just seen the bat.
Oh my god!
That's it. Unless. No!
What are you doing kicking out of that?
Falsy.
What are you doing kicking out of that? After the bat?
Fine, it was a back to the back. If you think about some of the massive bumps and everything that you see in wrestling,
Jesus Christ. And
That was
the
good.
spike on that
that's
pile
not out of the
driver.
realms of, plausibility.
That was great.
Did you see MJF doing the DX chants?
Yeah.
Taunts, excuse me. Oh, what an opening match again. Man, AEW starting off with a hot tag match all the time on Dynamite. And there's a reason for that. The tag division is freaking phenomenal.
And tag team wrestling has done in the past, been like the big draw for professional wrestling promotions. It helped back in the, even during the height and popularity of Hulkamania, they would often end up having to end the actual TV tapings and the house shows on the tag tunnel matches if it involved guys like the Hart Foundation and the Rockers, because they were having the best matches, and Hulk Hogan, even the big main eventers couldn't follow them.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Oh, where did he go?
Stereo crossbodies.
Where did he go? He just jumped off screen.
That was nice.
What the hell? Look, there's a reason that, like, when we did our top 10 list last year, the Young Bucks went into that top 10, like, wrestlers or teams of last year because they put on matches like this.
They are amazing. They're amazing.
Nice.
Judas Effect on Wardlow.
But this won't be it.
Matty D agrees with you, Dom. He loved TNA in its height. The X Division was awesome.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Absolutely.
But here's the thing. What did TNA, TNA was badly run. Oh!
Super kicks on the Lion Salt, brother. He can still do a Lion Salt.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Jericho looks exhausted. The BT trigger. That's it. No, it's not. Bloody MJF's there.
I wish they'd have just changed the camera angle.
Yeah.
So you did see MJF there.
Yeah. A decent match so far, said Jake. Really good match so far,
Yeah,
says Ryan.
good.
I agree.
Really good.
Feed. Oh my God.
Wow.
Super kick.
Now this is like...
Happy for Mackie, says M. Picos. Absolutely. We're happy for Mackie. Really happy for Mackie.
This is a beautiful match. Telling me if this was... I'll tell you what. No, if this was on a WWE pay-per-view right now, everyone would be going like absolutely spare.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing. And this is the important thing. The win matters. The result matters.
Oh, Meltzer driver. That's it. 1, 2, 3. Cracking match. Match.
And Jericho took the fall, not MJF.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just that, Dan.
How much is that going to play into the storyline? It's not just that it's just a great match. The who took the fall will play into where that storyline goes.
Yep.
Yeah.
As well as the fact he hit Wardlow with the Judas effect. So much storytelling in that. So great. Great match. Dom J1013 has said, I think JR has lost his voice. I haven't really heard it.
It's because he lost it, Anthony.
There we go. I'll tell you one thing that I think about that match. Jericho on Dynamite has been, in my opinion, sometimes backing off a little bit and letting other people do a lot of the work, etc., etc. He showed in that match, man. He showed that he's still got it.
That was great, guys. That was awesome.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
Sorry, Karen.
No. I was just saying because I don't get to watch AEW weekly because I'm working. So it's really nice to watch this with you guys and see how excited you guys get. But it is really cool. I'm really enjoying it so far, man. Really enjoying it.
Jack with a great comment. Okay, I paid 20 quid for the entire event. Now I feel like I'm stealing.
Yeah, right. Like
it is, and we pay for that across here, all this sort of stuff. We don't get it as part of the network that we pay for other stuff, and you already feel like you've got part of your money's worth from one match.
And I think right now is a prime example where I should use the opportunity to pimp the fact that I did have a competition over on the Eve channel where we were giving away someone a free code to watch the AEW Revolution pay-per-view tonight. And that is another reason why you should follow Eve on our social medias, at Pro Wrestling Eve on Twitter and Instagram, because you can also take part in competitions like that.
There you go.
So,
the link is just there. So everyone, go on your Twitter machine and get subscribed to Eve as well as Gimme a Whole Yeah. The links are there and the links are in the description. Also, if you want to join in with our predictions in the future, please head over to the Gimme a Whole Yeah Discord. Eve also have a Discord that we still need to figure out how to work, Dan. You sent me a link to join it, and I have no idea. The link expired. It's weird.
I didn't even know I'd sent you a freaking link.
I think it might have been your daughter, dude.
No, because she knows how to use it.
Oh, did she?
Definitely
No,
weren't her.
Then someone did. Anyway.
Yeah, no, it probably was me.
Yeah? Oh, well done.
What the hell I was doing.
Yeah, and then you changed the link up. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't change the link. I don't know how to change
You probably
the link.
pressed on a button and it's just, everything's gone. Mrs. Voice was croaky on pre-show. JR's voice, sorry, excuse me. See, AEW uses older wrestlers to help the younger stars. Like, some of them are used a bit harder, but usually they are used to enhance the younger talent. Absolutely, Ryan. Wonderful point. Absolutely.
And the thing about that, and I spoke about it on Wednesday night, when you have a television deal, the television network want you to feature known names. This was a problem that Global Wrestling Force had. And that's why Global Wrestling Force never ended up going anywhere. They had TV deals lined up, and they had some major names lined up, but because WWE would end up getting to them or something would happen and they couldn't get them to put pen to paper, the TV deals never happened because the TV network want guarantee that what they're paying for features, people that viewers will tune in to watch.
Yeah.
So when they add people like Paul White, when they add people like Sting, it gives the network more confidence.
Yeah.
Also, what also it does is it means sponsors, advertisers feel more confident in going to them because even they themselves will be like, I recognize him. Hell, Ted Turner bought WCW because he knew of Ric Flair. He didn't know any other person in WCW.
Yeah.
But he bought WCW because he knew Ric Flair, and he knew Ric Flair was this big celebrity and who with this lifestyle that he freaking looked up to. So that tells you how important having those kind of names are.
Mm-hmm.
They need to have those names. They have to. What they do with those names, that's a different thing altogether. And that's
Absolutely.
the difference there between AEW and WWE. AEW have been using these names to enhance younger talent.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
at the same time, they haven't been doing it at the expense of bastardizing and embarrassing the older talent, which is usually what we see when we watch WWE.
There you go.
Yeah.
They protect their older talent whilst helping the older talent make the younger talent. New Japan were very, very good at doing this as well.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100% agree. Simon Black and Jericho lost so they can sow the seeds of MJF taking over the Inner Circle. The stories are all there, Simon. And lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us,
Nice
man.
to see you, Simon, mate. Thanks for joining us, dude.
Pico's Jericho has no problem putting over an up-and-coming talent. It's an attitude more vets need. 100%, man. 100%. Well, it's not just the vets, though. Let's not just put it on the actual people. Let's also put it on the booking as well.
I have been a part of numerous... I've only had the problem a couple of times on shows that I've run, but I've been a part of numerous other people's independent shows where indie guys have had issues with putting people over. And it's just like, I have a rule, like, if that's a problem for you, I have no interest in working with you.
Right,
You go.
fair
And a
enough.
couple of times,
Is that something? Do people normally understand that? Is that something that it's just a?
they don't understand it, then that's on them, and I'm sure they'll bitch about me.
Go somewhere else.
And it's just tough because,
Santana Ortiz
this
coming
isn't
in.
real. Okay? This isn't real. So if you need to win to get over, the problem isn't me, it's you. You have an opportunity because it's an indie show. It's different to its weekly TV show.
Yeah.
If you need to win a match on an independent show in order to get over, you're the problem.
Yeah.
How many wrestlers do we know got over even though they weren't necessarily, winning all the time?
Yeah.
So many. Jerry Lynn got over in ECW through those matches and losing.
There we go.
How many of those matches did Jerry Lynn ever beat Rob Van Dam in?
That's true, man. It's a good point. Yeah, it's a real good point.
You know, like that's one of the big things. You get over in the match. You know, like how many times have we seen the match happen where the loser gets a big hand at the end of the match from the crowd?
Yeah.
And it becomes more over. And this is what I'm saying. This is, for me, what is important about Ryo Mizunami tonight.
5x5. 5 have just been eliminated. Sorry, yes, I agree, Dan. And that's part of the importance of Ryo Mizunami. It's not about it's about putting her over and putting over and helping put Shida over more by just having an absolutely stellar match.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we'll get. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm partly doing that so we can all check we're at the same spot, by the way.
Yeah. I'm behind you, but it's all right. It's fine.
Well, we can pause.
I'm a fraction of a second behind you.
Oh, yeah, right.
But literally a fraction of a second.
I'll count down the next one then, and we'll see where we all are.
Well, I can,
I've
13, 12, 11, 10. This is a minute and 10. Minute and 9. Minute and 8.
I'm on a minute and 10 now. So yeah.
Right. So let's just pause for Dom at the 1 minute mark. Pause and play. Dom.
Cool. Yeah, I'm on a minute now. Thanks, guys.
Cool. Well, this is the thing. Doesn't Jericho's contract end soon unless he has signed a new contract? Wasn't it a 3-year deal? An interesting point. I mean, but then.
Question, yeah.
But then ending soon, he's still got another year, and I feel like we've only had a year of Dynamite so far, and it's been so much that's happened in that year.
Man, this is good. What I'm enjoying seeing Matt Seidel again.
Sorry, I've just seen you don't know Jack's comment.
Which one? I imagine he did.
I'm slightly ahead. I'm on the barbed wire death match.
Oh, yeah, Jack. let us know the results, and please
thanks,
go to
man.
William Hill and put some money on for me. I have a mortgage. Damn, I'm about 20 seconds ahead of you guys.
Because of the delay.
Yeah, there's a delay on YouTube.
Us feeding to YouTube and then YouTube feeding it to you.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So who's the second Seidel? Because I've been missing Wednesday nights. I love Matt Seidel.
Brother.
That's his brother.
Is his brother? Oh wow, cool.
So his brother is quite known for a GIF or a YouTube video many years ago that went viral where he was legit knocked out cold from a flipping Styles Clash off the top rope.
Oh my god!
They were literally in a position of like a pile driver on the top rope, but the guy then flipped and his brother was legitimately knocked out cold. Wow. And the guy just rolls him, has to roll dead weight over, and like that's whoever his opponent was for there goes his brother.
Oh, Mike said I was gone.
Now, what I like about the AEW Battle Royals, and I haven't seen WWE do a tag team battle royal for a while, or at least I can't remember. But WWE used to do tag team battle royals, and I remember the first one I think I saw on a main show pay-per-view was WrestleMania 14, and they had the rule where if one of the tag team members was eliminated, both members had to go, which was really awkward because it would mean one guy would go, and then the other member would be like, "Oh, they got," and they'd just have to walk out, and it would just be like really freaking stupid because they just look like an idiot, like they're just I just got to walk out of the ring. Then this way, both have to go out, and I think it's more drama as well.
Dustin,
that means a team's got less of a chance of winning.
Yeah, I agree, and that should be part of the story. 2 men are in the ring against one man. It's just easy, isn't it? Should be.
This Austin Gunn's got a ton of charisma.
Man, you got to give Billy Gunn looks great still, doesn't he? Looks fantastic. He's one of my more underrated guys in WWE history, I think. Billy Gunn.
Where are you seeing Billy?
It's not Billy. That's his other brother.
His other brother. That's his other son.
His other son. Yeah.
That's Colton Gunn.
I mean, Billy Gunn looks better than he did in the Attitude Era.
I was going to say Billy Gunn is, it's amazing. He's looking great. He's looking like he's 19.
There's a whole faction of guns I didn't know about.
There is. He's got a whole gun club.
Yeah, man. Sponsored by
Arsenal one might
sponsored by the NRA. And the Arsenal joke was better. Well done, Dan.
The gun club was because I was thinking of Wayne's World, which is a very dated, thing to think of now.
Book them and they will. No, that's not. Yeah, it is.
That's Wayne's World too. Yeah.
Dan.
Gun rack is actually the Wayne's World line, which is him having a go at Stacy. She buys him a gun rack for their anniversary, even though they're already split up.
Having you here, Dan. We're not worthy.
I did that to him last week. He's going to get some kind of he's going to get an ego on him.
No, I'm just saying he looks old like Alice. Damn, I'm about 20.
Well spotted that I was doing the Alice Cooper thing.
Of course I did, man. Of course I did.
I was so tempted not to spoil it, right? I saw Alice Cooper's on Cameo now, and I know your birthday's coming up, and I was like, oh, I was so tempted, but then I was like,
no, don't waste the money. Too much money.
I know. I was so tempted, man.
No, don't waste
Never
money.
spend money on Cameo.
No.
Yeah, we've never done that.
No. There's some good things. I say that in jest. I think Cameo is. I see so many cool people do really fun, entertaining cameos.
Oh, Darby Allin's is great that he did for us.
Yeah, Darby's was good. The Mick Foley one was great as well. Actually, that was fun.
Ryan Butt says, damn, I'm about 20 seconds ahead of you guys. I'll stay quiet until you guys have seen it. That's all cool, man. Or you can pause your stream to be 20 seconds if you want. If you want, I'll do a countdown at the next one.
Well, follow our countdown.
Yeah.
So, like, on my screen right now, it says 34, 33.
I'll do a 10-second countdown when we get down. I will say Dark Order's going to end up taking over this Royale. Hopefully. One person's been eliminated from Dark Order already. There's 3 Dark Order teams in this, right? Yes, there is, Ryan. That's both his sons. Sorry.
One thing I will say is, isn't this like the second tag team battle royal we've seen from AEW and fairly recently?
Yes.
Yeah, and the thing about that is the Dark Order had 3 teams in that as well.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. I think Dan was slightly off us as well, but it's all cool. We're about the same spot.
Varsity, I love the Varsity Blondes, man.
Same. I will sing the praises. I hope they keep these guys. Like, the other thing I like is you don't see a load of turns constantly. You know, there's no, like there's not multiple teams having feuds over. Do they get on? Do they not get on? You know, and the Varsity Blondes, if they kept together, I'd like to see them together for a few more years. Yeah. You know, just like the days, I'm going to sound so old, the days of old with the Rockers and the Midnight Express and the Southern Boys and the Fantastics and the British Bulldogs and Demolition. And,
man, they look so much like their dad. So much.
One of them looks so much like the dad that you
thought it was bloody him. He's been to a bloody car wash. Oh, isn't Billy Gunn looking good? Yeah, he looks like he's been to a bloody time machine, Dom.
Yeah, also, he's not as big. Like, it's funny because one of his sons is in the condition of Billy Gunn.
He is, yeah.
And the other one's got the height of Billy Gunn. Like, together, they kind of make Billy Gunn.
Oh, QT and Dustin having a little friction here because he helps get out of the Gun Club, part of the Nightmare Collective. QT's just eliminated himself. Spitting it, Dustin.
I just spoke about this.
Wow. What's happening?
The thing about this is it means something because we haven't got every team doing it like we've kept getting in WWE, it seems.
Dan, honestly, these Battle Royales, all of this, the Casino Battle Royale from the first one, they do such a good job of telling stories, like, as part of the match.
I love booking Rumbles.
Yeah.
It's because you can tell so many stories and build so many things up.
Oh my God. He just
Have you not
drive
seen
him
them do
onto...
that before?
No.
Oh, yeah, they're on Dark. Bear Country are great fun.
What are they doing? They're destroying everyone. Evil bloody Uno and Griff Garrison.
Yeah. Damo used to Damo. Killian Dane.
Yeah.
Right? He used to do that version of that spot when he was XWA champ.
Right.
And what he would do is he'd have like a guy up for like 2 double power slams.
Yeah.
Like Danny, I remember him holding Danny Burch and Paul London up, and Danny Burch was bigger than what he is now.
Yeah.
And, he had Danny Burch on there, and he had Paul London above, and he did a double fall-away slam, so literally throwing the pair of them over his heads from one side of the ring to the other. And don't get me wrong, they're cooperating as well, but he still has to do a lot.
A lot of work, yeah. I remember the WrestleMania 15 pre-show tag team battle royale. The last 2 went on to be the match for the WWF tag titles that night. There we go.
Oh, is that the one where it was just like any 2 people, whoever the last 2 people are?
Yeah.
and it was like I forget the team, but it was 2 singles guys, and then they just lost the tag title match. It was just like, so what the frick was the point of that?
Oh man, I wish they just carried on that theme music.
It's great, isn't it? It's great.
It is great.
And the crowd are carrying it on the Dom. Perfect.
It's like my ringtone now, Baltimore. It's
nice.
great.
Road Dogg Deshy James is a surprise appearance later, says Joey. Oh, God.
I don't think that's happening.
Shoguns are both in AEW. Yes, they are. MJF and Jericho won a tag team battle royale to end that shot against the Bucks. Thank you, MK Picos. That's the battle royale that Dan was talking about earlier.
Thank you.
Oh, Teaser's gone. With Jungle Boy eliminate him. That'd be a nice feud. I'd like to see that again. Lucha unhappy. Bye, Cesar. James Master did a good cameo for my mum. Lovely, Jack.
Yeah. James Masters, I think we spoke about that before, actually, because I told my James Masters story. Yeah, good guy. He's a good guy.
That's awesome, man. I grew up on Buffy, so he's a great actor, I think.
Tell the story again, Dan.
Wicked.
Oh, wow.
Right.
The speed as well, Dan.
Yeah, the timing of that was...
3, 2, 1.
Oh, no, that didn't. Sorry. And I love Uno. Uno's worked for me. That didn't do it for me.
That Uno match in that you showed on the live stream the other day with him teaming with Jimmy Havoc against, was it Rhea O'Reilly?
Deathmatch against Addy and Rhea.
That was outstanding. Oh man, standing on Lego, that's horrific.
Getting thrown off the top rope onto Lego and Duplo.
That's more painful than thumbtacks, definitely. Jack Evans, what was he doing in? And why aren't Hybrid 2 in this?
They're working for Matt Hardy now.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
So Dustin's still in this. So if one person goes out, the second person still has to be eliminated.
Yeah, like
the conversation 5 minutes ago, Dom.
Like a battle royale that makes sense.
Yes, both members have to be eliminated, which is great because it means more drama. It means you've got less of a chance of winning. So you're fighting for you and the team. Which is Dustin here. He's got a whole tag team against him and no one to make the save.
No. Although Lucha's looking. Ali, she's dead in Impact as well, Dan. Oh.
That's a great point. Ali is dead in Impact.
Yes, she is.
But she is called the Bunny, not, but they would reference, I would think.
There'll be something fun. Oh, what's Michael Stunt doing in there? And then going back out.
Private party out here.
He didn't do the voice, but money well spent. Is that about James Masters? Yes, because he's not actually British, is he?
There we go. D'Lo, not Dio.
Jungle Boy Jack Perry he's got such a great future ahead of him.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be. He'll do fantastic. He'll do stuff post wrestling as well. He'll do other stuff too.
And this is the thing, though. It's like when you think about the future of AEW, there's so many great youngsters.
Yeah. And
they're letting them tell their stories. They're not, there's no one's so far up that they need to put a rocket on them in the same way like WWE had to do with Austin. But even then, WWE didn't put the rocket on him straight away.
No.
He did the Intercontinental title feud for the first X amount of time. It took him a while before he got into the WrestleMania main event.
And it's not like WWE don't have comparisons. Like, you could compare Jungle Boy to Rhea Ripley. They're both wonderful talents. They're both of a very young age. Yet WWE are not using Rhea Ripley at all properly.
Well, they're about to start, I think.
But dude, she was at WrestleMania last year and done nothing since, Like, that's not the way to build a star. And Jungle Boy has. And that's the difference.
Ryan says he's starting to wonder if Private Party are winning this. I do not think so. But like I say, I'm only going with SCU on the basis that their storyline is part of this Rumble.
I don't think it's going to be, but we'll hear. They might play out.
We'll hear it on commentary, and if we miss it, guys, please tell us in the chat. Please write if they say that they need to win this or they split up.
Tony Schiavone just mentioned it.
I'm assuming it's the last team next, which will be Pac and Phoenix.
Tony Schiavone just mentioned it, by the way, Dan. Excalibur said it goes against the spirit of what they said.
Okay, so in that case, then they're not winning.
There we go.
Because why else? If they're winning, you'd keep the storyline going, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So they're not winning this. In which case, I just wouldn't have put them in. I'd have come up with something else. I'd have had. I don't know that it would have been great, but I'd have definitely come up with a reason why they weren't in the Rumble match itself.
Yeah.
Oh, Bear Country's timing. Oh.
Got rid of Luchasaurus, man.
Yeah, but he was left standing there like a muppet. And that's not his fault.
And then the Butcher gets rid of both of them. Are you kidding?
No, it was Butcher and the Blade got rid of.
I thought it was just the Butcher.
No, it was both of them together.
Oh, the Butcher's been dragged under the ring, so he's probably winning.
No, he's back in now.
Oh, good. Thank goodness. The women's division in WWE is so stagnant. Yeah, indeed it is. Indeed it is. It's a shame.
And they didn't. And their team, the amount of quality they've got there is incredible.
Mm.
You know, you look at WWE's NXT's women's division.
Oh, man.
Or WWE, you look at a lot of WWE women's division, and how many of them have you seen in Eve?
Yeah.
So many.
Nikki Cross.
And I like to think of myself as having good, you know, I use good talent.
Mm.
Phoenix and Pac-Man. These solid picks.
Phoenix and Pac-Man. Yes.
Pac-Man. Waka, 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 waka.
I happen to be a big fan of Pac-Man. I played Pac-Man 256 every now and then.
Waka, 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 waka.
Indeed.
The women's division. I interviewed Alex Denisov some years ago from the US, but did a British accent for Buffy/Angel. Nice, man.
The Ryan says, I think it was if they get it's not a title match. It's in general. They're doing it's like the old Flair storyline, where whenever Ric Flair lost, that was going to be his last. He was going to be gone from WWE.
Yeah.
They're doing that. The difference is it does kind of feel like it could be any match with SCU.
Yeah, I do feel like WWE would benefit from getting SCU, you know, big time.
I've worked with Daniels. Never worked with Kazarian. Love to. Always been a big fan of him. And I don't know how he wasn't a bigger star, because he's a handsome guy. He's very, he looks like Antonio Banderas. Do you know what I mean? Like, there is something to be done there with him. You know, he's got a market and he can work as well. So he's a great person to send onto your talk shows, to have great wrestling matches with, you know, to put on your posters or whatever it is, you know, I don't understand how Kazarian wasn't a bigger deal. He wasn't the most, you know, he's not like he was Shawn Michaels in the charisma department, admittedly, but he still has so much.
Yeah.
But Daniels, is a great person for any locker room to have, to help teach, to help train, to help put matches together. One of the best matches, actually for a long while, the best match that I'd ever seen live was a match on a show that we did up in Bolton many years ago. That was Will's move. So Will invented that move.
There we go.
And he invented it on my show. It was in Chelmsford. It was the same show I had a stroke on. The actual stroke thing, I wasn't trying to use a euphemism. Daniels, it was Daniels and Doug Williams versus Jody Fleisch and Johnny Storm, which for a long time was the best match, you know, I'd ever seen live.
Right.
It was absolutely phenomenal. And you'd imagine that with the four names that I just, you know.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Bolton, how far is Bolton from you guys?
It's about 2.5 hours. 2 hours drive away, mate, probably.
Okay, still 2 hours closer to you than what I am.
Yeah.
Cool. Country are performing amazing. I thought they looked great. Phoenix is risking going out.
I'm calling Phoenix and Pac because Phoenix and Pac versus the Bucks.
100%.
Oh, I don't know, man, because Phoenix and Pac are doing face at the minute, and that's going to go against that.
They don't just do straight baby heel stuff, do they?
They don't, no. But maybe SCU being heels would be quite interesting.
No, because they got a babyface storyline.
Okay, yeah, I get what
why
you're
would you want to see? Why would you care about two heel? Daniels was just like, Jesus, boy,
get away from me. Where did this man come from?
Yeah.
I think if there if it was they get another title match and lose, they split, says Ryan Butters. I've heard yes, I wasn't ready for it. Want to see John Silver clean house? Absolutely. I think he's looked good anyway. Not necessarily.
Oh shit, he grabbed his shoulder on that. Did he?
Pac's checking.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Kaz is out.
Yeah, so not SCU. Is Kaz all right?
Mate, did Kaz just get eliminated for you? Because we were all synced up, and I'm worried that you've slipped back.
No, I think it's fine. I was checking on him on the outside of the ring.
No, I meant Dom. Dom then suddenly went Kaz is out.
Right
you had
now,
already spoken about it.
Right now, I'm looking at Jungle Boy getting choked in the corner.
Oh, yep. We're good. We're good.
NXT is doing a pretty good job. Raw and SmackDown have basically Shayna and Nia as the champs. Yeah. NXT.
And I love Shayna, to be fair. I'm a big Shayna fan. And she has a wonderful YouTube channel as well that I really strongly recommend you checking out, especially if you are big into MMA or like just real stuff. Whoa!
Wow, that was amazing.
Phoenix is, man, he has been on
amazing.
fire for the last couple of months on
He's
TV.
like butter, man. He's like butter. Yeah, I agree, Dan. He's been even better recently.
When his brother Penta El Zero Miedo worked for me, I actually messaged Phoenix and was trying to book Phoenix.
Yeah.
And he was just like, I'm not available on a day. My brother is, and I was kind of a bit like, your brother is like the more charismatic, but I was kind of thinking more like a more high flying style of match. But I was just like, couldn't be bothered to be messaging other people and checking their dates. So I just went, yeah all right.
But Penta's not a bad one to get done.
That was how I ended up with Penta, because I'd never seen a whole match of his at that point. Is
really?
The funny thing. Yeah.
Wow.
So because I didn't care for that Lucha Underground. I'd seen some of it.
I love Lucha Underground, man. That was great. I love that.
Wow.
Oh man, that was.
He's like butter, man. He's like butter. What is wrong with that man? Well, I'm wrong, says Ryan Butters. SCU versus Hangman and Omega was face versus face. Yes, it was. Scorpio Sky has turned heelish this past week, says MP Coast. Yes. Kaz was eliminated. Indeed he was. That's not just what I've seen, guys. I'm just reading the chat. Scorpio Sky is really good. I hope he wins, but I don't think he does. What, in the ladder match, Jake? I've got Penta to win, but...
Jungle Boy got out of the way. That was nice. He's taken out Pac.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to have to get rid of one of them.
So what are we getting? Phoenix and the Young Bucks, or Jungle Express and the... Jurassic Express and...
It's going to be Phoenix, but it's still a good story.
I feel that we don't need... Again, I feel this is more about Jungle Boy being the runner-up and Jungle Boy coming close. And getting Jungle Boy to be thought of as, like, the guy that can win it. Do you know what I mean? That you're expecting? Rather than... Because I feel that there isn't really the big, call for Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy versus the Young Bucks. And we had that not too long ago anyway.
Yeah. Without...
the Super Calo dive! I love that. If you don't know what I'm on about when I say the Super Calo dive, go watch some Nitros with Super Calo.
It was a middle rope. What are they doing?
Yeah. No, they're telling us... The story was one of the refs was saying that you were...
eliminated and not... Oh, perfect. Wow.
The problem I had with that is you could see he was falling short, so you knew the super kick was coming.
Yeah.
Oh, fudge. Man, these two making you want to see them against Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy first. There we go.
Brilliant.
Wicked.
Guys.
And Phoenix deserved that win, and needed that win because he's been on TV and he's just been phenomenal
blowing it out of the park.
But he's been kind of the fall guy. He needed that exactly where he should be.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Guys.
Raw was fine. Was fine to good. But the last, that sequence that we just had.
Dan, I think it was better than Fine to Good. The thing is, we had story all the way through it. It was a fucking battle royale.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? This is a normally a throwaway match, and it had so much story. There was no rushing. They told everything in the ring beautifully and built up to a wonderful ending.
Yeah.
It was a battle royale. The match that you just put everyone that's not in the card in.
Yeah.
Yet they're still able to tell stories. It's brilliant.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Mm.
And also, I just want to point out the first 2 matches that we've seen of the main pay-per-view, although fuck it, the first 3 matches we've seen of the whole broadcast have all been tag matches.
Yeah.
All really been good. I know that was a Rumble, but it was all to do with tag teams.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Jungle Boy came out there looking strong. John Silver did. Dark Order as well.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, it's the traditional, this straight out of Stamford. I'm standing outside the door of my special guest who's, is he ready? Oh, he's not quite ready yet. Well, he'll be on later on. Stay with us. We've already bought the pay-per-view. All right.
Here we go. Who is it?
Yeah. No, he's going to give a hint. They're not going to reveal it now. Outwork him. The thing about work is it can mean 2 things. It can mean work in the Brian Pillman style of working.
Yeah.
It can mean working in the in-ring form of working.
Absolutely.
Who's Al Snow?
So it's none of them, right? Is what we're. I honestly, guys, Terry Funk 5-year deal.
Here we go, boys.
Oh man.
Nice.
I'm kind of knackered already. Such a great show.
Yeah, it's been really good.
They do it, man.
And there's the thing as well. Wins and losses counted, and we were all invested.
Yep.
This would probably be the first match where we're all fairly confident of the winner.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I love this. Okay, they're doing a pre-match package for it as well. So they're building up Ryu Mizunami, which is exactly what it should be.
Yep. That is the intention of the match, as well as putting Shida over into a one. This has potential to be the best match on the card. It really does.
I don't think it. No, I don't think it will. I don't
really.
Yeah. But it'll be This has the potential to be a great match.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it can beat that tag match.
Right.
But this has potential. But the thing is, it's a different match.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's the other thing to remember. These two are going to have a different style and tell a different story and have a different form of match. What I really hope is that they have the good crowd reaction. If I'd have been doing this, I'd have had this as the opener.
Right.
And the reason why I had this in the opener is because Ryu Mizunami is the person that the crowd know the least.
Mm-hmm.
The audience are always just hyped for that first match.
Yeah.
So you can stick people that the audience don't know particularly well out for that first match, so long as they will have a good match, because they're going to react to everything, because it's the first time they've seen all these things.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed, man.
So whereas that Jericho, and I understand the placement, they've put the Rumble on second, so a traditional match feels different to the Rumble, so that it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like it's following the Young Bucks tag. But the problem was the problem there is the action was so great in that Rumble that even after a Rumble we're feeling a bit knackered. You know,
you wait till the end of the night, Dan.
When you follow that with someone that an audience doesn't particularly know, if they're going to take a bit of a break, that's when they're going to take that break. So that's the reason why I personally would have this as the opener.
I mean, personally, I would have put I don't mind the order so much. I don't mind the fiery opener, but and I think the women's match being on too early. would maybe hurt the card in terms of that variety. But at this point, I probably would have put the Miro match on.
Yeah.
Or the Hardy Page one that no one really cares about. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
I'm not the booker.
I definitely think the thing about, I think they probably wanted to break away all the stuff to do with tags.
Right.
And that's why we've gone to a singles match now.
Yeah.
And that could be part of the reason why, we started the way we did as well, to kind of break away.
Yeah.
But, because don't forget, like, the Sting match is a tag match as well.
Yeah.
It's...
JR, take a bloody drink, or at least a tic-tac.
No, Tixie Licks.
What's a Tixie Licks?
Tixie Licks. You ain't got kids, have you?
Nope.
I remember that from being a kid.
Yeah.
Nope.
Tixie Licks. It's this kind of syrupy drink thing, basically.
Cool.
Medicine.
Remind me to talk about that video screen in a minute. I agree. I've heard JR a couple of times in this, and he's a bit off-putting, actually. Like, and now he sounds fine. But during the matches, he's actually been struggling quite a lot, and I wish that he'd maybe let someone else do it tonight. I don't know if he needed JR. I can't wait for this next match, says Ryan. I'm with you, my brother. As Battle Royale goes, that was absolutely fine, says Simon Blacken. Oh my God, the mystery signing will be Maven of Tough Enough. There we go. David Arquette, says MP Goes. Oh,
Maven? As in from the Wrestle Story?
No.
Who are also streaming at the same time, so be sure to go over and give their video a like. And start a feud with them. Start a feud. Women's World Title, Shida versus Mizunami. Absolutely. Right back, 12-year deal. Wow. That'd be a...
Yeah, me and Sam
be a bit
were
of a
talking
letdown.
about this. Apparently Simon heard it was going to be Ryback.
Right. I think that'd be a bit of a letdown if it's saying Hall of Fame worthy, wouldn't it?
Potentially.
Miro or Big Money Matt. Yes. That's what I think should be now, Ryan, but... Talix was great, purple, syrupy, nice. Ryback was actually a decent wrestler. He was over. Ryback is, but I don't think he was with the company long enough to sort of, I'll have the sort of push that he needed to, it was an okay match. Glad you enjoyed it, Jakey, baby.
So Shida's never beaten Mizunami before, apparently.
So Emmy did a really good write-up of the story over on Twitter, which Emmy's done a couple of times for things in AEW now. And so, yeah, their first interaction actually went back about 10 years ago. I think it worked out. I think I've gone a little bit too far. But regardless, yes, that is the case.
So this is Shida's big night to win.
And it's Shida's... It's more that Shida needs that match.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, we haven't had like a series of those matches, and Shida needed a series of matches where she could kill it, but the pandemic situation put a wrench in those plans.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's an opportunity. And like I said, I just really hope that the crowd are with this match.
Well, I really loved just to slightly disagree with you, I love the Shida-Nyla match. I thought that was outstanding.
That was good, but then what? Do you know what I mean? It was
I know what you mean.
She needed to go on a series of great matches, and instead we had. I hated that feud with the devil woman who's Abaddon.
Yeah.
I hate that stuff. WWE do that stuff. Don't be doing that stuff. Su Yung is different. I feel Su Yung does it in a completely different way. Maybe that's because I've worked with Su Yung, and I've worked with Su Yung a number of times, and I've worked with that character, and I've written for that character, and I felt the way I wrote that character still kept it within the realms of reality.
Right.
And Sue always liked the way I wrote with that character, so and it never felt like we were watching something that wasn't, real. We just felt like we were watching a different part of society.
So what about Rosemary? Is that too kind of ethereal for you, man?
Oh, again, Rosemary is the same as Su Yung in that you can write those characters and still keep them within the realms of real life. You can write them like a horror story as well,
Here
like
she goes.
Impacts have, but you don't have to.
Yeah. So is that why you can cope with the Fiend, because you can write him in the realms of reality? But
I could absolutely write the Fiend, but where I have a problem with the Fiend was when they set it on fire.
Yeah.
Right. Where I had a problem with, I did not like the Firefly Funhouse when he started having guests on there. I didn't like the idea that people would just suddenly step through into another portal.
Into a reality.
I'm not watching Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
You know, like there still needs to be around. There are subcultures of society. You know, and we can, bring those subcultures in, and that will seem very strange to those people who are not familiar with those subcultures.
Oh,
so you don't therefore need to go. And so I can buy into someone like the Fiend, who's a part of that subculture.
Yeah.
Who is a bit like that. Oh, gets caught.
Yeah, she goes for that knee a lot, but she's got caught this time.
Oh, just into the audience. Nice.
Over the barricade. So going back to Hikaru, Shida and Abaddon, part of my issue with it was the potential that they had with that story, and they never fully explored it. The idea of Japanese culture and that sort of Abaddon character being something from horror films of many years, but they never really give the time to explore that. They sort of did this, Abaddon's creepy, I'm going to be scared, but didn't really explore why that'd affect someone like Shida. And I actually think there's some real potential there for some great storytelling.
It just seemed like it was WWE
too
style. It was just done, like you say. There wasn't really a lot. It was just, she's scary and she's scared of her. Mm-hmm. Why don't she just look at her and just think that person's, a bit freaking weird? Yeah. Why are they dressed like up there at the Marilyn Manson Slipknot gig? Yeah. I can't honestly say I never saw anyone dressed as Marilyn Manson and thought to myself, I'm scared of them.
No. Dan, you never saw me and Dom on nights out in 20 years ago.
And it's true. I might have just thought, the thing was, I wasn't in that. I was in the alternative scene, so I was around that, but I was never in to that level.
Subculture, you were never in the subculture, yeah.
So I wasn't to the point where I'd dress up as that, or dress like that. But at the same time, I never looked at Marilyn Manson and thought to myself, I'm scared of that guy. If Marilyn Manson started a fight with me, I'd kick his ass. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's just the fact of the matter is that. So, and I don't get into this when someone looks different to me, so therefore I'm scared of them. Mm-hmm. And I don't like the message that sends from a subconscious basis neither. Mm-hmm. On the same day when Switzerland actually freaking banned people wearing the burqa publicly. Mm-hmm. I don't like the idea that, looking different means they're automatically, evil, the bad guy or scary. Yeah. I want their actions to define them.
Yeah.
Going for the pin there. Kick out. Ryback was actually a decent wrestler. He was over as hell. It was an okay match. Ryback was dumb as a bag of rocks, which is run over by a milk float. Wow. Is Aleister Black gone from WWE officially? I haven't seen him since October. I haven't heard out about him going officially.
He's not gone, is he?
They just don't know what to do with him. Shida, my apologies. Autocorrect, that's all right, dude. Not heard either way about Black. The three faces of Sue, says Picos.
Yeah, man. There's
she's popping me with her Susan work.
Oh, Susan.
Oh my god, I keep having to freaking message her and just being like, mate, you are killing me with this. Because she's just working in a I love the fact that she's just working that kind of boomer-esque style, and we all know people like that. Mm-hmm.
There was a promo.
Big bump ahead.
Wait.
Shit.
Oh wait, we're gonna get it. Oh no.
Yep, we are.
Oh no. Oh.
C4.
Oh. Holy Shida indeed. 1,200 fans in attendance. Most has been at an AEW show, I believe. That smile was sadistic. Going up to the top. Suplexing her back into the ring. Wow, this has been a lot of Shida, hasn't it?
It has.
There we go. Are we getting the leg drop on the outside, Dan?
I mean, we'll definitely get a leg drop.
Onto
Whether
the
or not
apron.
it'll hit or not, I don't know. But her finish is a leg drop. I'm sure we'll see it one way. It should be used as part of a story, I have no doubt.
Well, it should be, especially with the Aja Kong thing being part of the qualifiers.
Let us know what you're thinking of this match, guys. Like, let us know also who in the chat watched the AEW Women's Eliminator Tournament. I'd be interested to know that.
I didn't. I watched your streams when I caught them when I was because it was generally quite late.
Well, thank you for joining my streams.
Ah, you're welcome.
Big clothesline.
I'd be in the bath watching Dan. Cleaning my balls while watching Dan.
It had nothing to do with my stream either. Oh. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, that was nice. Oh, that was the last second, right?
Biggest crowd probably because Governor Ron DeSantis is basically the political definition of corrupt. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We got 8 people watching. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Hope you're all having a good time. If you could please like the video, it really helps us out. Share us out, let people know about it, and let's build up some hype.
Big knee, that was good.
Freaking knee.
Oh, Miedo straight up.
Going for that. Oh. The Tomashi. What are you thinking of the match, Dan?
Yeah, I was just reading Pioka said I missed Bleacher Report live, but caught the rest. Good. What about the rest of you guys? You guys watched the AEW Women's Eliminator Tournament? Let us know in the chat. And let us know what you thought as well. This match, it's been a good match. It's been, as I said, I don't believe that it was going to overtake the Young Bucks.
No.
That was just, phenomenal.
It's hard, isn't it? Because AEW do this a lot where they have so much outstanding wrestling that the good wrestling feels slower than it should.
Yeah.
But it's because everything, there's so much this is a really good match.
I want to see the rematch on Dynamite.
Right.
And I want to see it given time there as well.
Yeah.
So, I'm glad that they've built in, they've made Rhea Mizunami instantly by having her win this tournament.
Yep.
Defeat Nyla Rose on Dynamite, and then in a lengthy match with the champion.
Yeah.
The women's tournament, the women's division in AEW just got another lease of life. Not that it was dying, it absolutely wasn't, but it's just got that extra bit of oxygen thrown. Beautiful Sambo.
Oh, wow.
And that's what I love. I think that their women's division has come on leaps and bounds in the last few weeks. Beautiful spear.
Yeah.
Shida is very good. I agree, Jake. I'm a massive Shida fan.
She is. So's Mizunami. Here she goes going for that leg drop.
I saw the Tony highlights only, as I already watched 9.5 hours of wrestling a week that has no pay-per-view. Yeah, we know that feeling, Jack. There's a leg drop.
No.
It's a kick out.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not gonna do that.
No, not on a single. We've got to have the apron spot yet, Dan.
No, we're not getting the apron spot, I don't think.
You don't? I think we will. Should try and win by going for the count out. You've got to do it.
But she won't win the title, so it makes no sense.
Yeah, but that's the story. You have her realize that she's not going to win the title.
Then you make her an idiot. Okay. You're making her an idiot by she should know the rules.
Okay.
That she should know that she can't win the title by a count out. If she hits that leg drop on the outside, she should be then focused on throwing her opponent in to try and get the pin.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's part of the story. You have that realization.
Roll through.
Roll through. Saw the Tony highlights. Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's interesting.
What's that?
Well, that wasn't as smooth as I would expect them to. which tells me something was a little bit up with that.
Kicks to the head now. Is she hitting the...
Oh,
Fires up.
Straight back up.
Oh!
Ah, clothesline
nice.
to the back of the head. Sit
Beautiful.
down. Sit down.
this is good, guys. Real
Thank you
good.
for having us on the stream again tonight, guys. Greatly appreciate it.
Mate, we love having you on the screens. Thank you so
Yeah, man.
much for joining us. There's a Falcon Arrow. Mizunami's like back up a lot more than she should be.
No, that was the Michinoku driver. She didn't.
Oh,
get
was
her-
it?
Wasn't suplex style first. Oh, nice. Oh.
Dan, has something happened in this match? Oh,
In what way?
they seem to be taking it light on each other for a second. There's a Falcon
Something.
Arrow.
I think something was a little bit off with the roll through.
Right.
So I think something happened before then. So there seemed to be just a disconnect.
Something just seemed a little off at the minute.
I think they're back on board now.
Yeah.
But like there was definitely a moment there where I was just like,
What's going
that's
on?
not right.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ryu was selling something that she wouldn't normally be selling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
Oh, that was lovely. Lovely.
And Picos just want to have more than one female bout on Dynamite. As long as they've got the stories to tell it, absolutely. I mean, in the creating the story, I don't just want to roll up. I don't just want to see female matches for the sake of female matches. That's my only concern. Knee to the face.
Hey.
Oh no, she got the roll up.
Oh,
Ooh,
beautiful near fall. Yeah, that's not it. Good match.
Yes.
Good match. Not awesome. Don't force that chant, but good match. Now she's going for that Falcon Arrow again.
Guys,
counting to DDT. Oh no, she sits out with it.
wow.
That was a little bit. Okay. A little bit off, but
Going
now
for
we're
that
at the
knee.
finish.
There we go.
Oof.
1,
No,
2.
she's not. She's gonna get the shoulder up. There it is.
I don't think the
Took
crowd
too
are into
long.
this, guys.
Pardon?
I don't think the crowd are into this.
I told you the placement was wrong.
I think all the "this is awesome" and all that sort of crap. I think that's the wrestlers.
It's just the wrestlers.
It's the wrestlers.
It
It's
is.
not the crowd.
Now we're at the finish. There it is.
What was the finish?
Like
an-
a Trouble in Paradise style
Yeah.
to knee down to Ryu on her knees.
I thought that was really good. I enjoyed it.
Moments that were good. It just felt like something was off at various times. It feels like there were. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I was expecting a lot, I guess. Very good match, says Ryan. Good. Glad you enjoyed it, my dude.
Yeah, it was a very good match. Something was a little bit off in the last. Like they got back onto their flow and then they came off their flow a little bit. But it was a good match.
Now the Rose coming out now.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is going to actually be more directed on Mizunami.
Nice.
And there she goes.
Yeah. And Shida saves him, so we can have a tagged match set up. Who's going to come and help Nyla?
And Mackie.
Why is? I thought Mackie was a face, but okay.
No.
She was teaming with
Mackie's
Britt earlier.
character. She was with Britt Baker.
Yeah.
You know, she's a heel. But
Hey.
there you go, like the biting of it. That's Maki Ito. Maki Ito is deluded. She's cheeky. She's a failed idol. That's why she does the singing as part of the entrance. Like that character.
Okay.
She was supposed to be part of like that idol band.
Right.
I wish they hadn't played her music.
No.
I don't like it. Well, I think there's a time for music and a time not for. Those guys didn't come out with their music. She could have just come out for the save, and it would have meant just as much, if not more. I hate the idea that like they were like, "I'm gonna go running out. You guys got my music. Can you play my music?" They're really getting beaten up now. I can't go out there. If play my damn music, or I'm gonna go out there without it. Like, yeah, would you mind?
There's a lot of potential for matchups within these 6, though, which is going to be quite interesting. I think you put in Shida in the potential with both Nyla and Britt Baker.
Well, I think we know what the match on Dynamite's going to be now. It's going to be
a 6-man tag, of course it is, yeah. But there's potentials, there's lots of places that can go in the future with it, and I'm quite excited for that.
Maybe they are going to lead into the Britt storyline after here. I hope not, because I feel that there's more money in Britt still long term. I don't feel there's a need to rush that.
Mm-hmm. Dudes, I'm going to go make a cup of tea. Enjoy. And thank you so much for joining us. We've got 15 people. You guys rock. If you could like the video, it really helps us out. Please go check out Eve Pro Wrestling. That's where Dan's from. It's a promotion that he runs. So all of this sort of insight is coming from someone that's worked with a lot of these people that are on the show, or certainly women that are on the show, but also other wrestlers as well, and gives us some great insight.
Like a lot of the women that we've seen on tonight, majority of the women that we've seen on tonight's show have worked for me. I've been a part of Eve.
Yeah.
But a number of the guys
as well, for XWA.
Yeah.
Great. Very solid match. Not Shida's best, but okay. I kind of agree with that. I wish JR didn't say finally at the 3 count. Agree, Jack. Agree. Now, like putting a match down. 1, 2, 3.
Meant finally. Like finally, that's what like I didn't take it as him.
No.
Putting the match down, but rather him saying that that's what it took. It took all of that to put Mizunami down. I could be wrong because I didn't hear it, but that's
He phones it in more and more. Is that JR? Good match, says Alan Gibbons. Good. May the 30th, the next one. Is that the Double or Nothing? Great.
Yeah.
A nice break between pay-per-views. So, Miro Sabian versus Best Friends now, says Ryan. Yeah. Or maybe are they doing an angle where they're throwing out the match so it doesn't have to happen?
Oh, nice.
Oh. Miro just slammed him into some. Well,
is he going to?
Right.
You know what's good about that? They knew that was the weakest match interest-wise going into the pay-per-view.
Right.
So they just added it a whole nother level, rather than just have them kick off at the start with two teams going into a lock-up, and they just kicked off with an angle, and we're starting the match like this.
Nice, yeah.
Or are we starting the match? I'm assuming he's gigged. Or we just got an angle to do it. Regardless, whatever it is, I like it. I feel this means more right now than just having, a lock up and some tie-in of arm bars and stuff for a bit.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to go very long, this now.
Yeah, he's gigged, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gigged. There, I can see his arm.
Yeah, have you been a great fan of Miro's running AEW then, Dan?
It's been what it's been. I can't, I kind of like his positioning. Again, I saw someone else's stream and they were like, why aren't they putting the rocket on him and pushing him to the main event? It's just like, again, who do you want to take away from the main event? Can't put everyone.
Yeah.
And he's doing the character, and for the most, he's doing what he wants to.
Yeah.
So, who am I to kind of have a pop at that? And the thing is, if he's a recognizable talent, so I'm guessing we've got a singles match now rather than a tag.
Yeah.
Or it's just a handicap note, because Orange Cassidy needs to come back from being he only slammed on a flight deck or whatever it was. Do you know what I mean? Like
Taylor took more offense.
Yeah, although Taylor was then thrown out. He didn't make his way to the ring on his own accord. Yeah. But it means that we're building up for Orange Cassidy coming down to the ring. I don't like. This is a little bit where I'm a bit like, because why would the ref let the match start without the tag team partner.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's kind of a WWE move that I think. But
It is a WWE move, and I get, that they got to do some stuff there because they're trying to appeal to all the audiences. Again, I just like a little bit of. I prefer it if, they were saying we can't start the match because of this, and Chuck Taylor was like, "No, I want the match. Start the match." Do you know what I mean? And he wanted it to start.
Yeah.
Now, if they did that and I just didn't hear it, then fair play. But again, I just feel that there are simple things that one can do to explain that don't need to be over convoluted. They don't need to be complicated. And they can get you into the position that you're in.
Yeah. I do like this sort of trash talking Miro's doing. It really kind of sets Taylor up as the underdog here.
The 2-on-1 helps as well.
Yeah, the 2-on-1 helps as well. Yeah.
Again, they've added. I like the dynamic that they've added to this.
Yeah.
It does still feel though that the crowd are a little bit quiet for this. But again, that the pay-per-view started so freaking hot. We had the Maki Ito debut. We then had that incredible tag match. The battle, the tag team rumble was really good fun, and the last minute or two was outstanding action.
Oh, it's been amazing, hasn't it?
And then I said at the end of that, I feel like I've already seen a whole show. And to be honest with you, I was guilty of that sometimes as well with Eve. Sometimes we'd go into the interval and I'd be like, I feel like I've seen a whole show. And and it's a hard one because, like, with an independent company, you're trying to balance your online audience and your live audience.
Right, yeah.
And that's a very difficult thing to do because for your online audience, you need a whole show that's like that. But for a live audience, you're running the risk of burning them out.
Right, yeah.
And there are times where I was like, regretting the fact that the first half was so good because I knew the second half was going to be great.
Right, yeah.
The crowd were going to be a little bit, struggle a little bit more with it because they'll be a bit tired. Nice. Oh, what a Kip Saban, another person that's obviously worked for us.
Yeah, man, Kip seems really talented.
He is super young too, so it's like there's a lot of upside on him still.
Yeah. I was super pleased. Way back when I saw him have this platform. Same with Jimmy Havoc back at that time. Before everything kicked off. It's great to see British talents.
This will be it. This will be the finish. Oh,
where's all the blood come from? Was that
Damn.
That was from the whole through the window at the angle at the start.
Right. Guys, I wasn't looking forward to this match. It's had the exact right heat it needed. Kip and Miro had to come out and demolish them.
Yep, they've done the perfect job.
Yeah.
To make us. I hate that move so much.
Well, the GTS type thing.
No, well, it wasn't a GTS, but it's like a hip block into the knee.
Right.
The GTS, I don't mind. The hip block into the knee, I hate because you see the guy jumping.
Right, yeah.
And I just feel that it's just not necessary.
Yeah.
Because it's just so obvious they're jumping. Because if you're that strong that you could just throw someone that high in the air just by grabbing under their armpit, what else would you do in the match?
Yeah. Jeremy says the best part of the show, the purple curtain. Glad you're having a good time, Jeremy. We know what you're here for.
I feel attacked. So glad I'm up at 2:30 a.m.
Yeah. Well, on that note, I'm going to take my brew, so I'll see you guys in a sec.
All right, dude. Let me cut you off the stream. You just need to mute your microphone.
Will do.
Thank you, and you're off. Oh, beautiful DDT.
Yeah.
I mean, this has had so much fire in it, Dan.
Yeah, it's been structured perfectly.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect.
No entrances. Oh, yeah, that bleeding from the arm as well.
Oh, beautiful.
Just holding it there, Dan. Holding it there.
Oh, that was
Oh,
the timing of Rusev there. Sorry, Miro.
beautiful.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
And the shot of it was great as well. Where he was scurrying across the ring for the punch. Great. Here we go.
Really told the story of how desperate he was to, get to it and how close it was as well.
Oh, Orange Cassidy shouldn't do that. Insert Dom toilet joke here. Go right ahead, Jeremy. You come up with a good Dom toilet joke for me. And the crowd are hot again for this, Dan.
Yeah, they've done a really good job.
Oh,
Yeah, they've done a really good job.
Stun Dog Millionaire. Love Mark Andrews, Stun Dog Millionaire, man. Oh! Mirror selling for the Cooperman punch. Well, orange punch, isn't it?
Yep. Ooh, interesting.
Penelope Ford off by Miro.
Interesting. They're building Miro up for something for him to do that.
Oh! Match kick, I think that was in.
Oh!
Oh! Ouch. It's about time Miro had this sort of fire again.
Yeah, they're building. They're splitting these two up.
But he can't get the pin now because he's gone for the roll-up. Who would have thought this would fall on Miro? I can't believe it either, Jack. Let us know when you're ready to come back on, Dom.
This is... do you know what? This has been perfect, and now we're at the finish. I'm assuming.
Game over.
No, he hasn't. There we go.
That's it. He's definitely tapping. There we go. Yeah, big
that
things
match
for Miro.
Was everything? Do you know what? Kudos to them. And do you know what? Rusev comes out of that looking freaking killer.
He did, absolutely.
So they're building. Rusev's got something coming next. Is it Darby? Is it Sting? It's not going to be Omega unless he turns proper baby, But whatever he's got next, he's got something big next.
Very good. And I wasn't looking forward to that match at all, Dan.
No, we all said this was the match that we were looking forward to the least. But they structured and put this together wonderfully. And they did an angle at the start to really make you care. Great job. Great job.
Didn't waste time with entrances because it didn't need it at all.
Well, also, it was more about using it to, get heat. So rather than just have it start, it's more about they cut the babyface shine out. Your matches are put together with 7 points, and usually the shine is right at the start for the babyfaces to look good until they slip on the banana peel or the heel cheats or whatnot. Yep. And they got straight into the heat with a backstage angle, completely different to anything else we've seen tonight.
Absolutely. Well, can Jericho please kick Marvez's ass? The charisma sap that is Marvez. Jeff Adams says earlier on, I was really hoping for a Marvez free night. Yeah.
What's wrong with Marvez?
Just not a fan. Not a fan.
Okay.
Why do you like him?
Hey, I think he does a decent job, and I know his history in the wrestling business, so I think that's also, a little bit of, he's been around the scene for a long time. He's done some good time, so. I think he looks like a television guy, so I think that adds to it.
MJ's been thinking about stuff. It's time for a change. Santana Ortiz can attack him?
No, you're not going to give that away suddenly now. That's long term, man. Play it out. Play it out.
Right, so Jeremy's joke. Did you hear the joke about Dom's toilet? Never mind, it's too dirty, lol. Well done, Jeremy. Very good. You get it, his toilet is dirty. Haha, I'm here all weekend. Jeremy, that was pretty terrible, my dude. Pretty terrible. Very well done, says Ryan Butters. I thought it was. Miro looks insane from that. He certainly does. He's going on a single push now.
Yeah, he does.
So will they take out Jericho on Dynamite? Tune in on Wednesday, Ryan. And you know who else is going to be watching Dynamite? Me, I think.
You don't need to have him take out Jericho. You need to start having, I mean, you can do, but you can just have it more of a dissension, a little bit more of him not dissension, a little bit more of MJF putting his case forward first.
Mm-hmm.
You can play this out, for a while.
Yeah.
Because we're way off the next pay-per-view. We're in March, so we're what, 8 weeks off the next pay-per-view?
Oh yeah, and at some point we'll get a special Dynamite show, which have been like killer recently.
Yeah.
My joke was better than this pay-per-view so far. Absolutely disagree, Jeremy, but it is lovely having you here. Ryan says it was just the way MJF went that there would be changes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, that was designed to make you think that. That was designed to make it had the designed effect.
Mm-hmm.
Because we all know, because we all saw the segment of them backstage and kicking the camera guy out, and MJF talking to Tito Ortiz? No, Santana.
Santana, yeah.
Tito Ortiz is not there.
No.
Is he running for mayor of California?
I don't know. Oh, there you go. Massive signing tonight. Tito Santana is the
Tito Santana.
He's a signing for AEW.
Okay, wow. So we've got Tito Ortiz, Tito Santana, and Tito. Hey, what about Chris Wolf's Tito as well? Could he be there?
Can be, yeah. Why not? Make it a show about Tito's. Great pay-per-view so far, I think. Wonderful.
Oh, this pay-per-view has been outstanding.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, and I'm going to say in this on the pay-per-view portion of the show, the weakest match has been Hikaru Shida and Ryo Mizunami. And that was a good match.
Mm-hmm.
So when your weakest match is still a
solid match.
Yeah, solid match. That was a solid match. Like that tells you the quality of the pay-per-view that you're watching.
Yep. Agree completely.
I did not expect to come into this pay-per-view thinking that the Miro and Kip versus Orange Cassidy and Chuck Taylor was going to be more emotive.
Exciting, yeah.
Ryo Mizunami and Hikaru Shida. But it was far more. It was a different type, though. It's not like it's a straight comparison.
No.
I feel that we need a segment and a break from wrestling.
Money match, Matt Hardy versus Adam Page. Maybe that's what the intention of the Jericho thing is. Right, so let me talk about this video screen that they've put in. I really don't like it. In terms of production, I get it. Putting the video screen on the floor is cool, but they keep going to that shot overhead, which is just really pointing out that it's there. I don't like the way it finishes either, on either side. They could have smoothed that off a lot better. Or at least had it as part of the steps or something like that. Or had video screens on the other side of it.
I prefer it personally.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. Not a fan. There's enough space there to put video screens on the side of it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's interesting as there's the gates. They've still got the gates there for Cody as well.
Mm-hmm.
No, I do prefer it because it was dead space, and I feel that them putting it in there has created some things going on in the background to help, make them look a little bit more Hollywood rather than,
I like the idea of it. I don't like the finish on it. Does that make sense?
Got ya. Yeah, no, it makes. You like you like the idea, but not the execution.
That's correct.
Shall I bring me back in, dude?
Certainly can. Here's Tommy.
Okay, so this will be. I'm kind of not in the mood for this match. Again, I do feel that we needed a break somewhere, or we just didn't need this many matches. How many matches have we watched?
5 so far.
5 now,
Is it
right?
5?
This is 5.
So is this the 6th match?
No, I think this is the 5th. Oh, and if you include the pre-show, this is the 6th.
If you include the buy-in, so this is the 6th match that we've watched.
Mm-hmm.
I am a big believer, although I will readily admit to breaking this rule because I have to try to think of hours of content for the demand platform versus live events, which is a very hard, balance to try and get. But I am a big believer that 6-match cards are the best.
Mm-hmm.
I think 6 matches is a tremendous amount, and it you can have an amazing 6-match card and leave wanting more, but also, feeling that you got your money's worth. And I have done some 6-match cards, and you know what? The 6-match cards always felt better at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Always. There was never a case where they didn't. But it is just, it's a balancing act between your online, hours that you're providing versus your live audience. But I'm feeling a bit of burnout.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's still 3 matches to go, right? You've still got the ladder match, the Darby and Sting, and the barbed wire match.
And we still have 2 surprises.
Right.
So that's a lot of emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention...
I don't know. I don't think it's going to be as exciting. I'm sorry.
No, but that's still... I never said it's... I said it's a lot of emotion.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Whether it's disappointment or whether it's excitement, it's still emotion. Right. And that has an effect, that can knacker us out more. And for those in the States who are watching, wonder what the hell are you on about? For us, it's nearly 2:45 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, not that I expect them to, book a show with our fatigue in play, but definitely with a level of audience fatigue.
I get what you're saying. For me, I don't mind because it's not every month.
Yeah, no, but I don't. I think that's a different kind of effect personally, but I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I do think I would kind of prefer it if they did pay-per-views, although I get why they can't. But I do think I would prefer it. I really like the idea, like WrestleMania being 2 nights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I really like that.
Yeah,
and I would like, if we built up to 12 matches and it was 6 matches on each night, I would be all up for that. In New Japan, the same with Wrestle Kingdom over 2 nights.
Yeah.
And they did that prior to the pandemic as well. They already built that last year.
And there's some nice stories you can tell within that. Jeremy says, I'm a huge fan of this money versus money for Page and Hardy way to bring it old school and make it aware that not only do they do it for the love of the business, but also it's their job and they get paid. Yeah.
I mean, they have made that point clear in AEW a lot before. This isn't the first time that they've made that point that, the winner goes home with the winner's share of the purse, which is one of the reasons why I like that, because that's one of the fundamental things that make sense in professional wrestling, is why are you doing this? Well, you're doing it because
winner's purse.
Yeah, exactly. That's why managers matter, because the managers take a percentage of the wrestler. That's why managers cheat, because they want their 20% of the winners cut, not 20% of the losers. And I think that more people understand that now because of the rise in popularity of UFC, because we know that that's exactly what happens in the mixed martial arts community. As soon as I've mentioned the ring explodes after 30 minutes, Dip, I'd say the main event is 30 minutes. I'd say it's at least 30 minutes.
Yeah.
6th now. I think this is the 5th match, but 6 with a buy-in. I like it a lot. I think it's a really cool camera angle. That'll be the entrance ramp. Reminds me a bit of the WrestleMania 20 entrance. Yeah, it's just a finish that I'd like to see done. You either have video screens on the side, or you have it as a step that lines up to the other steps so that it doesn't look as out of place. At the minute, it just looks like a video platform in the middle of the thing. That's my issue. It's not that I don't like the idea of it. I understand the idea of it. But I also don't want them to go to that camera angle every time.
I'm going to take a break for a couple of moments just from the stream, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, do you want me to take you off the camera?
Yeah, just take us off. I'll be back within a couple of minutes.
See you in a bit. Just mute your microphone, Dan. Hi, Dom.
Hey, mate.
Dan's a prick, isn't he? I'm only joking. Hey, no, isn't it great having Dan on, Dom?
It's been amazing, mate.
Any good? And what do you think of the pay-per-view so far, love?
I'm liking it, yeah. Really liking it.
Yeah. Big money, Matt. AEW has a lot of Matt Sisko, my crazy Dringer friend. Seeing as I've mentioned that the ring exposed after 30 minutes, Stip, so much, I'd say the main event is 30 minutes. I agree with Jeremy, says Jakey Baby. My WrestleMania 38 ticket says it'll be one night, but I think that's subject to change, and they might muck about with the NXT TakeOver Dallas to make Mania 2
They're
nights.
doing 2 nights for Dallas, aren't they? Sorry, 2 nights for NXT this year.
No. What do you mean? NXT TakeOver is on the Thursday.
I'm sure they moved it to 2 nights, or was that Jack joking on Twitter?
No, WrestleMania is 2 nights, but it's not for NXT. NXT TakeOver's on the Thursday, then something else is on the Friday. There's a great tweet by Sean Ross Sapp that went through how much wrestling we've got to watch that week.
Right, okay.
Otherwise, WrestleMania seems like an endurance rack you need to carb up for. Yeah, agree, Jackie Boy. Hey, do you like my background on the stream, Dom, baby?
Do, mate, yeah, it looks real good.
Thanks, mate. 37 is 2 nights this year, yes. There's rumours of them having the NXT title match being defended at Mania.
Okay.
Going over the top there. And Matt Hardy kicking and going for a twist of fate on the
Twist of Fate.
outside. Jackie Boy's at 38 in 2002. Guys, I want to hear in chat. Have you ever been to a WrestleMania before? Let us know. Let us know. And thank you so much for joining us. We've got 13 people in. We've had 15 people roughly all night. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah,
thank you so much,
awesome, man.
It's great having Dan here. It's great being here with my dude Dom. So thank you all so much for joining us. And if you're not already subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And like the video. Let more people see it. That'd be awesome. We've got 18 likes so far.
I always get really excited if we can get 20 or over. Always makes me feel
brother.
special. So let's go for 20.
Let's go for 20. Matt Hardy. Sorry, go on.
What's your favourite match been doing so far?
That first match was brilliant. I mean, the mirror kick match was perfectly done.
Yeah.
Perfectly.
Which we didn't expect, did we?
No. It was produced perfectly. It was exactly what it needed to be. Fiery, get out, get mirror over, get out. Great.
Yeah.
And I thought the battle royale was a lot of fun. I get what Dan's saying about fatigue. I mean, this match has been good. It's again another good match, but it's hard with the fire that you've just come out of.
I'm pretty tired, but like I say, hopefully, the ladder match and the surprises in that might reinvigorate us. The Sting, seeing Sting in the ring again might do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a shame because I do love Matt Hardy as a personality.
I hate his current gimmick, Dom.
I love. You like his gimmick?
No, I hate it.
Well, no, you see, I don't.
German off the second rope.
I think his personality's good. I'm not such a big fan of his in-ring work these days. Whereas Hangman Page is all about the ring work, isn't he?
Charisma, man. Charisma. My issue with Matt is I just don't understand. I just don't find he's the best fit for that role.
It's very much suited to his YouTube channel. He introduced Big Money Matt on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
It was something he was doing for fun, but I don't think it has a place. There are better big money gimmicks, and I would say that Cameron Grimes is doing a better job at that big money gimmick,
Yeah, absolutely. And one other, $1 Million Man, like he did great with that character.
That goes without saying, though. That goes without saying.
But I think that Matt's just like I think he's too charismatic for it personally. I think he's too good for this character, which is a massive compliment to him.
I wish he'd stayed within the Broken Universe. To be honest,
so do I, because I think he's so good at that, and I think it slips into every one of his characters. And as someone who's studied acting and stuff in the past, I see too many slips into that character for me to sort of believe in that character. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
M. Pico says, welcome, my dude. Thank you so much for joining us. You've been here all night, man. It rocks. Nope, need to go to WrestleMania. It was, yeah. Need to go to a WrestleMania. Been to a few Rumbles. I'd love to go to a Rumble, Dom.
Oh yeah, mate. Yeah, well, we're making plans for. I think in the future, aren't we? We're gonna make some time to go to some events and go over to the US and just because I've only ever seen stuff in the UK and I want to just experience a mania. There was
crossbody.
One of the pay-per-views was at the Boston, the TD. I think it's the TD Garden, but I lived like 10 minutes in a cab away from the big stadium and they were holding like a WWE pay-per-view and I was going to buy tickets, but I was just like, I'd have gone on my own. It's not the same, I kind of want to be, I want to go with you if I'm going to do it.
We've drunken Anthony shouting abuse at children.
I mean, that sounds weird when you say it, but yeah. Okay.
But yeah.
And Jack as well.
And Jack. Yeah. That'll be the first menu I've been since Survivor Series 2011 in Madison Square Garden, Insurrection 2000 in Earls Court, and the Raw in the O2. Very jealous as the Rumble seemed fun. Joey Bellbuttons. I've been a big fan of this pay-per-view thus far. The last 3 matches are going to be crazy with ladders, street fights, and explosives. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it'll wake us up, I think. But this has been a really good work match. Max gimmick is Vince now with his body in the 1980s. One was bittersweet as it was the one where Benoit won. Oh, right. The Rumble that Benoit won.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Money is delightful. Yeah, that's kind of my issue with it, Jack. I don't know if that's just me. I think it might just be me that's having an issue with this. But that's fine. I'll tell you guys how I feel. Meeting him up on the top with a waistlock. Thank you all so much for joining. We've got 16 people in chat. You guys rock, man.
This is awesome. It really is. It's amazing. Yeah, we're up at 2:52 in the morning. Watching this stuff. So.
Yeah, man. And yeah, if you could like the video, it really helps us out. Share people and just say hello in chat. It'd be lovely to say hello to you all. See who's watching, brother. And I'd love to go to many with you, but put up a sign and you're getting my walking sticks to the face, says Jack. I will do, brother.
What are the crowd chanting now?
I don't know. I missed what they were chanting.
Matt Hardy blocked. That was nice. Twist of Fate.
Oh, Deadeye. Isaiah Cassidy up on the top there. Are you ready to come in, Dan?
You can bring us back in there, mate. Yeah.
And here's Dan.
Woo!
Hey.
Did you miss me?
No.
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 It's a little Sherlock thing there.
If Matt Hardy loses, it might cause a change in his character. It could do. I want
him to go back to the broken thing we were just saying.
Yeah, I think the only thing, if he loses, the only broken thing we're going to get the idea of that he's actually broken.
As in financially broken, yeah.
Which makes no sense anyway, because he's a multi-millionaire.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see that Big Show JBL style crap again.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Oh, Adam Page showing that he's got fire.
Side effect. There it is.
Buckshot. Side effects. Twist of Fate. Bloody hell. Is he getting the win here?
No.
1, 2, kick out.
Really good sequence, though. It's been a really good match.
Yeah,
it's been really solid.
I know I wasn't on stream, but I did have it on while I was. I had to open the door and get out some fresh air, basically, because of the old feeling a bit tired. Needed to wake myself up.
No, it's all good, man.
But I was watching it still, and
Dark Order coming out now. Awesome.
I thought they had a good match.
Continuity. It's good. Best Matt Hardy match I've seen in AEW.
Yeah, he's done a good job.
Into the buckshot.
Nice. Dark Order, helping him get the buckshot, and that's the win.
Boom, that was nice.
And the crowd go mental for the buckshot. Nice.
Right, is this all leading then? Is this all leading to Hangman eventually becoming the leader of the Dark Order, guys?
No.
Eventually.
No.
Well, they're certainly leading to something.
Well, because I remember there was all those segments, those hilarious segments, with Brody Lee saying, we could have had Hangman. And it just feels like they're leading towards him eventually joining them, if not being a leader.
Unfortunately, he's above Dark Order, I think.
I think it's just personality based. I don't know what it'll be, and that's the thing. That's why I'm not writing it off because I don't know what their direction with it will be.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm all in on the journey.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I enjoy, but the thing is, he's a lone cowboy. That's the thing. And when he beats Kennedy for that title, it's the lone cowboy that's worked his way up from the absolute dregs of the AEW roster. That's the point of it.
They're having a hug.
When him and Kenny broke off, the reason he was considering joining Dark Order was because he was at such a low point.
They're having a hug.
Yeah, but the situation has changed, of course, because of life.
Yeah. At least he's got a beer.
He went to drink it from the wrong side.
Dickhead.
Well, I like the fact that he looked annoyed at himself and then turned it, around because he actually does want to drink it.
They're chanting "Go McMorrow." I don't know if they were. Missed you, Dan, says Jack. Yeah, 2004 in Philly was the Royal Rumble, and Piokas went. Piokas, nice. Here we go, ladder match next, lads.
Let's do this, guys.
Yeah, well, we've got 3 matches left, as Joey Bell Bottoms says.
Yeah, man.
We've got a ladder match, a street fight, and explosives.
Second wind.
I sure hope so.
Do you think
I literally stood outside in the freezing cold, and I ate an ice cream to try and wake me up at the same time. Legit.
I'm going to go for the ladder match. Right, I'm going to go for a P. See you guys in a minute. Oh.
In a sec. All right.
Oh shit, me.
You all right, mate? Just watching the bumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Some of those bumps just, not as planned, and
yeah,
and even the ones that are planned still.
Yeah, they look. Yeah.
So, is this gets a world title match or a TNT title match?
TNT title, man. I think it goes on to face Darby.
Right. Interesting. I don't think Cody's the man for that because
we've already seen it.
Yeah, I don't think it's the guy from the Acclaimed. I don't feel unless the idea is to try and make someone and give Darby somebody else to beat. I really don't want to see Lance Archer lose to Darby.
No.
If they were to have Darby to lose, though, I'd be totally okay.
I think Penta would be really interesting. Penta and Darby would be good.
Yeah, especially with Phoenix and Pac having the tag title. So Penta and Darby. Here's the thing: Penta is mental. Like Penta can do that crazy hardcore shit too.
Yeah. You see that they could do something with. I think. See, I like Darby, but like he needs. The thing is with Lance Archer, they had a good match, but. I feel like Darby was too much of the underdog there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
sorry, I'm just seeing that we've got that. I know it's supposed to be a brass ring, but all I can hear is the Sonic the Hedgehog ring.
Yeah.
Lola Bunny reference for the pop culture.
Yeah. I'm actually really looking forward to that, man.
And now a Dr. Zeus. Like he's talking about all of the woke world.
He's actually pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. I quite like it. It's good. It was all right.
Oh yeah, Max Caster's got potential. I mean, they wouldn't put anyone in this position because here's the thing: the boys are involved in here. They ain't putting someone in it that ain't worth
Yeah.
it. They don't feel it.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: like, if Lance Archer wins, he needs to win the freaking title.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. And he's got to be a out and out heel to do it as well. He's been a bit of a tweener recently, and I don't think
he needs to be a heel. I just think when you got a badass guy like that, I just think you need to make sure that they're consistent within their characters, and he seems to be being that consistent within that character. And I think that you can play around with whether or not he's a heel or a villain because the consistency is the ethos of the individual.
Yeah.
Whether that be against a babyface or a villain, it just affects whether or not you turn for him.
Yeah. Scorpio Sky is great as well.
Scorpio Sky is possibly actually one of the favorites, I would imagine, in this as well, to go into a feud with Darby Allin, because Darby Allin's name is going to have far more attention and everything on it following this match with Sting and following this program, which means that the Darby Allin Scorpio Sky match does a great job of elevating Scorpio Sky's name.
Yeah. I've always definitely been a fan of Scorpio, but again, he's more. But it's down to it's exactly what you say. I think of things too simply in these contexts of like face and heel. So I see Scorpio Sky as more of a face, so I don't think it would work. But again, you don't necessarily need that definition.
No, you really don't. You don't need. You just need to be consistent
with the character.
Mm-hmm.
That's where things go wrong with a lot of people's 1 minute heel. That's the reason why we joke and laugh about the Big Show, because his character was inconsistent.
Yeah.
Here's my winner for this, guys.
This guy, like, when he came over and he brought obviously a lot of his merch, like, he had some of the best merch I have ever seen in my life. And that t-shirt does not do it justice.
No. It might be better close up. Can I just say to avoid chat for 1 second so we don't spoil the surprise for ourselves?
Indeed, yeah.
Oh, is the chat in the surprise?
No, they'll see it before us. That's all. So we'll get to your comments in a second, my dudes.
See it before? Oh yeah, because
and we're also the stream delay, etc., etc. So
the stream delay only works on them from us.
True.
We're not delayed.
Someone was 20 seconds ahead of us earlier. That's all.
Right, yeah, I appreciate that, dude. I remember watching Lucha Underground just on the subject of Penta and thinking he was so much bigger because of the movie style that they were doing, and the way they made him into this monster. I thought it was such a big dude. I thought he was a giant, and like they made him look like a giant in Lucha Underground. But obviously, he's a small dude. You know, he's not built like a monster. So it was really surreal to actually watch him in AEW because I'd got this perception based on the kind of the way that they'd used the camera and the way they'd done the production on Lucha Underground, that he was a completely different build and a completely different style of character. But it's just really cool. I have a lot of time for Penta for sure. Brilliant.
Yeah, I like Penta a lot. Very talented. I love Phoenix and Penta. I think those are my favourite tag team in the world. The dynamic is perfect. So
yeah, right. Let's do this, guys. Let's see. I'm calling it Santino Marella. There you go.
Who did I say? Tommy Dreamer.
Oh, Jade. She got that little bit mixed up, but never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, she shouldn't have been clapping there, should she?
No, and then she was just like, "Oh, stop!" Like someone told her to stop. I'm not saying that's happened, but that's true. It did look like someone said, "No, stop! What are you doing?"
You're clapping the people that you beat on Wednesday.
Yeah,
in a really good match.
I will say, just on the subject, like someone said they were 20 seconds ahead. That's of our stream, not of us now.
Ah, right, okay.
Because of the delay from us. It's Ethan Page.
There we go.
There you go, Ethan Page. Nice.
Good shout, Dan.
It did make the most sense to me.
There we go.
Yeah. Did you watch the? Did you guys watch the Ethan Page versus Karate Man match they did at Impact?
I'll be honest, I haven't watched Impact in years.
It was funny. It was okay.
Matty D says I didn't used to like the guy rapping and all that, but he's grown on me in the last few weeks. He has on me because it's awful and intentionally awful. Juggernaut Jared, how you doing, my dude? Are they gonna wait till the end to say who signed? It won't be the end.
Well, I don't know. It may be to do with an angle following the exploding barbed wire match.
Maybe.
You know, because I think we're all in agreement that Omega's going over. So we need an angle to come out of Omega going over.
I still think it'll be some sort of New Japan thing.
Again, the 2-week delay.
But the one for
Kenta's in Japan at the moment.
Yeah, not necessarily Kenta. It could be someone else.
Oh well, he was in Japan. Actually, he wasn't on today's show, so he could have flown back.
Okay.
But because Kenta didn't win the IWGP US title, but you know, like, I don't see it being anyone from New Japan because what's the purpose? You know, like, then you're healing out your own company because Omega's a villain, and you're putting the babyface on the other company, which to me makes no sense. Whereas when they did it before, it was, you know, Kenta's the villain and Moxley's the baby.
Yeah.
So you're still baby in your own company.
I'm Iron Man, as I'm the only one who hasn't left the stream yet. Good for you, Jackie boy.
Well done. I don't know. Ryan Butters didn't say if he's left the stream or not.
No, there we go. Right,
Nor did Yokos or
Crazy
Matty
Ginger.
G.
Yeah.
I
Crazy Ginger.
appreciate.
Oh, Lance Archer throwing them ladders at them both.
Wow.
I very much appreciate you guys sticking with us for sure. It's awesome. Real cool.
So we're gonna have Shaq as the mystery entrant? No, we could
Yeah.
guess so. Or him turn up to cost Cody. That could happen.
Yeah, that's more likely. But it's also possible that Shaq didn't want to look weak, and therefore they went, well, what if, you know, we do this, and then it turns out that you've just disappeared from the... Do you know what I mean? Like, there's lots of options as to why they did what they did. It is possible that something's continuing. It's also possible that it's not.
Oh, a sling blade with a ladder on top. Archer proper protected himself though.
Yeah.
Good. Seems like they're pushing Scorpio Sky. Yeah, seems like they're doing something with him.
Yeah, we were both talking up Scorpio Sky when you had your Wii.
Oh, ladders flying around. Oh god, this is always dangerous in AEW, isn't it?
It's dangerous, full stop. I've done ladder matches, and you know, they are risky. You know, it's just, you know, there's an object in the ring that won't move out of the way for you. That, you know, that is unforgiving, as the cliche is. You know, for when you land on it.
Oh, hi, Jack Evans coming again. You all right, Dom? What you done to your camera, love?
Oh.
Ow.
Oh. 10 saving him.
Sorry, guys.
Right.
Well, this is following up from Dynamite this past week, isn't it? With the Acclaimed. Because, of course, 10 was in that match that Max Castle won that led to, you know, him getting in there in this match.
Oh, he's going for the boombox again. That's how he won his match on the on Dynamite, wasn't it?
Again. Excuse me.
Cody and Ethan going for the brass ring, Dan.
Yeah, I just hear the drings, Sonic the Hedgehog every time I look at that.
You hear the what? Oh, the Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Yeah, defo.
Which I'm all here for Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie, by the way. Like, bring me Tails. I'm all good for that.
I haven't seen the movie, actually.
Loads of people are saying Brock, but I can't see it, says Butters. Yeah,
Nah, yeah, I don't think so. No.
I don't know. It'll surprise me to an extent, you know?
Yeah.
I saw a guy do a live stream yesterday, and he was saying that anybody else other than Brock Lesnar is a failure from AEW.
Wow.
It's like, what?
That's pretty
Well, all I've said is it's a Hall of Fame guy, so we know it's an older guy that's been that's a
they
known
say a
name.
Hall of Fame level guy.
Yeah, that's all.
So someone that's not actually in a Hall of Fame right now.
Yeah.
And also, you can't, while working, suggest, technical ability maybe. But
Not
yeah,
necessarily, because Brian Pillman is a worker.
well, yeah, exactly.
You know, it depends. It depends on the play, on the term. You can't outwork him.
Yeah.
Swerve, Jake the Snake slowly climbs the ladder and grabs the ring. Oh, nice, Penta.
Slithers up the ladder.
I really don't want to see Cody and Darby again. I really hope they don't go with
No,
Cody.
we were saying even Lance Archer and Darby again would be, I think, a misstep.
The problem with Lance Archer is they're really sort of giving him this nice little background push as a face. And I think going against Darby would really hurt that. You can have the gentleman agreement thing, definitely. But I think I don't think Darby needs it, and I don't think Lance needs that right now. And Lance would need to win that as well.
I'll tell you a guy I'm interested in at the moment. Not to win, but Max Caster. I really like his charisma.
This never works, this spot, because the things always get caught.
Yeah.
Same thing happened whenever the Hardys and Edge and Christian would do that.
The actual
bars would get caught and not bend as easily as they'd want them to.
Oh,
nearly
missed. There we go.
He's going to powerbomb him into it now.
Oh no.
Yeah, he is.
Oh! Yeah, but a bit of an awkward spot, a bit of a setup spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the save was so spectacular that you kind of forget about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think, Jack. Smart Money's on Angle. I don't know if it is.
I would look at Angle as a disappointment.
I would,
what are you going to do?
I mean,
what is the person going to do? And Angle's WWE run, the last WWE run,
was poor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember,
not for his
WWE chose Baron Corbin.
Yeah.
As his retirement match.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's voiced his frustration. He's voiced his frustration at that, so maybe he's angling for like another match. One more match.
Nice little pun there. I like it. Well done.
Yeah. But the thing is, Dom, it's a 5-year deal. It's a long deal as well, whatever it is as well. So, let's see what they do. We'll just have to see. Cena, I can't see him. Oh, the Invisible Man signing with AEW. That'd be brilliant. The Invisible Man in the ratings would be. That'd really piss Cornette off, wouldn't it? Loads of peeps are saying Brock back, can't see it. Dom, camera. I'm excited for this ladder match. Cool, Jakey boy. I think it's been good so far. Some nice spots. Reset. Yes, I see the same thing. Can't wait for Sonic 2. This should be awesome. Ethan Page almost did Cody a favor and knocked his tattoo off with that ladder. Jeff Corker, mate. I saw movie at work. It's okay. That's a Sonic movie. Hall of Fame worthy. A failure. Swerve. L. Efner goes up the ladder and sells the ring. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. That looked nasty. Yes.
Oh, shit.
What are they doing?
Oh, no.
Destroyer.
Wow. Oh, and the ladder didn't go. Oh, and it's even got...
It might not have been necessarily meant to. That's the thing. Like, it's actually safer for it to not go than it is for it to go.
A reinforced ladder. Well, he didn't choose Baron Corbin as his final opponent. WWE did. Angle can finish his career better with an AEW run than that awful one.
Yeah, but he can't do it, right? Here's the thing. He can't beat Kurt Angle as we remember him.
No.
He can't. When he was doing his independent run, his basic thing is I can do this and this. And, and his general rule was he couldn't do more than 9 to 10 minutes. So even when he was in with Zack Sabre Jr., where he didn't just work tech for the majority of the match and not actually bump, they still only went 9 to 10 minutes because that's as much as he can do.
Yeah.
Cody with the injury angle now?
I never like an injury angle where they're led to the back walking if they're a babyface, because that's a babyface wouldn't do that. They would try to fight and go back.
Yeah.
Well,
he's going to do that, isn't he? Cody's going to turn.
I assume so. Or Shaq's going to come out, but I don't know. I don't feel that.
See, well, if they're spending money on Brock, then why wouldn't they spend it on Punk? I'm sure they would spend it on Punk. I think it sounds like it's more Punk not wanting to.
Here's the truth, right? Here's the true factor. CM Punk ain't worth the same amount of money Brock Lesnar is. Brock Lesnar opens doors, a lot more doors. Brock Lesnar is a recognized name amongst sponsors and mainstream. Yeah. CM Punk is not in the same way.
Lesnar
doesn't mean he's not a star within the wrestling world.
Yeah.
Brock is bigger than that.
Yeah, totally.
Lance Archer,
isn't Lesnar? Doesn't he have too many ties to WWE? He's far too tied to WWE, I would have felt.
Yeah, I'd agree, but I mean, I'm just answering in terms of what was said in the chat. I'm not saying I think that it's,
I mean, I don't think it's Brock, but it's the wrestling world will be more hype for Punk. Obviously, the mainstream Brock's a bigger star.
It's not.
Who falls off the ladder and rings come out of them?
I hope like two people fall off holding it and they both trying to run away.
I know.
That's what should replace the 24/7 title. And every time we see the running, we get the Sonic theme tune playing.
Yeah.
Why are they doing this Cody angle in the entrance ramp? It's too obvious, dudes. Is that legit with Cody or an injury spot? It's an injury spot. It's all on camera.
Yeah.
Penta's looked great in this match, obviously, because he's great. I thought RVD, because he's been Hall of Fame level, and he's been everywhere, ECWT and AWWE, and he's worked with so many people at AEW. Don't know if he can still wrestle. Thought I haven't seen him for ages.
50.
Penta took too much time there.
Literally, he's 50 years old. I'm just like, is anyone going to care? Here's the thing. What's more important than the name is that we care.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if they can sign RVD, sure. But if they're going to give that level of an intro, and then it's RVD, we're going to be like, cool, we're going to get those unique first-time matches like Rob Van Dam versus Dean Ambrose, and Rob Van Dam versus Chris Jericho, and Rob Van Dam versus Rusev.
Yeah.
And Rob Van Dam versus Matt Hardy. And we'll get Rob Van Dam versus... And people will say Kenny Omega. There's no way that.
No.
That might be a TV match one week, but that's not a big pay-per-view program.
No. Oh! Jesus. Lots of potential for that to go wrong. You right there, Dom?
Yeah, I'm having some camera issues.
I can see.
I'm having some freaking staying awake issues.
Scorpio started throwing away that ladders. Money talks with Brock, though, Dom, I feel, yeah. And Tony Khan's got money. If he wants him, he'll get him. Cain Velasquez been wrestling in AAA, possible UFC Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but Cain Velasquez again. Cain Velasquez had a really weak run in WWE, didn't he, as well?
Well, he only had one match in WWE.
Was it? I thought he had two.
No, one.
It was just against Brock. And the thing is, he was very good in AAA. It was another example of WWE not using someone.
Yeah, incredible athlete. He was doing handsprings and...
And then he did nothing in WWE at Crown Jewel or whatever it was. They didn't
Great athlete. I mean, the thing is, Cain Velasquez, if he's going to do something, he's going to train like no other,
Oh. It's getting late, folks. Thank you so much for bearing with us, keeping with us, hanging out with us, keeping us entertained.
Indeed.
It's Mark Henry, RVD of Bully Ray. I don't see it being Kurt Angle at all. I see Bully.
I don't think it's Mark Henry.
No, I wouldn't say Mark
Henry.
I'd be
surprised at least if it was Mark Henry. Oh, there's the 5-star frog splash.
There we go. They couldn't have done that with RVD on later.
Unless they do an angle with him, but
Yeah.
Again, what about Rob Van Dam signing makes you go, oh man, that means we get to see
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right.
I
But
could get
then,
Rob.
but then
Like,
Tony
so
Khan,
I've been offered Rob, yeah,
Mm.
and he's a great person to grab for the indie. But I honestly, I think that like his numbers, for what I know his rate is, like I honestly don't know if he would draw that for like an indie. Like,
yeah,
and obviously TV is very different to an independent personal appearance show, but I just don't know if I
yeah.
see his name meaning more than anything they already happen to have.
Yeah. Oh, he could have landed on his
I
leg
think
nasty there.
the thing that worries me, I guess, with it was that Tony Khan said it was one of his favorite wrestlers, and I'm thinking,
Oh, oh.
oh,
Here comes Penta behind him. Camera messed up a little, Dom. Yes, it did. It's Mark. Eve would be such a letdown. Jesus, Eve's never a letdown, Jack. And then he says RVD, goddamn autocorrect. Stacking him up like cornwood. Thank you, JR. Yeah, but it was only one match due to an injury. He had surgery a couple of weeks after that Brock match. Yes, he did. But there was still no reason for WWE to not use him more later on.
WWE still released him.
Yeah. Jack, why would RVD be all they wanted to do is give Brock that win on TV.
Well, it's crazy because a fake win doesn't count as a real win.
I don't know. I know, especially at a pay-per-view show that's paid with blood money. Yeah, but it was the only. Oh, sorry, Jack. Why would RVD be a letdown? He's a true Hall of Famer, still decent in the ring. I've always liked RVD. He used to be one of my favorites when he was in ECW.
I think he's still got a great legacy. Here comes Cody again. But then I've thought about this. How are they going to introduce him? Are they going to have him interfere in a match, or are they just having like a?
No, it's a live signing, I believe, with a big show hosting.
Right. Okay.
So light train, choo choo. So, yeah, if you could like the video, it really helps us out, dude. Sorry, Dom.
No, I was going to say, because the tell will be when they do it.
Oh, Crossroads. What's up, Dan?
Do it?
You all right, Dan?
I'm just like, this is a long, like, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's not bad. It's good. I'm just shattered.
Yeah, man.
Like, it's so much good stuff, you know, that it just is knackering and exhausting
and don't forget, if you subscribe to the channel, you can see Dan and Dom on Raw tomorrow night.
Jesus,
I would love to spend the time with you, to be fair, mate. I'd prefer to be with you than I would be Raw.
You won't, you certainly won't be seeing that on Raw. That would be a.
I'm taking a few months off in a couple of weeks. I'm taking us up.
Well, just in time for WrestleMania.
Yeah, I'm taking us up to the next pay-per-view, and then I'm just doing pay-per-views for a bit because of work.
Elbow to the back.
Too much. Mondays wipe me out completely for the week normally.
Jeremy says Cain Velasquez would be a huge letdown. Sorry, guys.
I'm just.
Yeah, for most people, I'd imagine Cain Velasquez would. You know.
And he's not. Like, he's meant to be Tony Khan or one of Tony Khan's favorite wrestlers. That was what he said on the AEW Unrestricted.
What, RVD?
Yeah. No.
Whoever.
Tony Khan said it's one of my favorite wrestlers.
Well, RVD said that about RVD.
So you're saying it's RVD, are you?
I'm not saying it's RVD.
No, not you, Dom.
Me? I don't give a shit. I think it's Bully Ray. No, I'm sorry, Dom. Are you saying he said RVD is one of his favorite wrestlers? No. Who's one of his favorite wrestlers?
The mystery person.
Right. Okay. Oh, I see.
Did Max Caster just kiss Penta's hand? That's what it looked like to me.
We are.
Massive choke slam.
It's 3:25.
Oh, another choke slam.
And we know that exploded barbed wire match is going minimum 30.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably going to be 45 with entrances.
Mm-hmm.
And it is coming up for 3:30 a.m.
But we are all happy.
This show ain't gonna finish till 5, is it?
Dan is tired.
No, it's not going to finish till about 5. No.
Dan is tired.
I am.
Oh, lifting him up. Jesus.
Not a nice bump to take.
No. Blackout onto the ladder. I hope Scorpio's okay. That looked bad. It did. Ken is the person I hope it is. Cool, Jakey. If it's anyone besides Taka Michinoku, we riot. A RVD I wouldn't buy as a long-term threat. 8, hope Cody does not win this match. I'll be so angry. He does not need the win. Agreed, Jake. Dan fell asleep. Briefly, he did, yeah?
No, I just closed my eyes.
Ryan says, yeah, been a really good pay-per-view, but absolutely knackered myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dale, welcome. Hope you're having a good day, Dale. It's Ken Shamrock, he says.
He could be. Well, yeah, he could be. I think he talks about being out, about his work rate and stuff. So it could be.
Be interesting.
But again, Dan's right. Like, why would you? I mean, to be fair, Ken Shamrock versus Kenny Omega, yeah, but.
Well, the thing is, that'll just be part of the AEW Impact.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're one and done matches. You wouldn't want to see a long term.
Oh, here we go.
Oi.
And you had to adjust the wrist.
Bless him. Raw sucks like a nuclear vacuum.
Oh, he just took a super kick. Jake just took a super kick. A rubbish one, but a super kick.
He was being safe. Either Grado or we riot. Grado. Jack, I suppose I can see where you're coming from. The main has to be more than 30 minutes with them rules, yeah? Smacking him into the face of the ladders there. Go on, Cody.
Counter. Did he counter it? I think he did.
No, he hit the counter, but he just went really weird.
He's selling it. Whatever it was.
Ken Shamrock, he can't have much left in the tank, no. Mini Dom, Dom's, it's on my end. I'll sort that out.
Tiny.
You are tiny. You're my little friend.
Chair shot.
With a really bad camera angle.
What?
Nothing.
What's wrong with my camera angle now? No, I'm serious.
It's because your thing's dropped over so many times. You need to.
It hasn't dropped. It's fine.
It has dropped so many times. We've seen it, Dom. You lying prick.
No, it's dropped a couple of times tonight.
Oh no! Oh, hang on. You just said it hadn't bloody dropped once.
No, I thought you were talking about now, right now.
No.
Well, that's what I thought you were talking about. Shut up. Call the action. Do your job.
I don't call the action. I communicate with people. Mini Dom. Welcome, Dan, to Dominance live streams. Dom's camera has cut in half of screen. Yeah, we sorted that out. Shamrock is jacked. He looks like he's 20 jack. His face is rough, bug, but he's been pumping them roids. Wow. Scorpio Sky and Cody going to the top to grab that brass ring now.
That is a shiny, shiny ring.
Punches to Scorpio. Oh, glitter's flying. What do you mean? Oh, just threw Cody off.
Scorpio Sky's got it. My pick.
Someone's coming out. No, he's got it.
Yeah, there we go. Or can he get it off the hoist? Well, it sort of makes sense.
I thought I saw someone coming out. That's why I said that, but it was just a stagehand.
If to turn Scorpio heel, it makes sense. It seems like they're going to do a story with Darby.
Yeah.
I don't understand how they've turned him heel. I've missed that completely. New drinking game is let's take a shot every time Dan falls asleep.
Not falling asleep. I'm just struggling to keep my eyes open.
Yeah, I get it.
Right. It's a weird thing because I'm not complaining about. I guess I am. The show's just so good that it's just knackering you out. Do you know what I mean? Like. I mean, this is, and I said about this. I've experienced this, and I've made this mistake on Eve shows where I've loaded the lineup where by the time we've got to like the main event,
the
crowd are like are struggling because they're so knackered because the rest of the show's been so good.
Mm.
We did that with Command. There was the show that we did. It was actually last March, or possibly the March before. Regardless, the the show itself was tremendous. And in fact, we had Britt Baker on that show, and we had Leon and Bolshoi from Pure J in Japan, and it was just and Emi Sakura was on that show, and Solo Darling, and just freaking absolutely everyone. And we by the time we got to the EU title match, which was like a long thing as well, Kaylee Ray hadn't had an EU title match, challenging for the title before, between Kaylee Ray and Nina Samuels, so two of the very, very best. The crowd were reacting, but they weren't going crazy because they'd seen just freaking great match after great match. And then we'd done Command Bolshoi and Leon, which is just a phenomenal match, which would steal the pay-per-view of AEW, to be completely honest with you. It was just hard to follow that because everyone's tired because of so much incredible content they've seen.
Yep. Ryan says
business is about to pick up. What's business? Oh, here we go.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, it can't be that big a deal then, because
what?
Well, we're not getting it as an interference.
Yeah, but they always said it was going to be this.
Countdown.
Oh, everyone's got their phones out. Have you got your phone out, Dan?
It's Christian Cage.
Outwork everyone. Wow.
Yeah. That's his TNA theme.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Holy shit. So they had him on the Rumble.
And they didn't sign him.
Sign him on the long contract.
Are they idiots? What are they doing?
That's his old TNA theme. That's with the countdown cone. That's the reason why I said.
There you go. Wow.
Bloody hell.
Deal, guys.
I mean, look, dudes, Edge is losing at WrestleMania. It makes perfect sense for WWE to throw all the money at him and say, tag team, let's have a tag team run with you and Edge.
Yeah.
Edge, I don't know if Edge is losing at WrestleMania.
I don't get it.
They should have done it, and it's going to be a missed opportunity. It's going to be a huge missed opportunity for WWE.
I can't believe. Yeah, that's right, Ryan. It is. It's the TNA thing, which is a mix of the Evanescence track. I can't believe they stuck him on a pay-per-view and then didn't. But maybe that's the reason why they were tighter with Cesaro, because they'd just done it with Christian.
Right.
I think they tried. As far as I read, they tried, and then the talks broke down.
No,
well, of course it did.
Here's outwork everyone. Here's the thing. Yeah, well, outwork it. He worked everyone because he was on the Rumble. That's but that's Brian Pillman style. Pillman did the similar thing back in the 90s with WCW, where he convinced them to legitimately let him out of a contract so that he could run this angle elsewhere and seem like he wasn't employed, only to actually then double-cross WCW and sign with another company.
That's a big deal, guys. That is a big deal. I'm not.
Is it, though? I think so. Here's the thing, right? Honest to God, I always preferred Christian to Edge.
Yeah.
I was a big... And Christian never gets the kudos he deserves.
I agree. I love Christian.
He took all the bumps that Jeff Hardy took as well. But no one, because he didn't do a flip with it, no one gives him the credit. But when you watch those TLC matches, and when you see people go off the ladders together, Edge and Matt go off together, and Christian and Jeff always go off together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love Christian, man. So are you happy then? Are you happy with this, Daddy? Are you surprised? Are you sufficiently surprised, or are you underwhelmed? Oh,
it's a weird one. I'm surprised that WWE had him on the Rumble only without him having a long-term contract signed.
That's stupid.
And that
Especially with
think
Edge.
that's the reason why they were tighter on Cesaro. Because they knew they just had this. Because here's the thing, WWE just made a big deal of Christian at the Rumble. He was in the last 4 or 3, possibly even of the Rumble.
Yeah.
And now, 2 months later, he turns up in AEW. I'm a massive Christian fan, you know.
Okay.
So I am. The issue is we have not seen Christian work a series of matches to the level, you know, for several years.
Yeah.
We don't know what he can do. But we're sure as hell going to find out. But I absolutely imagine the internet is, you know, going ape shit at AEW, saying that it's a letdown, it's not a good one, he's done. Do you know what I mean? Like,
dude, out of all the names we were throwing out, for me, Christian, I didn't expect it to be Christian at all because of the Royal Rumble thing, at all. And I think that's the best name to possibly, out of all the people names that we're coming up with, RVD, Bully Ray. I feel like Christian's got the potential to go more.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And have the equivalent run, say what Edge is doing now in WWE, but they do it with Christian in AEW, which I mean, to me, it adds the same comparison to Impact, because obviously Christian went to Impact and had a career resurgence, became a champion there. So that comparison still is there for me. But I'm pleased because I love Christian. I'm pleased for him.
And I'm seeing it now. Like, there are a lot of people saying, you know, what a letdown, all this hype for nothing. I
mean, I don't think it's nothing.
No, I don't. I'm
it's people getting the hopes up and getting disappointed.
WWE guy. Well, we knew that.
Yeah.
Dixie Khan strikes again. I saw this episode of TNA years ago. And I like this comment. WWE fans 2 months ago. Christian is back. WWE fans tonight.
Yeah.
You know, like that is just like, you can't have it.
That's the attitude,
Yeah.
Let's get into our comments. Might have been before you are. No spoilers. What? Oh my god! Holy crap! Wow! Well done. TNA theme mix of an Evanescence song and I
really like it. I really like that theme.
Sorry.
Tony Khan failed us. Wow. AEW is now 2.0. Vince would never disappoint us like this. That has to be sarcasm.
I wanted him to stay with Edge. WTF, says Alan Gibbons.
I'm pleased. I think it's great.
Sorry, your camera, Dom. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with it. Christian isn't a huge deal, says Jeremy. Yeah, at the Royal Rumble, Jeremy was saying Christian was a huge deal. We all know where you sit, Jeremy. Matty D says, awesome. That's a surprise. I can't believe it, Alan.
Yeah.
Word789 says, hi. I saw this on WrestleLamia that it was Christian. Wow.
So
Absolute
we've got
Ricky
Christian
Starks.
Cage and Brian Cage in the same company. They do need to look at potentially sorting that out.
They're going to have to work on that, are they? They're going to have to work on that.
I saw this on WrestleMania. He wasn't doing anything in WWE, let's be honest. No, but that's potentially WWE's own loss. Like, there was an easy tag run he could have had with Edge that people would have loved.
The big thing is the fact that he was on the Rumble in a prolific, in a big position. A big deal was made, and then he's turned up in I'm just like, that to me makes sense why they were so protective over Cesaro and giving that position to Shinsuke because Cesaro hadn't signed. They knew then, because of course they did, that Christian, you know, wasn't signing with them, or they knew at that point that it was looking, you know, that Christian was out of contract and, you know, at the time still hadn't signed with them.
So we're getting a cinematic match, guys. I'm really excited, but I would prefer Bully Ray or Mark Henry. I don't think Mark could go anymore.
No.
Wow, that was a damp squib a bit. What did I say? I said it would not be CM Punk. I'm assuming he will wrestle a bit. Yes, I think he will. I'm happy, but I think people will be underwhelmed. He was Final Four, I think, in the Rumble. WrestleMania was right. Nice to see Brian Cage reunited with his brother. It wasn't Grado. That's really sad. I'm down now. I wanted Grado. Peter Cons, that's a great idea. It should have become a team. Very ho-hum. I don't think there was anything that could have like really popped us.
I mean, yeah, if it was Brock or Punk, but
it wasn't going to be.
No, it wasn't going to be, was it?
As AEW already has a bit of an overstacked roster, well, thankfully they're getting that third hour soon. You see, Christian wasn't allowed to wrestle for WWE due to concussion, though. Yeah, Christian.
Yeah, but he's cleared of that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been. And do you know what's important about that? If he hadn't have appeared on WWE, for Royal Rumble, he would have been attacking AEW and going, they don't care about the performers. WWE wouldn't let him wrestle because it's not safe. AEW are going to let him wrestle because they don't care. He's going to get hurt, yada, yada, yada. He passed everything and competed in the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
So, he's good to go.
Darby Allin in a skateboard video right now. Christian, when you order CM Punk on Wish and you get Christian instead. Did you hear that, Dan?
Sorry, no, I was just marking for the Back to the Future spot.
Christian, when you order CM Punk on Wish.
I'm pleased, man. It wasn't. It's good.
Where's Grrrls, says Jeff.
Did not. All right, here's the thing. Now, I must admit, maybe my opinion on Punk is a little bit saltier because I've worked with Punk. I've argued with Punk. I found him childish. Now, that was him back then. That doesn't mean that he's the same person now.
Right.
But the fact is that oh, here we go.
Have you seen the face paint?
But the fact is, for me,
yeah,
like Christian at least is an opportunity for Christian to kind of like redefine and be something else. Whereas Punk, we're always going to be wanting that same CM Punk.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you seen
can't say I'm a fan of this look, to be honest.
Have you seen the face paint? Oh, wow.
Oh, that was cool.
Yeah, I've seen Charlie Morgan do it first.
Yeah. Oh, several times on Eve shows.
Yeah.
So Sting and Darby Allin have half Sting face paint, half Darby Allin face paint.
Yeah, which is cool, but here's the thing, like, why they got all these fake Stings around the crowd? Because it just kind of makes Team Taz out to be the fucking baby faces.
Well, they're going to end up... There's also clarity with what's going on. Hopefully, well, it looks like Cage is killing them all now anyway.
Yeah.
And they're just going to watch.
Yeah. Christian helped TNA compete with WWE. Now he's done it again with AEW. He should be more fun than the names we've said because of his charisma as well as whatever he can still do in the ring. Yeah.
Do you know what, Christian? Although I don't expect him to be clear, but Christian could be the first person to hold the AEW, TNA, and WWE World Heavyweight Championships.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do not expect him to be that. I do not expect. But here's the truth, right? I'd be all up for Kenny Omega versus Christian Cage.
Exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's more interesting matches with Christian, I think.
And you know what? We care about the wins and losses again, and I keep bringing it always down to that because the truth of the matter is, we know Christian in WWE is not going to get a world title run.
No,
we know Christian in WWE is not. He's just going to fall into being another guy.
Yeah,
this is the problem with WWE. Yeah. Whereas here with AEW, whatever happens, it's fresh. And it won't be like just another guy because that's not the same way. You know, the style of booking and presentation of AEW is completely different to WWE.
Yeah.
As we're seeing right now. Christian is pretty decent, but not earth-shattering. I don't think there could have been anyone earth-shattering apart from John Cena, Brock. I mean...
I wouldn't have found CM Punk to be earth-shattering.
No.
Am I the only person that... Oh, lovely.
But I think that you come from it from a unique perspective because all the rumours about Punk, about him being a bit of a dick to work with, you can actually confirm because you've actually done it. Not many of us have met or worked, well, I'm not going to assume
but
nobody.
even you're absolutely right. That's why I say I have to acknowledge that there may be a bias in what I'm saying, even though I'm trying my best to not have that
but
bias.
a lot of people confirm. You know, a lot of people have said that he's a dick to work with, and I think that might come into because I know Cody just the talks broke down with Punk because he wanted too much and expected too much. But so you actually have a unique perspective on this because he's probably not. He's difficult to work with or whatever.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like that was 2006 when I worked with him.
Right? Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So he might not be the same person, but for 10 years, it feels like for 10 years we've heard, is Punk coming back? And after 10 years, instead of getting, I'm more excited, I'm kind of just tired.
Yeah.
And I literally mean that. It's like I don't think there's anything that I'm just like getting like, wow, Punk is gonna, because and the thing is, he did come back to WWE. He did the Fox, and now I know it was the Fox show, not WWE, but he came back to a WWE product. He did the Fox show, and none of us really gave a shit.
Yeah.
Like we all watched that first one. And then we're like, he's different now. He's more professional. He's towing the line. He's not angry and bitter anymore.
Yeah.
And that made it kind of like, and then what were the ratings? Well, the ratings were so great that show got cancelled.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyone that's being like, CM Punk is worth this, that, and the other, it's like, there's no evidence.
No.
That that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
He wasn't even like the biggest drawing guy, even at the height of his main WWE run.
Yeah, yeah.
It's hard for me to say because I wasn't really watching wrestling when CM Punk was a big deal, but I hear he's a big deal, but it's because fans liked him because we're doing the only good story at the time, I assume, with him.
MPO starts popping me with is this where Retribution is from? Right? Don't those fake stings just look like, Retribution guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But they've long gone. Brian Cage's Wolverine nickname is legit. Indeed it is, Jeff. WWE seriously dropped the ball with not getting Christian signed. Yeah, they did, especially with Edge, them pushing Edge at the minute. And the two are good together in terms of network stuff and stuff like that. They didn't. Why should they sign him for a tag team run? Come on, be honest. WWE didn't need or want him.
If they didn't need or want him, right? Now, so whoever said that, right, you've got a bias there that you've got to acknowledge. Because if they did not need or want him, he wouldn't have even been in the Royal Rumble.
No.
Let alone been a featured performer in the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
So you're doing one of two things, whoever it was that said that. Number one, you're trolling for a reaction. Or number two, you've got a bias there that you can't separate fact from what your opinion is.
Jeremy does not have a bias.
That's just not a fact at all, whatsoever. The difference between me and, as has been said, is I know how that that works, not just because I got friends there, but because I have dealt with that company. So I can tell you now, that's not the truth at all.
Yeah.
And I'm probably, with all due respect, I don't know who all the 17 people are that are watching us. But I'm willing to bet I'm probably the only person that has.
Yeah. So... You certainly are. They should sign Zelina, though. I think Zelina could be good for the women's division. Yeah, sure.
Someone said, was it in your stream? Or was it in my stream when Zelina and Santana and Ortiz? And I was just like, yeah, I really like that.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I like the idea of Zelina with Britt Baker and them, making that a bit more of a faction of characters because she's a strong character performer.
Yeah. I think I was saying towards the end of a run on WWE to Dom, it was like, give her some matches to have, and she can get really good. I don't think she's there yet, or she wasn't in WWE. She just needed performance time.
Yeah, the thing is, she absolutely had a better run match-wise in TNA than what she did in WWE.
Yeah.
And again, that could be because of the fact that you're dealing with a different style, a different production, different structure, and you're doing other people's matches sometimes as well, because you've got the producer and the agents telling you this is the match, and that's not necessarily going to be for the best of those performers.
Well, I think the other thing was
really gel with them, and I think Ty Conti is a prime example of that.
Oh. I think the a good reason for that as well, though, is Zelina Vega was such a good manager as well, even from NXT. So I think there's a part of that. That's why they didn't. Jesus Christ, Darby's hitting Ricky Starks hard there.
Jesus Christ, Darby's also taken some bumps.
Yeah, man.
Like the dude did I don't know what that floor is. I don't know if they've covered the floor in something, but I'm watching their feet, and their feet are not sinking.
Right.
So.
Coffin drop.
So it's going to be solid enough that they needed something else there.
And look, it wasn't a bloody.
Will Hobbs.
Oh, Will Hobbs.
Ouch. I love the fact that they didn't use a table for that spot as well. They used like a prop that looked properly made up.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's Hook.
It's Hook. It's Hook said in the same way of its Sting.
Hook, there's a hook. Dang, CM Punk is the biggest pop in wrestling. If he ever comes back, don't compare Punk to Christian. Christian's just appeared on WWE about a month, so that's a big deal. And ECW. Hey guys, hi Dan, lovely to see you. Dan French.
Matt.
How you doing, mate? Chris, Tony said he would just waiting on the non-compete. Hope Alistair joins her. Yeah, man, that'd be cool. He could hold the AEW World Heavyweight, TNA, and ECW Heavyweight titles. There we go.
Yeah, he did win an ECW championship. You're right.
WWECW, Ryan. The first paint reminds me of Danhausen. Yeah, a little bit. Who you can see a cameo that Dom got.
Oh, this is going to be cool.
On Twitter.
This boy is mental.
Is this a leg and a win?
Oh, no.
It was the follow-up with oh, my word.
Man, it was light. It didn't...
it's still not been...
It was it looked great. Oh, poor Sting and Darby. Street Fight time. Yeah, but peeps are saying that with Bobby. Bar the AEW part. Let's go Sting, baby. Is this where Retribution is from? I'm starting to wonder if Punk is ever coming back to wrestle again. I think don't get your hopes up, and then you'll be surprised when he does, and it'll be a pleasant surprise. USF didn't do Punk any favors. It certainly didn't. Jeremy, well, I don't know. It got him a bit bigger exposure, I guess.
He got some pay.
Yeah.
And also, to his credit, right? Fair play. That motherfucker wanted to be a real fighter.
And he tried.
And trained, and he got in there, and a lot of people say they want to be a real fighter, but don't actually want to be a real fighter. Do you know? Imagine the pressure. Like we all mock, but we all know that. Like number one, most people wouldn't do that, and number two,
nice.
Punk knew that Punk felt that pressure that he was going to get mocked if he didn't win.
Yeah.
That's a lot to go through. I respect. Again, I'm a huge UFC, huge MMA fan. So I've got a different level of appreciation there.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's.
Oh dear. Come on.
Yeah, I thought that was wonky as well.
Some of the shots have been wonderful. The issue is the story was Sting doesn't need a bat to beat
Darby
them.
doing? Oh.
Wow. Jesus, that looked good.
It did.
We've got some music playing, so I'm guessing it's Sting over Ricky Starks
Sting's
now.
gonna Scorpion death drop.
I don't like the music.
No, it's a bit much. I think it's a little overproduced for wrestling for me. Turnbuckle.
I don't feel that they needed to do the music cinematic style. They could have filmed this all the same and still, instead of calling it a street fight, they could have set up an angle involving this building for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why this match happened there. Maybe this is where they dragged Darby.
Well,
Maybe,
I think they did the broken windows in this building from that promo earlier on.
Yeah,
I think that's the intention.
I just would have liked to have seen more of
more happening there
behind this venue. I don't feel that the music and everything is necessary, and they could have shot it exactly the same way.
My issue is it feels a little overproduced. It doesn't feel like a wrestling match. It feels like a movie.
Which is I'm fine with that.
Oh, that cut. Cut, guys.
Yeah.
So Scott Frame says, if Christian didn't appear in a 2021 Royal Rumble, would you have been more surprised tonight? And I thought about this earlier when it happened, and that's the reason why I then spoke about the fact that it was really kind of important that he did do the Rumble, because people know that he's medically cleared, and no one can say that it's,
they shouldn't be letting him wrestle. He's not got the clearance.
They shouldn't be letting him, and they don't care because he worked the Rumble, and
this Sting match makes me sad we didn't get a Sting Taker cinematic match as it works. Did I enjoy that?
I did, yeah, I loved it. I thought it was fine.
I thought it was just a little bit overproduced.
I agree that I felt it was a little bit overproduced. I enjoyed, I thought it was a great stunt show. I enjoyed bits that I did enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I felt that there were some bits that just weren't necessary. I wonder if that was actually them in that spot, or if they got other people to do that.
Well, we know he's a nutter anyway.
But I did not like the music aspect of it. I'm going to be back in a couple of moments, guys. Don't know if you want to just take us off screen for a moment.
Yeah, of course. Your background's fine if you're all right, just walking off screen, like me. Cool. Guys, thank you so much for staying with us. If you could hit that like button, it really helps us out. We're staying up. It is now 4:00 in the morning. We've got a main event to go, as well as a big announcement. Oh no, that's already happened.
That's already happened. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
It's been a long one, but we've enjoyed it. We're over 20 likes now, which was our aim, so that's good.
We could have easily had a cinematic match with Sting and Taker. Absolutely.
I really enjoyed that.
That's cool. It was just a little bit too out of the realm of wrestling for me in terms of cinematic.
Okay, yeah.
Look, I can't have a go about the swamp match with Bray Wyatt and not say the same thing there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Zelina, Evilise, and Diamante might be fun. That's really nice. Yeah.
I think you might be right, dude. I think they've got one more thing up their sleeve to do with the barbed wire death match. I
think so.
No, I don't think it's going to be mega, but I think it'll be something else that'll be a surprise. something to talk about.
Yeah, I think so. I wish that cinematic match was a bit earlier on, actually, to break up the flow of the show a little bit. Personally,
I think.
Put it in that Shida match spot, and it could have. Oh, yeah. I worked with WWE, but only briefly in 2013, says Jack. More me being interviewed for a job with WWE Home Video UK. The head at the time knew home media, but not WWE. I was to be his assistant. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
WWE CW is not ECW. There you go. I reckon Kurt Angle could have more decent matches. With Chris Jericho, maybe a submission match, and Angle wins. Interesting, Dale. Sting just revived suddenly once he got his bat. Yeah, but wasn't the story he doesn't need his bat? Like, we've seen that several weeks on Dynamite, and then suddenly he needs his bat, and then it breaks in a stupid way. I love the shot when he threw the bat up to the thing and then Darby threw it back down. I thought that was beautiful stuff.
Yeah,
man,
but,
yeah. Well, so Darby and Cage are dead then? Yes. We've just seen them dead. If Christian didn't appear in the 2021 Royal Rumble, would you have been more surprised tonight? I'm surprised because he did appear in that, to be perfectly honest. Because I thought that they would have signed him, like idiots. Yeah, still surprised now. The commentary during the straight fight, I don't like, says Scott. Fair enough, man.
Just because I am a proper WWE guy, I like that sports entertainment. I like that silliness. I really enjoyed that match. Thought it was cool.
The thing for me, Dom, is so the last cinematic match they did was the Hardy compound, and I preferred that to that.
Yeah.
But that was a lot cleaner in terms of filmography, but it felt too out of the realm of wrestling for me. It felt too edited. It felt too many cuts that happened.
Yeah.
AJ versus Taker is the best cinematic match, says Scott. Cool. I think Darby is dead. Darby is dead. And Brian Cage. And here we go. Yes, it's the main event. Christian Cage versus Brian Cage versus Ethan Page as Diamond Dallas Page as the ref and Nicolas Cage on commentary. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And Page, says Migos. Ginny's here. Welcome, Ginny. Hope you're all right. Come on, Stang. Am I caught up on comments? Yes.
I'm just going to interlude. You don't have to turn me off. I'll just mute.
Thanks, man. Is Dan back?
I am.
Hi, Dan. I got to the bottom of the comments. Did you hear that one? Christian Cage versus Brian Cage versus Ethan Page as Diamond Dallas Page as the ref and Nicolas Cage on commentary.
I actually saw, I thought someone, I don't know if it was Scott who said, I saw someone write all of that already.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, Scott, did you write that earlier if it was Christian, or did you write that on Twitter and I saw that, if I happened to follow you on there, or did somebody else write that on Twitter and I just happened to see that? I don't know.
I've seen a couple of people mention Christian just with the Royal Rumble. I did not expect it to happen at all.
Well, yeah, that's neither did I, because that's the kind of stuff that, you know, it's an interesting one. Like I said, I did not expect it because of the Royal Rumble. I didn't expect them to do that, make that kind of, I don't want to say mistake, but it definitely, they definitely were a lot more confident in having Christian than they were, you know, than they should have been.
Than they should have been.
Which tells me as well that was probably part of the thing that Christian was a bit about. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
be back in 1 second. Sorry, Dan.
No. Please go for it. You don't know Jack says Ginny's here. Ginny who? You don't know Jack, like Berg Cube, you will be a the Borg Cube.
Sorry, Dan.
Oh, you're all right.
Oh, I need a cigarette. It's a late one.
It is. I'm more with it now. Like the Christian Cage thing woke me up.
Yeah. Yeah. Big news.
Yeah, it is. There's people saying, you know, oh, he's 46 years old, and it's just like, isn't that how old Edge is as well? And
yeah. Memphis Tigers basketball team lost the game to Houston 67-64 today. Houston win. Thanks, Glenn. I like Big Cube. You will be a facilitator.
Borg. He means Borg.
Go for it. Go for it, Dan.
No, he means Borg. It's a Star Trek thing.
Okay. And Dean Ambrose coming out in his Motley Crue jacket.
I worked with WWE, but only briefly in 2013. More me being interviewed for a job. Okay. I mean, that's cool. Mine was not that kind. Mine was a more, you know, than that. Mine was my involvement with them when dealings with them was, you know, wrestling, basically. So, but super cool that you did that. That looks like a lot more than 1,000 people.
Yeah, man. Well, they're all very separated, aren't they?
Yeah. And I guess they're all in the same area as well.
Hell yeah, where my truck is at, says Jack. Just announced Mackie Baker and Reba versus Rose, Rio, and Shida for Dynamite. Yes, we did expect that, though. Yeah,
it's a logical, you know, conclusion.
And carries on the story from the pay-per-view and stuff. So I was saying, Dan, that cinematic match felt like it was in the wrong place. It was in a good place for us in terms of we could talk about what was happening with Christian, because that was a sort of bigger deal.
Where would you have put it?
Somewhere more in the middle, not the second to the end. It's real difficult though because a cinematic match is so
freaking loaded lineup.
I know.
I honestly think though that I would have put the. I understand why they didn't, but I honestly think I'd have stuck the tag match as the match prior to. So the Young Bucks match maybe it's the match prior to this. But I understand why they didn't, and I do understand why they put the match that they did there. You know, it does make sense for them to put it there. So I don't have an issue with that aspect.
It's difficult because they've got this thing of like cinematic matches are so different from everything else. Like if you don't put them as the main event, they can break apart the wrestling, and that can be a good thing and a bad thing.
I think I could have done with that earlier. Remember
I could have done with it earlier.
Yeah.
I think after the mirror match would have been a better place. Give some break between that Matt
I think
Hardy
they were
match.
trying to break the tag matches.
Yeah, maybe so.
I think that's why.
Ryan says he thinks it was a perfect spot so they could get ready for this match. Out of interest, Ryan, where are you from, my dude? Roughly.
He lives near me.
Oh, does he? So UK. Yeah.
That's Butters. He's the guy that's helped me on even XWA shows.
Right.
So
well, thank you for joining us all night, man.
And actually, you know, Butters is bang on. They needed that time to get the ring and everything set up. Because I can tell you, I've done a barbed wire rope match, and it takes a while to get that barbed wire around those ropes. Like I've done barbed wire boards, I've done barbed wire ropes, and it takes a while to set up. I did a barbed wire toilet seat match.
Really?
Yeah.
Which Dom's just come back from.
I did. We did barbed wire boards, barbed wire ropes, barbed wire toilet seat. We did. What else did we do? Pretty much name it, and we did it. We did kick pads where thumbtacks, drawing pins were glued to the kick pads. So when they'd kick them, they'd be kicking the drawing pins, the thumbtacks into the chest or wherever they were kicking as well.
Jesus.
Yeah, we did. You know, we did a lot of that stuff. You know.
Yeah, that was Ryan's second comment. Actually, they would have had no time to get the ring ready without it being obvious. It makes
he's
point,
bang on the money from a production standpoint. He's absolutely spot on.
Yeah, no, he's right. They needed time to set up the main event. Maybe it should have main evented.
No,
I think it would have been disappointing main event.
Yeah,
this is going to be.
How do you follow an exploding barbed wire match? The only way you follow an exploded barbed wire match is by ending the show.
Yeah.
It's the only way you can follow it.
Jeff is excited, and here we go, he says.
I don't like the look of the ref, but I get it. Because it's a bit similar. They did do a similar thing with the ref in the FNW matches. They would have them dressed similar, but they would have them in a little bit more, like, there'd be a bit like reflective to it as well. Mm-hmm. Whereas he just looks like he's there from the EPA.
Is it Greg Ramsberg that's the
Bryce Ramsberg?
Yeah, Bryce Ramsberg, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm friends with him on Bookface. And he actually did, he put a status out earlier. And he goes, so my wife says to me before I left for the airport this morning, right in front of our children, be careful in the death match.
Can I just say Kenny Omega has the best shirts? That deathmatch shirt is cool as. What does Dan think about Kurt Angle having one-man match with Chris Jericho? I would like to see it.
It's going to be better than his match with Baron Corbin, isn't it?
The ref get-ups creeps me out a bit. The issue I have with the ref is that the cameramen are not doing it and the audience are too close and that sort of stuff.
It's a very good point.
What I would have done is move because they're only wrestlers, move them back. You know, make it seem like a really dangerous thing. Yeah,
that's a very, very good point. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the aspect of the cameramen because I haven't seen any other camera guys on shot.
Yeah, I've noticed they're just in their t-shirts.
Right, then, yeah, you're absolutely bang on. Completely agree.
If you're going to do it, like, make it seem really scary to the point where they can't have wrestlers around the ring.
Yeah.
They can't have, and look, you've got no audience, for God's sake. You don't even have to move half the audience.
Yeah, you're
they
right,
have moved them back. They have moved them back, but the cameramen aren't doing it. That's the issue.
Yeah, the camera guys should have been gigged up as well. And I just got to say, I love that shirt, and PWTs are going to sell an absolute bucket load of them tonight. There are lots of deathmatch, Japanese deathmatch shirts like that from the past, so they're doing that. In fact, that is actually a takeoff of the IWA 95, which is the very famous Mick Foley, Cactus Jack, Terry Funk, a deathmatch tournament.
Right.
That Foley's. That is actually a takeoff, whether you want to say parody, tribute, inspired by, of the shirt from that show.
Wow.
I have a ridiculous amount of knowledge I do not need.
You really do.
I do not need to retain what the T-shirt of the IWA 1995 deathmatch tournament from Japan.
Yeah, but you're going to be on
like.
Pro Wrestling Tees later on tonight, Dan. Let's be honest. I think there's 20% off tonight as well.
No, because by the time this shirt would actually arrive, it would be, Revolution 2022.
You right, Dom? You right, Dom?
Yeah, Butters, they're doing that on PWTs, no doubt. The ref is also COVID safe. That's what went through my mind. You don't know, Jack, which,
is the wrong thing. Is the wrong
I just
thing
kept
to be
thinking that's the cleaner at Tesco's.
Yeah. Speaking of the cleaner, Kenny Omega is pushing John Moxley into the barbed wire, or trying to. Are you okay, Dom?
Yeah, good. You?
Yeah, good. From Dave Meltzer, evidently a big snafu by the Spanish announcers. Somebody thought Ethan Page was Christian Cage. Whoops.
Oh, really? Wow.
Way to know your freaking job.
Yeah, you'd go mental, wouldn't you, Dan?
Oh, yeah.
If your Spanish announcers
I've spoken
did that.
about it on the stream before. I'm terrible. I don't know if you heard, but it was I don't know if it was on a stream or if it was I was talking to a friend and I spoke about it on a stream. In fact, that's what it was, because it was actually Jeddah and Charlie Morgan who I was talking to.
There you go.
And they literally said it's when something goes, or when someone does a mistake like that, apparently looking at their face when they're walking upstairs to the changing area, because I'm the first person that you see when you walk through Gorilla, basically, because that's where I'm usually doing commentary with someone or running things or watching, because I can see everything from that position. So apparently seeing people's face when they're walking up the stairs towards me is something that a lot of the talent like to do if they know that that person fucked up.
Yeah.
Because apparently you can literally see them,
it on your face, yeah.
They can see it on their face.
Ooh.
That, oh shit, Dan's gonna be so pissed at me. Which I never
realized. Yeah.
I never
it makes
realized it
sense.
was that kind of known, but it does make sense because I don't hide it.
Guys are doing a wonderful job of selling this barbed wire as a threat.
Yeah.
Such a wonderful job.
Well, it's gonna suck, legit.
Yeah.
Like as I said, I've done barbed wire both with XWA and I've done barbed wire in Eve.
There we
And
go.
barbed wire is, and people are like, "Oh, it's clever barbed wire. They bought it from this place. They bought it from that." Like, I'd get fans come up to me and be like, "It wasn't real barbed wire." And it's just like, yeah, it is real barbed wire. Go and freaking, touch it. No, I don't need to touch it to know it's fake. Yeah, all right, mate. Whatevs.
Mm.
And it's just gonna suck. There is obviously, tricks to make it as safe as possible.
Yeah.
But it still suck. There's a difference between hurt and harm, and it's still gonna suck.
Yeah. Ref is also COVID safe. Think they're selling that shirt online? 100% they are. I like the corner cams. Yes, I do. It's a different setup. They've used them for a long time in AEW. At 4:44, everything will go bang, says Jack. 4:41 wasn't
They got
it?
a countdown? They haven't got a clock.
They haven't got a countdown, no.
See, one in Japan, I wonder if they'll do this, because obviously this is so much inspired. In Japan, for like the last minute, they would have a siren going on.
Yeah, they did, yeah, with lights as well at times.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to do that.
Maven liked the tweet. Nice one. Match started at 4:11. My iPad's clock's wrong, so maybe my iPad and iPhone say different times. I've seen Sabu versus Terry Funk. Nice. Sabu tore his bicep on the barbed wire. Yes, he did.
That was ECW, Born to be Wired, 1997.
And then he PVC taped it up, didn't he?
Yeah, and glued it shut as well.
Oh.
He carried on working, shows because, that was the rule. He was on a pay per date, so if he didn't work, he didn't earn.
Paid. Get in the trash cannon. Grabbing a kendo stick. But it's a kendo stick without barbed wire. What?
Build up. Let's not shoot our load straight.
But they've already done a suplex onto Negan, onto Lucille. What do you think about the one side of the ring not being barbed wire, Dan?
Yeah, no, standard for these type of matches. Often, though, what they would do is they wouldn't necessarily have ropes. So if there was going to be the boards on the outside, and it'd be, they'd sell trying to, push the other one off and into the boards on the floor. Yeah, and then the boards would explode. There we go.
Oh.
Who's laughing on commentary? Is that Don Callis? That's great.
Don Callis.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, that's fun, isn't it? Holy shit chance indeed.
So it looked all right. I've seen bigger.
Yeah. It was a nice spectacle.
I do like Moxley's facial expressions. He's very expressive, isn't he?
Can be,
Makes me want to do some
he is
FMW watch-alongs.
There we go. Definitely do that in the future, Dan.
I wonder, because the guy who owned FMW committed suicide, sadly. I wonder what the license is actually on showing the footage, because you don't see it available anywhere, so I don't know. And I can't imagine what the situation is with regards to anyone following that. I sound so terrible, but I'm just wondering if we could actually show it and have us in camera watching it without getting caught, because I don't believe there's any company acting on behalf of FNW is what I'm getting at.
Right.
To do anything.
That knee into the bin is a lovely spot. A different way of using it
as well. That would have really sucked.
Yeah. Alan asks a question for you, Dan. Dan, what match/event inspired you to get involved in the wrestling business? And also, what match event made you fall in love with wrestling as a fan?
There's no one match. It was, I suppose, if I was to go back to one match, it would be that very first time I watched wrestling, because I never stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I may have stopped watching WWE at periods of time, but I never stopped watching wrestling. So the first ever wrestling show that I remember seeing, the first ever WWF show that I saw was Royal Rumble '89, and I specifically remember being particularly, becoming a fan of Bret Hart, even though he was part of a tag team.
Right.
But I remember really liking Bret Hart, and first WCW show that I saw, which I actually saw first, because we had WCW on normal TV over here. We did not have WWE on normal TV over here. Featured Scott Steiner. That's a nice detail. Featured Scott Steiner against Mr. Hughes in the main event.
Right.
And it's first time I saw the Frankensteiner, and I remember being wowed by that.
Right.
Yeah,
We're going back to late 80s, early 90s, So that's really, and I just never stopped.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Omega's details are so good, man.
Both these guys are.
Yeah, I never think Moxley gets enough credit for his ring awareness, but he's very talented.
Well, it's also on a basis, I think, that Moxley is not as smooth an athlete. So sometimes the stuff that he looks more rigid.
Yeah.
But everything he does, like end of the day, look where he is, look at the things he's done, look at the situation, look at the amount of money he was turning down, and look at the state of that T-shirt. You know,
yeah,
dudes. Man. And do you know what? So the year where the year where I did the barbed wire. I did a deathmatch tournament here in the UK, and I think I've told that story before about how the BBC tried to shut me down, and I had councils and everything trying to. It was a nightmare. So that was the same.
I can only imagine, mate. That sounds horrible.
Oh, it was quite the thing, I tell you. Now, I had just started going out and dating Emily, who's the Eve ring announcer and my wife, at that year, literally, earlier that year. And so, can't really say face first, but you can say exploded back into his face, perhaps.
He should be blind.
He's going to take
now.
a double. Nice.
Lovely.
That was nice. That was nice. And that's what he needed to. The thing I was just saying is like Emily worked the deathmatch tournament, and because there's deathmatch, there's barbed wire and drawing pins, and they did paper cuts and poured lemon juice into them, and we did all sorts of crazy. There was like a board full of pencils, sharp pencils sticking up. But anyway, the whole thing was it was just a mess. And Emily's working it as part of crew, and she gets into the ring and she's sweeping everything up, and the crowd are really quite vicious. They were like chanting like "sweep it up, bitch, sweep it up" and shit like that. It was a horror. It was. Oh, that's it was. But I just remember thinking to myself, I just stuck my girlfriend in front of that audience. Like that's an interesting position to find oneself in. That was in Colchester in Essex, by the way.
Did that make it into your wedding vows, or
that she will forever sweep it up, bitch, sweep it up? No. Funny enough, I do the hoovering.
I've seen your wife. I know you do. Yeah, that looked better than I was expecting. Yeah, I enjoy it. It's a spectacle, man. That's what it is.
Oh!
That's when you really like from a viewer's perspective, you can see it's real. It's when stuff sticks to the skin. It's like, it's horrible.
And that's the reason. Another one of the reasons why you do what you do is because it's so clear when it's not.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to do it. That's part of the reason why the blood in wrestling is real. It's so clear when it's not.
But saying that, Moxley's bladed as well as part of the match.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's another reason why the blood is real.
Oh, sorry, you also blood.
So clear.
I'm saying that Moxley hasn't been impacted from the barbed wire to blade. You know what I mean?
Fuck! No, he ain't taking that. Not yet.
Not the one we did, no.
No.
That looked better than I was expecting. According to Omega, it was in case of emergency. There we go.
What was in case of emergency, sorry?
I'm not entirely sure. It's something we were talking about earlier, I think.
Yeah, that sucks when it's...
Yeah.
There was one thing that I did say no to. I forget who it was, but I was asked if they could do a razor wire match, and I was like,
no.
I said no to that.
No, Jesus.
Yeah, right.
I mean, how do you?
Now I'm the guy that brought fireworks to Kota Ibushi.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that whose idea it was to do the running over with a car. Gimmick. Do you know what I mean? Like I've done a lot of crazy stuff, and I've always said I'll only ever suggest things that I would do myself. So if they said we've got an idea for a spot, but it involves you taking this, I would do it. When they said razor, not because I'm tough, but because my belief is that I shouldn't ask anyone to do something I wouldn't be prepared to do myself. But when they said the razor wire, no.
Yeah, no, that's I'm with you on that one.
Why I hate Moxley doing that whole like wrapping the barbed wire around the arm thing. I get what it is.
Did the same thing.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Oh, that would have sucked because he has to roll on that arm.
Yeah.
For the dragon.
He's got the best dragon suplex as well, man.
Well, it's
fucking
really all down
glorious.
to the person. Well, I say all down, but a lot of it's down to the person taking it.
Right.
There's the lariat with the arm.
Ah,
It's like the
Wow.
spear. People going about who's got the best spear, Goldberg, Rhino. It's like doesn't matter who's doing it. If the person taking it is
Can sell
Yeah.
it, yeah.
bump
Yeah.
for it, it really makes no difference.
It's clearly
That's
real
why you
barbed
watch,
wire.
you go back and watch you watch Goldberg spear Perry Saturn, and you watch Goldberg spear Brian Adams. And Brian Adams just kind of collapses down on his side, and you know Perry Saturn will fucking let himself go on and get flattened and whatnot, you know.
Yeah.
The paradigm. There we go.
oh,
Good one. Because you've got
Nice.
all of the smoke at the same time, that creates such a better, you know, look to it all rather than bits and pieces.
The guys moving the pyro are doing a really good job as well. They're putting up different pyro flashes each time.
Nice.
It's clearly real barbed wire.
She's poured water into such a nice little detail.
yeah.
Has he bladed Kenny on his forehead? I can't.
I
No,
don't
it's
know
just
if
his
you
hair,
think
isn't
that's
it?
hair.
Yeah. Yeah. It's real barbed wire. I'd assume it's gimmicked in some way, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. You've seen it stick into the skin.
I mean, normally what you would do is just kind of like
file down the ends. I'd assume.
You'd more like just clip it down so that if you, but it would still be pointy sharp.
Yeah.
Sometimes you could, you know, bend it a little bit, but usually it would still be. It is still going to suck. Basically, it's still going to stab into you, and it's still going to hurt.
Yeah.
So even barbed wire like that is still barbed wire.
Yeah. Why only 3 sides of the ring has barbed wire in case of emergencies? There we go. Oh right, that's the storyline justification for the 3 sides of the ring. Interesting.
No, it's not. Is it?
That's what Kenny Omega said is the reason for it.
It's not what they did in Japan. Okay, but sure. They're gonna we're just gonna tease who's.
He's so good. He's so good.
Are we gonna get? No way, man.
Oh!
Wow,
Oh,
my God.
Oh, they did it.
Yeah, but the pyro pop was that sucked. I mean, that sucks to take. It sucks to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet, mate. I bet.
Jesus. See the pyro pop again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You needed to. And this is the thing with the exploding ring matches. There was one match where I saw where they just had it so that instead of the ring shooting up like the famous Kawasaki baseball stadium, shooting, you know, where it looked like the fireworks were coming from wood under the ring. One of them that I saw, they just basically had these barrels, 4 barrels around, and then when the countdown ended, fireworks just shot up from the barrels.
Yeah, I think I've seen one of them.
Laughed.
Yeah, right, really, because it was that bad.
Yeah, whereas the famous Kawasaki baseball stadium one looked incredible.
Yeah.
At ECW, actually, wasn't a joint show, but they had talent over from ECW on that one as well. Like the Dudleys worked that one, Terry Funk worked that one. I think the Eliminators were on that one as well. So speaking of Perry Saturn, there you go. You didn't expect Perry Saturn to appear on the stream twice.
Yeah, it was part of my predictions. If Dan's on, Perry Saturn's going to be mentioned.
There you go,
twice.
right?
I like Perry Saturn, man, except for the moppy gimmick.
Well, we don't hold that against him.
Yeah, anything that got Perry Saturn and Raven on the screen together, I was for.
Yeah, those two, they had great chemistry. Perry Saturn was very, very good, very underrated.
Oh yeah. Is he doing okay now? I heard a rumor he was struggling for a time.
Don't know him personally. Can't possibly say.
So here's the thing with the pyro. What would have looked better there is if you put pyro underneath the table, so that when it came out, it exploded outwards from the table as opposed to just two cannons shooting up. The issue with doing that, though, is that by the compression of the table of a wrestler going on it, you had the potential to create an explosive, which, although is a stipulation in the match, any sort of compression or something that goes on top of a pyro canister, which forces it to not be able to extinguish the pyro at the rate that it needs to do, can cause an explosion. That's why whenever you see pyro being handled, you'll see it being carried in cardboard boxes as opposed to metal tins, which they used to do because they thought it was safer. But then realised that if the pyro was to go off in a metal tin, it would cause a bomb.
Yeah, and it runs the risk of, like, as you're saying, it's like it combusts inwards.
That's right.
Not rather than going in the direction that you're wishing it to go.
That's right. Yeah,
and spreading that impact. And so yeah, that's the.
What's this? Is that the countdown?
Yeah, so I don't have a lot of hope held out based on the what we saw on the outside, but I hope to be wrong.
Oh, this is cool. They're going to keep this going for 10 minutes, by the way, guys.
Where's the 10 minutes that you're seeing that?
I've just heard a commentary say it. I'm pretty sure commentary just said 10 minutes before it all goes off. What a good way to build tension, man.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Like, it's... we should definitely look into doing like an FMW watch along of footage, man.
That'd be cool, man.
Watching some of that stuff. I mean, I've got it
Oh,
on VHS that I'm pretty sure I could just, get linked to it, but I probably could find it elsewhere anyway.
That'd be cool to do, Dan.
Oh my God! As if they just did that. Okay, that's going to mean nothing to you guys.
Go on.
That's the finishing move of Atsushi Onita, who's the guy that invented these
wow.
Nice.
So, and like that with the folding press afterwards as well.
Yeah. Ryan confirmed that they just said it on commentary. Yeah, thank you, Ryan. V trigger into the corner. Oh, they've taken off the music. I wish they kept that going for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think just keeping it going for 10 minutes is a bit too long rather than... I think they would do like 5. I can't remember if it was 5 or 3. I might even just be 1.
Go for it. Boom!
Oh, he took too long to cover.
One wing down. You don't kick out of it.
Oh! Nice! So he didn't kick out.
Clever shit, man. No one's kicked out of a one-winged angel apart from Kota Ibushi.
They had to add that as well. They added that in, didn't they? He didn't kick out.
They're making sure that's part of it, yeah.
Yeah. And rightly so. Like, rightly so.
Yeah, protect the finisher. And Moxley's, a good enough case to have a... it's not like AAA where the guy kicked out a second after the pinfall. Which Kenny must have been really pissed off about.
God.
He did a Hogan kick out.
Just 6 minutes, I just heard Shivani say.
There we go.
See, what I don't understand is why they didn't say it's an exploding ring match.
Yeah.
Good brothers. Oh, Jesus. Oh, guys, do the blade straight away. Oh, Moxley, on fire, man.
Oh!
They brought him an exploding Lucille.
Wow.
I'm digging this, guys. I think it's great. And like I say, this is harking back to like 15-year-old Dan watching, FMW.
Wow. What a surprise.
Ah, beautiful.
What a surprise.
Also,
Zandel.
I guess I could also hark back to Kota Ibushi shooting fireworks off. Have you guys seen the photo of the state of Ibushi's chest after it?
No, I haven't, man.
Oh, I'll have to send you. It's on the XWA Facebook page, like front, because that got a revamp of sorts this week. So.
Oh, did it? Cool, man. One wind dead onto the chair. What the actual F? Yeah. Someone's coming out now.
Someone's coming out.
No one's coming out.
They've got to.
No, that's it.
Oh, that's it.
So we're not getting exploding ring.
That's it.
Hello, Alan and Don. Long time. How you all been? Zandel, welcome, my dude. Hope you're having a great day, mate. Thank you so much for joining us.
That was awesome.
This is.
Do you know what? I'm all for not getting exploded, and that'll be why they didn't say it's an exploding ring match. Because an exploding ring, you kind of have to deliver the exploding ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it does make me think you didn't need to say exploding ring for that, but whatever.
Hell of a lot of fun, guys.
That was awesome.
That was tremendous.
Brilliant.
That was match of the night.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's spectacle, wasn't it? Absolute spectacle.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a very difficult thing, to
do right, yeah. I mean, they sold the ring perfectly at the beginning of the match. The details in the match, Kenny nearly falling off that bloody apron he's outstanding. His sense of balance is amazing. Zandel, lovely to see you, my dude. This is my favorite type of match because I love CZW. Nice, man. Yeah, it was good. This was good fun.
What are they doing? Because the ring's still going to explode.
Is that what they're saying?
Well, yeah, it's still got to happen. Apparently,
well, it doesn't have an off button.
No, apparently not. So they're gonna. What's happening here? They're gonna just handcuff.
Oh, they're gonna do the angle, so they're gonna leave him in the ring so it explodes with him in it.
And then we're gonna go off air.
They're handcuffing his hands though. It's like surely you want to handcuff him to something so he can't leave, rather than like he can still roll.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not chatting much. I'm glued. That's all good, Jackie boy. I think we still are, so they can get rid of Moxley. Maybe keep him in the ring or something. Yeah, there we go. Yep, they're keeping him in the ring, says Ryan.
On form tonight.
Right, is calling it, man. Is the ring still going to go off? Apparently so, Jackie boy. Clock is still ticking. Excalibur is telling us.
They never built an off switch somehow.
Yeah.
For the explosive. But it's one of them that they've probably got a demolition expert right now trying to work on it, Dan.
Somehow, John McClane is trying to, compete in some very timed challenges to stop a bomb from going off.
It's actually the Repo Man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, it's also the thing for 12 rounds, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. John Cena is...
There you go.
Oh, God.
What is happening, right? Are they just gonna stay in the ring? What's happening?
Well, they're gonna leave John in the ring and it's gonna explode. Are we getting alarms at 3 minutes, says Ryan. Maybe so, man. 2 minutes, said Excalibur.
Under 2 minutes, right, okay. No one's gonna come out and help Moxley.
Like Moxley has no friends anymore.
No.
Like Phoenix and Pac were with him a few weeks ago, but not this week.
Jack says, hey, Raw, follow that. Are you excited for tomorrow night, Dom?
I'll do it.
Yeah, but like, how Raw can't follow that?
No.
Nothing. No. What can follow that?
Well, no, exactly. I mean, once again, AEW deliver an outstanding pay-per-view with phenomenal. Like not one bad match on the card.
There's so much good stuff on there that what tired me out was the consistency of good wrestling.
And that's not a bad problem to have. Here we go.
There's
1 minute.
There's a siren for the last minute. Okay, a little bit different. It started out with the same siren, but
why are they still in the ring? Get out of the ring.
Well, they'll get out, but leave Moxley in there. They've got 45 seconds, though. Oh, Dom's glued. Dom's glued. This is better than The Fiend, right?
Right, okay, all right. So,
Oh, how exciting! If I
Tell
was
you
watching,
what, guys, I'm nervous just for them. They've got to get this right. They've got to get this right.
Eddie Kingston's coming to help him.
Babyface, and look.
Oh God! If I was a kid watching this is exciting as shit.
My
Get
God!
him out, do it. Why is he staying in there?
Because he wants to help him. They're all gonna die. Oh, he's covering him. Oh, it's sparklers.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. What did I say, guys? What did I say, guys? If you get it wrong,
what do you need medical attention for? It was just some sprinklers, man. It was some fountains.
oh my fucking God.
Oh.
Oh. I said that I've seen this happen in Japan as well.
They should have left it.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. You could have done it. Like the thing you needed was some debris cannons. As simple as that. That's all you needed.
Oh my God. They should have. Do you know what? I was gonna say they should have had it that it was all the I don't know. They gimmicked it or something so that it was a setup just to fuck with their heads. But because they've got them selling it still,
they could have learned from the Fiend, couldn't they? Could have learned from the Fiend.
Oh, that was so bad.
They could have pre-recorded something, you know.
I said I've seen this happen in Japan. I've seen it work, and I've seen it go like that.
To be fair, I like the Eddie bit. The Eddie bit was lovely. That was a good moment.
Oh, the tension was great.
The Eddie thing was great, and I remember that.
That was so.
That was crap.
Brian Butters, I think Moxley might be okay.
Are you sure? I don't know how Kingston is. Is Kingston okay? Matty D did call it. Eddie Kingston should come out and save Mox. Yeah, nice
They're
story.
in shock from the sound of it from inside of the ring.
Mox, you can roll. That was shit, says Ryan. Oh my God, what was that?
I really liked the Eddie Kingston moment. That was cool.
The build-up was beautiful. The build-up was perfect.
That was lovely, and but like that was a moment that we could have remembered for the rest of our lives as wrestling fans. You know, a beautiful moment of the ring just like exploding and debris cannons, like Anthony said. That would have been ace. But like, yeah, that was like the equivalent of, you know, Anthony's sex life.
Those explosions, I'm dying, says Maven. Yeah, so are we. I'm going to have to share that.
They are not going to be able to
explain it. No.
Oh, fuck. I feel so bad for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done a really good job on the whole.
No, I feel so bad. Like, if we feel bad, think about the drama that we were supposed to be getting with Kingston and Moxley, and think about how big of a deal. Like, and that's not what. Oh my God! So, like, Botchamania is just gonna be like that for 20 minutes.
It is,
Have you? Is that ruined the pay-per-view for you then, Dan?
No, not at all. No. Has it ruined it for you, Dom?
I think it's definitely tarnished it for me.
It's tarnished.
But then I watch Raw for 3 hours every week, 4 hours.
Yeah, exactly. So you can fuck off.
And me and my wife have our kids have a bigger 4th of July than that explosion. It looked like a bunch of sparklers were going off. Somebody tell Eddie Kingston to get up, please. Eddie, get up. You're not going. You going to school. Stop pretending to be sick.
Right. So you know what I'm gonna do.
Go on.
Do you know how to? No, you can't make it work, can you? I was gonna say. I'm going to screen share something, but you can't, can you?
Yeah, maybe if you screen share, it might just come up anyway. But just be careful what you're showing.
So, let's have again. 2 things. You carry on doing your thing.
All right, okay. Well,
Ryan Butters says everything was fine in that match until the last explosion. It was great. It was
No, they
great.
should have left it. They should have. I would have even taken the Alexa Bliss, Randy Orton lighter thing. Where they just went off screen and we didn't get a payoff as to whether
The fireball.
No. There was a moment where Randy Orton was supposed to set Alexa Bliss on fire and he just blew the match.
Oh,
he blew the match out. Anyway, like even the illusion that it might have blown up and the screen just going to black would have been better than that.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah. Just give it for the audience. Don't show us that. That would have been a perfect moment if it had been a little more. Yeah, the build-up was beautiful. All the drama going on, Kingston coming out to protect Moxley. That was beautiful.
The story was a great story.
Yeah, but the effect was diabolical.
Yeah,
Explosion, says
horrific.
Jeff. Yeah.
Honestly, I loved the Eddie Kingston moment, man. That was brilliantly done. Everything up until the explosion was brilliantly done. Like, yeah. I'll remember Eddie Kingston coming out to save Moxley, and it was covering him. That was beautiful.
It was.
I could have got emotional about that if it had paid off with something explosive.
That wasn't just a Catherine wheel.
Yeah.
A Catherine wheel was more extreme than that.
Hasn't ruined the pay-per-view, says Ryan. No, I don't think so. I thought it was a wonderful pay-per-view. Kind of ruined that match. I don't even think it ruined the match. I thought everything up to that point was outstanding. And although that's going to be the thing that we're reminded of, and WWE fans are certainly going to hold against AEW
my
fans.
God, aren't they just?
Yeah. It was actually, it was... the idea was great. The execution was diabolical.
Oh, yeah.
Matty D, the memes are going to be hilarious. Matty, they indeed are. Terrible ending, says Jakey Baby. I wonder if they will say something on Dynamite that Bunny stopped some of the explosions, but couldn't stop everything.
Right.
As they had Butcher and the Blade come out with Kingston and not the Bunny.
Yeah, but the story was that they just left him.
In terms of, you can give that explanation, but the meme community isn't going to wait until Wednesday to wait for that explanation. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Yeah.
One of the worst endings in a long time. Agree, but the match was great.
Fantastic, yeah.
Just to cover up how bad that was, can we get Michael Bay to go with the explosions next time? Oh, dude, all they needed to do was some bloody debris cannons, man. Just some foam debris. Like, they do it in movies all the time. Like, they're not even dangerous,
Yeah.
It is literally just air firing out foam that looks like it's painted like rock or cloth or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You had the audience far enough away. You could have set all that up, but they didn't. Raven's pissing herself over them sparklers. Very good. Dan.
Can you see? Will it work?
Let me have a look what it looks like on OBS.
I can see the your entire screen.
No, we can't see it on the stream, Dan.
Is there any way to drag it into it or not?
I don't know because it's set up on your end. Yeah, just give me 1 second.
This will be worth it, guys. It'll be worth it if we can get it.
Oh, it will. Yeah, I'm going to show you two things.
I'm just going to go on Twitter just to see what the response is.
You know what it's going to be.
I do.
NDI source, shared screen. Yeah, is it just that? Are you sharing that screen? I'll just cut out the video in it. Just 1 second.
Well, yeah, you want the video that's...
I'm going to have to kill the audio as well, aren't I?
Oh, I've clicked to include the audio of the video.
Right. Just bear with us, dudes, 1 second, and we'll get this
So,
video.
Dom, do the talking stuff to the people.
All right, okay, people. Sorry, I've just been checking Twitter for the reactions, and some of them are pretty funny. Wrestling Twitter is going to be on fire for the next few
Do you know
weeks.
what? And it was such an incredible pay-per-view.
It was.
Yeah,
right.
And that's a shame, innit? It's the same with, but they had the same issue with the last one. They had the Matt Hardy spot with the last one, which everyone was talking about, but the pay-per-view itself was great. Dan, it is on screen now, buddy.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so let's go to this. So this is from my show, okay? So this is what Kota Ibushi did, all right? You can hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear the audio as well.
You can literally hear me shouting everyone out of the way.
Wow.
So anyway, so that's what Ibushi did to himself. Now let me show you this, which is what they did is kind of supposed to look like, okay?
Right, okay.
So there's no sound. Mono, so there's only sound coming out of one speaker.
That's insane.
Yeah, you can take us off there. So my point of showing that is, number one, look what Kota Ibushi did to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So people, and that's, people are kind of conditioned, maybe conditioned isn't the right exact term because that's an extreme example.
Yeah.
But, that's the kind of thing that maybe some people may expect or accept.
Yeah.
Of a level of damage that someone's doing into himself. And because of the level of damage that we saw these guys, do to themselves.
Oh, yeah.
In that match. Yeah.
Then see that's the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then sell like that.
They
are going to know, like those two guys, they're going to be fuming backstage right now.
Yeah.
But Dan, they must have seen it. I mean, you.
Oh, they know.
They knew what it was.
Yeah.
Like,
they knew what it was.
They know what ended up happening. But what happened is obviously not what was supposed to happen.
Do you not reckon?
No, 100%. What person would put that on if that was it? I
don't know. It'd be interesting to hear. Because I don't know. Because I thought the table spot looked a bit crap, Dan.
I thought.
Yeah, there's no way in hell that like when they. I don't know if they'd have run through that or what, but there's no way that would have been what they were going with. No chance in hell. They know, like nobody feels what. Do you really think that Moxley and Kingston would have done that? For do you think Moxley would have gone through all of that in that match to then have that as the finish?
No, you're right. They must have had something more planned, and some hadn't worked. But like for everything in that, the stuff that they did, the timing on stuff was brilliant. It must have been touch sensitive stuff because like the baseball bat was perfect. Absolutely, the set off on that was beautiful. The all the ring ropes, which I'd normally assume was done by a pyrotechnician off camera or something, but actually it looked like it was reactive. It looked great, and then you get that at the end.
There was so much, and I think that's the thing. A lot of people are saying, "What a great pay-per-view," but it's just going to be remembered for a dud finish, and that's really unfortunate.
And sadly, they're exactly right.
Yeah, which is such a shame because it's one of the better pay-per-views I've seen in recent memory, but one of the worst finishes.
Probably going to be the pay-per-view of the year.
Yeah.
Like.
But it was exactly the same with the last AEW pay-per-view, and the problem with AEW is so many people are ready to shit on it. Especially with this sort of feud going on between WWE, etc., etc. So many people just want to shit on it, right? And the thing is, it was the last pay-per-view, Matt Hardy, Sammy Guevara, exactly the same thing. It put a lot of people off watching the rest of the show.
Yeah.
I
know what you mean, man. I know what you mean, but I was really impressed with it. I love being on here with you guys. It kept me interested. There was a bit of time where I flagged, just like Dan. There was time in the middle where I really flagged because it's been a very long night. But it was really great, but like I say, it's going to be so tragic. Going to be so tragic to see, how people are going to roast AEW now just for that last 30 seconds to a minute of a whole pay-per-view, and that's what they'll remember. And it's just sad that that's the way the world works, but it's just the way it is.
But you're right, Dan, because like all the other spots they did with Pyro were a lot more dangerous than that last spot, so there must have been more to it.
Yeah, no, there absolutely was. There is no way in hell that would have been no chance. And that's, and And I told what I said though, didn't I? The problem with this stuff is you are reliant on things that you cannot control in a live setting. This isn't like if you're on a movie setting, if it doesn't quite go to plan, okay, we'll reshoot that. It's live. You know, and I told you, you know, I showed you the example of what it's supposed to look like. You know,
which is great. A lot of smoke, but you know,
and a lot of height on those fireworks.
Height on the fireworks, smoke screen, so we can't see what's going on, and then we're left with Kingston and Moxley in the ring.
Exactly. And
apparently, I've just seen a tweet. Apparently, Moxley got on the microphone afterwards and said, "Kenny may be a tough son of a bitch, but he can't build an exploding ring worth of shit."
Now that's what I mean. That's what I was alluding to earlier.
Yeah,
you know,
they obviously know. They
know. But the sad part is they sold the cunt.
Yeah,
they sold it. Like that's the problem at the end. And it's not their fault. They were following their instructions.
Yeah.
It's a shame there was no one in there with an earpiece or anyone nearby to shout something to them. Like to have that as the point, because what else? You know, it's I feel so bad for them. And I said I've seen it happen before. I told you guys at the start of the stream, will it end up being like that? The one of the Japan shows I saw where there were the 4 barrels on the outside, and instead of getting what we saw, you know, on the video that I showed you, we got a similar version. In fact, it was still better.
Probably, yeah.
You know, like the AEW version was still worse than the version that. Yeah.
You're still showing your screen, by the way, Dan.
Oh, so you know that thingy is.
Hello, everybody.
Oh Christ.
Oh,
so
it's Choco Pro.
Yeah, it was Choco Pro. It was Aki. I wanted to see what their. I did see what their thingamajigamy was, and yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Pretty.
You can stop sharing. I didn't really.
No, I've stopped sharing. We can't see each other because it's showing your screen. There you go. Thanks, man. So, guys, how was AEW? I've heard it was crazy. Yeah, it was great.
It was great until the last minute.
It was crazy on many levels.
Yeah. But something to talk about as well. I mean, that's good as a wrestling fan. Like backstage, the Stopsome, Maven's pissing herself over the sparklers. Oh yeah, I know, but in a storyline perspective, Will Rally Sport, hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks for joining us. Oh my god, the ending sounded awful. Jeez, I'd be going out by the side exit door if I was the fireworks guy. Bye, I'm out of here. Can you imagine Vince? Scary.
The thing about that, right, on that fight, it's not as simple as that. It's like working, like it should have, and they possibly even did a fucking rehearsal. I'd be surprised if they didn't do a rehearsal and it went to plan. That's the problem when you're dealing with when you're dealing with explosives of some sort.
Yeah.
You know, it's like never work with animals and kids, you know, because you're not always going to get exactly what you're after.
No.
Yeah, and it's one of those, you know, because you would rehearse that.
Over and over again, man. But you'd have to make sure it was secure.
It worked fine, but how many of us have been to a fireworks night and not all the fireworks went off, so they tried to set a bunch of them off at the end?
Yeah.
Well, how many of us have bought fireworks and tried to set, and something we've had a couple of duds in there for whatever reason? It doesn't mean that we did anything wrong. Shit happens.
I've just read a tweet saying the Shockmaster's off the hook for the biggest.
Someone needs to link those 2 clips.
Yeah.
Oh my
Especially
God.
as that was to write Moxley off as well.
The freaking pyro for the Shockmaster when he walks through the door is bigger than what we got there.
Yeah, true. That's why Jeremy's pissing himself. Yeah, see, WWE fan loving it. Especially
you know, I have an issue there, like, you know, not enough to care about, but like, but the problem there is like, I just don't like this whole, like, here's the thing. Whenever, like, we had that horrible Bray Wyatt, someone being murdered on TV, right?
Yeah.
That's embarrassing for wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This was embarrassing for us.
But the thing is,
No
with
one
WWE
wins in this situation. If you're a
No.
WWE fan, right, or an AEW fan, it's never good when the other one does something that embarrasses wrestling,
No,
because
no.
it's like no one's gonna.
It's just
It's
shit,
the-
isn't it? Yeah.
It's just shit.
Yeah, it's just shit.
It's
oh,
just
oh,
shit.
guys, you watched that exploding barbed wire deathmatch? So you were on about the one with the sparklers that looked better in my backyard.
After those poor bastards killed themselves
Yeah.
in a match of the
That
night.
was, yeah, it was cracking.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially as it was to write Moxley off as well. Vince would legit kill over such a botch. Surprise of the night was Mackie. To an extent,
It wasn't
I mean,
for me because I did talk about it on
Yeah.
my stream. So if you didn't see that, maybe you should watch my streams.
There we go. Check out Eve's streams. His links are all in the description. Outstanding wrestling promotion, a female-only wrestling promotion. That's, and you know, you've just seen the Kota Ibushi stuff. That's the type of shit Dan does. So go check him out.
Well, that's all some of it. It's not all like that.
It's some of the shit he does.
But the Kota Ibushi stuff, like, and that's what the point that the purpose for me showing that
Yeah.
was to show the kind of stuff that you kind of expect someone to be able to go through when it comes to like the firework aspect as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the stuff that's been seen publicly.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and then we got that, and they acted like they were dead.
Uh,
Again, no fault of their own. I do not blame them.
No.
You know?
You have to assume that was to write Moxley off so he can be with Renee before she has the baby. Right, cool, yeah. But obviously, they're going to have to do
Is she
something
due
more.
yet? Is she due now?
It's quite quick, isn't it? I don't know.
They're gonna have to do something else for sure, definitely.
Yeah.
That's why Bray was set on fire. Yeah, the barbed wire explosion was better than that ending. Yes, it was. Pay-per-view of the year. Are we watching the same pay-per-view? It was pay-per-view of the year. I'd still say it was probably pay-per-view of the year. What pay-per-view has been better this year?
Yeah, what paper? Who said that that's paper of the year? What?
WWE fan. Worst ending of the year, I would say pay-per-view of the year. Yeah, I'd say pay-per-view of the year so far, even though the
here's the
stupid,
thing,
it's
right?
stupid
What are we
ending.
comparing it to?
The
Royal
Royal
Rumble,
Rumble and Elimination
where
Chamber.
the obvious people won,
Yeah.
and where we never believed for a moment that like Roman. Let's talk about Roman and the handcuffs, shall we?
Yeah, there we go.
Like that. That exposed wrestling too.
Yeah.
Like
there was
you
no-
know, the fact that the referee just goes 5, 6, and wanders off. You know, like but
Every match on this
bigger
card
issue
was
there
better than
I
that.
kept going on about tonight.
Yeah.
Is at no point did any of us believe that Kevin Owens was going to win. No point.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: we know how WWE works because it's the same formula for 20 years.
Mhm.
We all cared and were buying into results. Finishes, and cared about the results of what we saw tonight.
Yeah.
So, you know, again,
Well-
it's just trolling when you're doing that, and I'm just like, what are you getting out of that? Like, just genuine. What do you get out of doing? What does someone get out of doing that? Because you're lying to yourself to piss other people off.
Well, I think everyone can have an opinion, so I get that. I think it's that idea that
Yeah, but it's
some
like
things...
saying like the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
In terms, do you know what I mean? It's like you can have an opinion on something, but
Yeah.
like doesn't mean that you got to be able to acknowledge facts are facts.
Yeah. However, the worst ending of the year probably, and Jeremy says worst ending ever to a pay-per-view maybe. I can't think of a worse ending, to be perfectly honest.
No, I will agree.
So
100%.
we can agree on that. It was the worst ending to a pay-per-view. Tony Khan
I
needs
mean,
to come...
that seems a bit. But I mean, I can't think of one either. But man, I mean, there's got to be one.
It's crazy to think of a show that had a better main event and yet still somehow a worse ending.
Yeah.
When have you ever seen a pay-per-view go from this to this?
I think the issue is...
In 30 seconds as well.
Yeah.
Well, in 1 second, and
In
wait,
1
I'll
second.
put the reaction up later to us all going, "What the hell?" The problem is, it was so good, absolutely wonderful. What was my point? Yeah, the problem is with other pay-per-views, right? So we can talk about bad endings and stuff. We can talk about bad booking. We can talk about boring matches. That was something that deserved more.
Yeah,
And that's why it's the worst ending.
To Jeremy here, who says we never imagined Omega losing tonight. No, agree.
Yeah.
I think we all called it.
Yeah.
Jeremy has said we never imagined the AEW Women's Champion. Actually, there was a lot of people that was saying opposite. I certainly found it in the. I also had the Choco Pro stream going on, and I had another stream going on. There were a lot of people predicting Rhea Mizunami for that because the idea was that you were putting a rocket on the back of her, basically bringing her in and doing whatever to create that. Whereas I felt that was never the intention.
No.
So I will disagree on that. And I would actually the Sting thing, yeah, mate, possibly, but there was also. But there was always the chance that Darby would take the fall.
What's this, sorry?
So the Sting match. I personally think there was always the chance that Darby would take the fall more in that. But once we knew it was cinematic, I think that kind of confirmed.
It was one of my least interesting matches of the. I mean,
it was hard to follow the Christian thing because that was the talking point.
Yeah. And from a podcast point of view, that's the point that we grab onto.
But I would still say there was more people that would be, emotionally involved and invested and think there was more of a chance in any of those matches than any Roman Reigns match or we all knew Edge was winning the Rumble.
Yeah.
I mean, I called that on your guys' stream months ago, didn't I?
Yeah.
It's... again, the thing is we know how they work because they've had the same structure for 20 years. AEW have been around for 2, so we haven't got that yet. And we're seeing new stuff like exploding barbed wire matches.
And let's hope
if they'd have just left the exploded ring part out of it.
You watch WWE try and do one now.
No, they won't because I told you the story before.
Yeah.
They were doing one in, was it 97, Dan?
Yeah, they looked to do one in 97 with Onita.
Yeah.
Royal Rumble was better than this. I disagree, Jeremy. Didn't think it was as good a show.
I think if we look at it objectively, it was a great pay-per-view, but there was a real bad ending, and I guess it's how AEW recovers on Wednesday night, which you'll be able to find out, Anthony, because you'll be watching AEW.
Hopefully, I need to check my work rotor. Ryan Butters, you I don't know, the fire thing with Bray is a close second. The problem with the Wyatt thing is I don't think people were disappointed because it was goofy as all hell anyway. And
it was a dumber ending.
It was but it wasn't as disappointing because do you know what I mean? He's part of this magical universe anyway. So, but this was a story that was about 2 people who were coming together as brothers and there was protecting, and it just looked fucking stupid. That's the issue. The Wyatt stuff, we go, well, it was daft, but it was daft anyway. And what they was actually telling here was a really good story that was ruined by a really crappy technical fault. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah, it does. It does make sense. But like I say, I think objectively, this has been a great pay-per-view. My match of the night is still that main event because everything that happened afterwards was
after the 3.
Was after, and even my moment of the night, even the moment I was most emotionally invested in was the Eddie Kingston rundown. I bloody love that. I was about to cry. I was like, "This is awesome,"
And then you did cry.
And then I did cry for AEW. But the point is that match was definitely brilliant, and even the aftermath, right up until the last minute or 30 seconds or whatever it was brilliant. And I'm dead pleased. We stayed up till 5:09 plus beyond that to watch it.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah, mate.
Is it gone 5?
Been a long night, man. We're going over time.
What time did the pay-per-view start?
We started
pre-show 12.
Yeah, we started at 11, right?
So it was a 5-hour fucking show.
Yeah. And we've been on this call, bearing in mind
6 hours and something.
Bearing in mind all our prep, over 6 hours. So
at least Bray's body was on fire. These people sold sparklers. Yeah, true.
Yeah, no, exactly. Do you know what? It's a weird thing. I was still... it's a hard thing because both the Bray thing and this was shit, but at least this was shit on accident.
Mm.
Yeah.
But for me, the Bray thing wasn't as bad as the Hell in a Cell thing, actually, to be perfectly honest.
What was the Hell in a Cell thing?
Oh, it was when he got Seth Rollins came out and shot him, and he kept getting up and all that sort of shit.
Oh no, I didn't have a problem with that.
And then he got beat, didn't he? Is that right, Dom?
No, he won.
He won. He beat Rollins. Yeah.
Yeah, he won.
No, he lost.
You're talking about the Hell in the Cell where he won by DQ.
It was shit, Dan. It was really shit.
Okay, yeah, that's the shit. But I had no problems to him no selling stuff because fucking Legion of Doom Road Warriors used to like no sell, everything.
Yeah.
And every now and then you can do that with someone where their whole thing is that they
the monster. I get the monster.
The monster. You can do that.
The problem was it was his first match and it was just shite.
Or if you've ever been in a fight with someone on cocaine.
Yeah.
Like, they don't feel jack shit.
No.
Like, if you've ever been in a fight with someone on coke.
No.
Like, they do not feel anything.
No.
At that point. And so I can kind of believe in that aspect more than I can, he got set on fire and no one came out. No one's no police involvement. No one's putting a fire extinguisher on. Like, come on. Yeah. Like that's what I will say. It's like, was this is such a weird comparison because it should work as a comparison.
Yeah.
But it doesn't because that was actually written and it went as planned.
Yeah.
And this didn't. I don't know which one's worse.
Yeah.
I would say
they're both shite.
They're both, but one was shite on accident.
One was shite on accident.
And one was written to be shite. It wasn't written to be shite, but it was written and was shite, because it was a shite idea.
Tony Khan needs to come out of the backstage media bit and say what didn't happen. I agree completely, man.
There's some crap. Honestly, T-Bar's on it saying tune in for an explosive episode of Raw.
Sorry, is this T-Bar who was TPing leaving shit on people's doorsteps with Retribution when they first come in?
Yeah.
I mean, really?
There's some crackers. There's some crackers. Yeah.
I feel bad for them as to put on a 4 out of 4.5 star card, but it'll be remembered for that weak ass power. Yeah, fair enough.
I think Jeremy Stanley definitely doesn't know, has never been in a fight with someone on coke.
Why? What's he saying?
He doesn't seem to understand what I was. My point. Have you ever wrestled anyone on coke? It's like, no, I've never wrestled anyone on coke. Have I been in a fight with someone? Yeah, I have.
There you go.
And that's a different thing altogether. That's I've done that. Anyway, that's enough. I won't go into details of my life, but yeah, that's a thing.
Nowhere near as bad a rating as that. 5 out of 10. The ending loses it a lot, right? Interesting, Jay. It's interesting to hear your opinions.
Like, we're all here instead of going on about how fucking amazing it was.
We're talking about one angle.
We were bigging it up most of the pay-per-view. We were bigging it up and saying how good it was.
Well, it was a great pay-per-view. It was an outstanding pay-per-view. I'm still looking forward to how AEW adapt this storyline after this. I'm sure they'll use it constructively. I hope they can. I liked Eddie. Yeah, I mean, we all like that.
I love that, yeah.
Farty Pyro will be the curtain call of that class pay-per-view. Kenny can't build an explosive ring for shit. Moxley post-match. Moxley's pissed off. At least he's keeping it in character and keeping it directed at Kenny as opposed to whoever produced it. Which bastard burnt the toast under the ring, says Matthew McFadden. I half want them to show what should have happened. Yeah, so do I, actually. That would be interesting to see. It ain't going to change what happened, but at least we could see the full thing. Yeah, it's one of them things where they can't really explain it, can they? Because they're sold for it.
No, yeah.
That's the problem. That was a 9 out of 10 show with a -3 out of 10 ending. Such a shame because the match was great and the tension unbelievable leading up to the New Year's Sparkle celebration. Yeah.
You can get away with anything, man, in wrestling. You can get away with stuff. Like I say, Vince McMahon got blown up in a limousine and then came back the next week. I mean, admittedly, that was for the Benoit stuff, but
Yeah, but that looked better than this, Jesus.
Yeah, wrestling is wrestling. It's suspend your disbelief. So, you know.
You can't suspend your disbelief. The problem with it, Dom, is that people point at that and go, "You watch that shit." Are you
talking about the AEW finish or the Fiend stuff?
Well, the AEW finish, all of it.
Yeah.
That's the problem with all of this.
Yeah,
People look
that
at
AEW
us.
finish, right? That is going to be
laughable.
That is going to escape wrestling circles. That will end up on various TV shows and you know, like maybe not so much now, but like, can you imagine if like It'll Be All Right on the Night was as big a deal now as it used to be back in the day?
Yeah,
you know, that's the kind of stuff that you would see on it, and rightfully so. You know what I mean? It's like I just feel bad. Like I say, this was an accident.
Yeah.
And that's where I feel the worst.
Yeah. You know, if I said to my girlfriend...
Sadly, it's an accident that I said I have seen happen before, and I said that at the start of the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
If
you just can't...
If I told my girlfriend who doesn't watch wrestling, come and check out the stream tonight, buy this pay-per-view, watch that, she would be taking the piss out of me tomorrow.
And she would have every right to.
Absolutely. And that's the problem.
The same.
It's live. That's the problem with doing shit live, involving things like that.
Yeah.
I think it's a learning curve. They'll come back from it. You know, WCW, came back from worse.
Just imagine how bad, like, right? Maybe I'm able to imagine it and feel it more because of being in like that situation where, and to be fair, I've been in a situation where like we've had an amazing show and the closing angle did not go as planned, and you just like you feel deflated. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you were doing everything was going great. Yeah. And then the angle at the end didn't go to plan, or maybe the match at the end didn't go to plan, whatever. Something at the end didn't go to plan, and you just feel like, man, we were, like you just feel.
Of course.
And it's worse because it's out of your control.
Yeah. Really interesting to get a promoter's point of view on this. Please do check out Eve Pro Wrestling in the description. Support Dan and his wonderful company.
Absolutely.
I'm the same, Dan. I've had issues because obviously I'm a pyrotechnician as well.
Yeah,
I've got a pyrotechnician license, and there are issues I can think of where things have gone really wrong, and you feel shit. I mean, whoever that guy is, in fact, all of them, they'll all be feeling shit right now, and maybe for good reason. I don't know.
Well,
and that's the thing. Like, it's not as straightforward as. Like, I've seen people say about that guy should be fired. It's like, we don't know. It's like,
no.
It's not as straightforward as someone fucked up. It may have been someone did, but because that situation is not as straightforward, you need to do an investigation into it. You don't just fire people willy-nilly. Like, you don't just, like, because you're dealing with things as like Ant's saying, he's got the experience in with this. Like, it's not as straightforward when you're not just reliant on someone to just say a fucking line.
Yeah, and not just that. You're looking at cables and stuff like that could have been knocked with people wrestling around them. I mean, it could have just been knocked out by a wrestler at some point or something like that.
Here's the thing: when we did Wrestle Queendom, at some point, I think I said this. One of the venue staff went into an area that was taped off because they couldn't be bothered to walk around the tape. So one of the venue staff went in, instead went underneath into the taped area where they shouldn't have been and knocked the freaking Wi-Fi out, which meant our pay-per-view feed went down.
Yeah,
and we're like trying to figure out what's going on, and we don't think for a couple of minutes to try that because
you're thinking of everything.
Is cordoned off.
Yeah.
No one should be able to go in there, or no one should be going in there. But some prick decided that they just couldn't be bothered to walk around it, the extra second and a half that would have taken them, and instead went underneath and ended up doing the thing that the whole purpose of it being, cordoned off was designed to avoid.
Yeah.
And that's, so you're absolutely right. Anything along those lines could happen because so in that case, again, if the pyro guy was the guy to get sacked and it turned out to be someone else not doing their job, or just sod's law.
Yeah.
A WrestleMania quality show with a Fiend Hell in a Cell ending. Oh, well, I still watch back some of the matches. Problem is you have to send the fans back feeling something other than embarrassment.
Yeah.
Yeah. AEW are very good at booking the obvious match outcomes. I'm not bothered how predictable a match is as long as I have fun watching. The Roman Usos matches were obvious, but they were fantastic matches. Some of the best of last year.
And just watching all the games despite knowing the result of every game, like following the team despite knowing the result of every game. You know.
Yeah. AEW will do another one, I feel, now, just to make up for this debacle. Yeah,
don't know
maybe
if they can.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can. I don't know if this is something you can do again.
Would it pique the fans' interest enough? Would you buy a pay-per-view headlined by that main event, knowing what their last thing of main event was? I understand because I predicted every Rumble match correctly. Indeed, you did. But everyone isn't as great as predicting the Rumble as me. AEW, we knew tonight what the locks were as well. Did I get them all right then?
I think you might have done, dude.
I think I probably did, actually. WrestleMania 8 with Papa Shango running into the Hogan Sid match. Are you all right, Dom? I absolutely loved the Firefly Inferno match. Then again, Bray got me back into wrestling, so I'm naturally biased towards his stuff. Can see why it wasn't for everyone, though. AEW haven't posted their ending on the Twitter account. Even they know it's not worth it. Yeah, man. Let's go down through a few comments. Thank you all so much for joining us. I think we're going to shoot in a minute, man. It wasn't a question, Dan. It was a quote. Put your name, my brother. Just an excellent quote. Comparing the Fiend's superpowers to no seller guy on coke was great.
Well, I mean, that's true. If you've ever been in, like I say, that's the reason why I can buy into some of that shit, because you know, and again, there's a really freaky episode called Home of the X-Files that was actually banned in America for many years, and it's basically involving a similar thing involving these very inbred families, and it is based on a true story. How much lenience is taken with, but it's I can believe into some people just being able to absorb a lot more and get up for whatever reasons, because some of it I've seen more so than I can. They're able to open a portal to another dimension, but somehow everything else on this show or other bits and pieces on this show are normal. Like, you're either sci-fi or you're not. You know,
and it's hard to blend the two, and that's why. Well, some movies can, and that's a really difficult part.
But they've created
a universe, as opposed to basing it in reality.
And the problem is like this universe also, includes things like Connor's Cure. Which is very real.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we've got things like that, so it's like, and we're somehow expected to, not feel disjointed when it jumps from one thing to the other.
Oh my god, that ending was awful, says Will Rally Sport. Right now, the AEW Pyro guy is running like Forrest Gump, because bye-bye, it would be firing everyone right now, bye-bye. It depends, it's not necessarily the Pyro guy's fault. It's it's not, you can't just point your finger at that person straight away.
Can't at all, no.
Like most things in life, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. It will be remembered by this flaw. Yeah, I think you're right.
Peter North often had that theory as well. Don't look him up.
No. Google him. Can AEW afford to lose to Mox and Cody? Can AEW afford to lose Mox and Cody simultaneously?
That's not going to happen. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Why is Cody going to leave a company that he's one of the? Do you know what I mean? Like EVPs of and shares in it.
I think he's on about the pregnancies. I think the two will be out of date completely, so Mox will probably be back by the time Cody come back. And actually, I think you could lose both of them and be absolutely fine. They've got so many stars on right now. So,
exactly. Christian just
joined as well, so you swap out Cody with him instantly, Nothing goes right in wrestling Thursdays. Absolutely. WWE survived after Rot left and survived after Cena left. Yes, they did. At least AEW have peeps planned who can go against Omega afterwards, and Cody should be fine as he was in the mid-card at the minute. Yeah. Alan Gibbons, sadly, the ending is the most important part of the show, considering it's the last thing you see and remember. Agreed.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Yeah, I remember Steve Corino would and Al Snow would both say it. Doesn't matter what happens, in the match, as long as the ending goes fine. The ending's the most important because that's the last thing that people remember. And as an event promoter, I can tell you, like the 3 most important moments are the first thing because that's first impressions.
Yeah.
The second one is from a business perspective, which is your match before the interval, because you don't want people talking shit during an entire interval about what they've seen.
Yeah.
And then finally, the last thing is that lasting impression. Like for me, like your main event and what the last thing is that people see when they go home, because that is the thing that everyone's going to talk about. And I feel this is where I feel so terrible. I feel so bad for every single person on that show because my word, what a freaking great paper!
What a show! Like some fantastic matches, brilliant work from everybody involved. Pretty much. I mean, I can't think of a bad worker on that show in terms of putting matches together for me personally. But
every match had something to it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Jeremy's asked Tom, "What's your thoughts about the finish?" You haven't said a lot about it.
Man, this is a good question. I've said what I need to say. Pretty much echoes what they've been talking about. It was a terrible end. Like I say, my match of the night was that match. My moment of the night was the immediate following of that match with Eddie running down to protect John. That was a beautiful emotional moment that was ruined by the following 30 seconds to a minute. That's my opinion.
It's really well put. It's mad, isn't it, to have the best moments followed by the worst moment immediately after.
For me, me personally, like the emotional investment I had when Eddie Kingston ran down, I was like, dude, this could be amazing. Like,
it could have been.
I was waiting for something like a blow up, and then the screen goes black, and I would have been like, what the fuck? And I would have possibly been like, oh no, even though I know it's fake. Of course I know it's fake. I'd have been like, oh no, what happened to Eddie and John?
Get invested,
Discovering John like his war mate or something. But I didn't get that. I got sparklers. I got Gilbert's entrance.
You did, yeah. You did. You wanted
Gilbert's entrance if it was on coke.
Like Eddie Kingston sold Gilbert's entrance like it was bloody Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, this fucking street thug.
Yeah.
This like.
Anyway.
What about you, Ant? Same thing. What's your match of the night?
Match of the night, I'd have to go with the first match of Jericho and Young Bucks. I thought that was outstanding. I thought Jericho did a fantastic job in terms of performer of the night. I'd go for. Go on. What's your match of the night, guys?
Match of the night was the main event.
Okay.
I feel bad because I would have said the main event.
I would have said the main event.
I can't
because of that
separate, and I feel terrible that I'm saying that. Because I should be able to, and technically, I can, but it's just I instantly think like I don't know how I could. I just have to be a sharp cut. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like I don't know how I could show that match to someone.
Without cutting it off at the end?
Without then having to explain, because they're going to ask, well, what happened if I cut it off? It's like, well, a massive explosion happened and everybody died. I don't know how. And after that, I would say, same thing as pretty much there. I didn't think anyone was going to be able to follow that tag match. I thought that tag match was.
It was brilliant.
Outstanding. It's a very hard one to choose because I would normally say, Moxley and Omega because it was a freak show. It was a stunt show, but my word, what a match! I thought it was great and it was a spectacle, and I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Performer of the night. It's a toss up for me between John and Kenny. I think I'd probably go John in this case. I thought Kenny was outstanding, but John's selling of stuff and the emotions on his face was top notch tonight. Absolutely top notch. He couldn't have done a better job.
Who?
Moxley.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely top notch tonight.
Yeah, he did. Agree. I can't really do like a performer of the night. Because again, it always takes multiple people to make that person's reaction. But I thought I wouldn't disagree with anyone that said that Mox was the performer of the night in any way. There was a lot of great performances tonight.
There was, yeah. Dom, you got one?
Performer of the night, Moxley. Yeah, just again for his selling and his swagger. Yeah, match of the night. You know my thing. You know my thoughts.
To put a positive spin on the show, says Matthew McFadden. Personal highlights were Maki Ito,
Yeah.
Darby
Nice.
Allin doing an elbow drop into the spirit realm, the battle royal, and wholesome end to the big money match. Yeah, that's the thing. Like that's a lot of great moments.
There was,
Maki, Maki Ito, great start. I did enjoy the cinematic match. And to be honest with you, I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. I really was not looking forward to that match, but I really dug it. I really did.
I thought it was cool. I thought some of the shots were awesome. I just think it was a little bit too filmate for me to be wrestling, and that was the only issue I had in a wrestling show. Even the Boneyard match didn't feel as cut as this match, which is a bizarre thing because if you think back to the Boneyard match, there was loads of edits and stuff, but it felt more fluid than this. Whilst there were some wonderful moments, like this Sting throwing the bat up into the roof and then Darby throwing it back down. Them shots were outstanding.
Yeah, they were
At
great.
the same time, I know that they took 50 takes to get right. So yeah, and actually, yeah. So that's my sort of opinion on it. It's just a little bit too overproduced, a little bit too much smoke and mirrors, I guess, and literal smoke as well.
I really like that.
A little bit too much smoke and mirrors, and then not enough.
All right, yeah.
Tonight at the end. Just in from Sean Ross Sapp at the media scrum, Tony Khan said Kenny Omega's master bomb plan was a dud, and he drew the plans up with crayons.
I hope they're not going that angle.
Well, I don't know what other angle they can go.
I mean, the problem is they're sold in the ring for it, man.
Yeah.
That is the problem.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. They sold it, and that's what I was screaming at the time. Like, I wish someone would have said, just get up.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't sell it. Yeah.
And the medical
the
guy, he looked like
commentators
a
were
fucking idiot, didn't he?
The fucking, the commentary guys were selling it as well.
Yeah. Stupid. A non-AEW question, if you don't mind, absolutely. What would you gimmicks be if you guys were a wrestler? Well, Dan used to be a wrestler. Dan, what was your gimmick?
I wasn't a wrestler. I just trained as a wrestler.
You trained as a wrestler.
I did. I've done a couple of matches, but I'd never refer to myself as a wrestler.
Okay.
I don't know because you kind of have to find yourself out there. And when I did do it, I was still a character. It's just that it wasn't an outlandish, ridiculous character where I wore a hockey mask over my face and pretended I was a billionaire's version of Antifa or something along those lines. It's just that when I did do a couple of matches, it was from a business perspective, and it made sense for me to play like the local guy because I could sell additional tickets and get additional publicity by getting in all the local papers, and so then you're playing that role because that's still a role. It's not really you because you're pretending. Lots of different things. So but it really just takes time, and I never thought into myself as a wrestler enough to ever put that into it. I more prefer to, obviously I work with people and create characters and create gimmicks, and a number of them who you still see today, you see their nicknames and everything on your weekly TV screens, and versions of their characters were ones that I
worked on with them, yeah.
Or I full on created and gave them.
Yeah,
Wow.
right.
Yeah, nice.
So but you gotta spend time on that, and it's got to work with that person. So yeah, sorry I can't really answer that one, but because I can't answer that with any kind of experience, I can just tell you that when it comes to promos and people that I was hugely inspired by, the answer is Paul Heyman. Like it was his delivery of promos.
Excellent.
Is for me was the top notch, and he was the person I would copy so much of Paul Heyman's delivery and the type of wording he would use in order to get out of things at school, and it would always work. Like, because I would learn the time when you would say things to put yourself down to make it seem like, therefore, what you're saying now must be true because you're acknowledging all the other bullshit that you've done.
Yeah.
So therefore, this must be true. But actually, no, this isn't any more true either. You know, like the amount of times I would copy Paul Heyman to get out of homework, would be just. I think you could count the amount of pieces of homework I ever did in school on one hand. So, and yet I never got a detention. It was just beautiful. What a worker.
There we go.
I owe all that down to Paul Heyman. Paulie dangerously as he was.
Yeah, as he was back then. Yeah.
Dom, yours?
Nah, man. Nah, that's a question I can't think of at 5:36 in the morning. I'll pass that one to you.
My gimmick, sexual depression. Or party boy ant. Just
or both.
Or both. But amazing stream as usual, fellas. Thanks for it. No, thank you for all joining us, man. You can tell Darby Allin had a big influence on the match. Definitely. Cool, guys. We've got a few news. It was awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, Dan. Please tell us about what's happening on Monday, my dude. And it's not Monday Night Raw.
It's today, and today is Monday as well, isn't it? Is the thing?
Yeah. Tell us what's happening in a couple of hours' time.
Right. So, what time is it? 3 p.m. Eastern for our viewers in the US that are still with us, or 8 p.m. UK. You can join myself and a number of the Eve rosters as well as Glowstar, Kate Nash, for our fundraising watch along of Eve, and you can interact with the Eve wrestlers themselves and myself if you want. But you're gonna have Session Moth Martina and Rhea O'Reilly and Debbie Keitel and like I say, Kate Nash from Glow and so many incredible wrestlers and people there. That's you're gonna have fun interacting and asking them these kind of questions. And they've worked all around the world as well. That's the other thing. Yeah. So, come join us at those times and help us raise money for a good cause.
What is the cause that you're raising money for?
It's for the charity Rain.
There you go.
Which is basically an anti-sexual abuse and incest charity. You've probably heard Mick Foley do a lot of work for. And all the details on the charity are also in the about. Just search, pro wrestling. Actually, the link is for our channel is in the description here from Ant on his video, so you can click that and check it out. But it's going to be good fun. It's going to be really good fun. There's some surprise people.
Even if you can't give, just
as well.
And I've heard some of the surprises, and I promise you they are well worth it. And look, even if you can't give to the charity and stuff, just go support Eve and share them out, and
exactly.
And that's all we can do at times. So that's absolutely cool. Rock and roll. Are you ready to? Have you got any closing words, Dom?
Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Dan, for being here, man.
No, thanks for having us. Good to be do a stream with you, Dom.
Yeah,
it felt like we'd done the stream before. It was very easy.
Oh.
Absolutely. I look forward to doing one with you again for sure, man. It's a lot of fun.
Hopefully, it won't be one where I'm, like having to rest my eyes.
Oh, dude, I was the same though. I was the same. Like, I think Tony Khan's already tweeted that he's gonna change things up with time and stuff in the future. So, yeah, it was great. It was bloody great to hang out with you guys. It was full of sparkle and shine and explosives and things.
Someone's actually just sent me, by the way, the video, so you guys can obviously just go on Twitter and watch all that.
There we go. Rock and roll.
Well, thank you guys so much. I'll see you for Raw tomorrow, probably, definitely, maybe. Cool. Sign us out.
We're doing a quick raid. We're going to Botch Guy's stream, unless there's a secret stream on this. Who knows? The link is in the description, so after you've finished, maybe we'll do a secret stream. Who knows? Until next time, we'll all count from 5 and then say, "Oh yeah!" Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Dom.
Thank you, guys.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
God, I just listened to this whole podcast. It was terrible. I feel like my ears are gonna bleed.
What'd you say? This is Darby Allin, and you're listening to Gimme a Oh Yeah podcast.
Hello and welcome to the secret stream. We are going to talk about our worst firework accidents. I wonder if Dan's is going to be Kota Ibushi. Who wants to go first?
I don't have any. I have no bad firework experiences.
You don't have any.
You must have a bad firework experience.
No,
Yeah.
man, I'm super careful.
Do you? Oh, because you walk around in bubble wrap. Is that right? Of course you do. Don't be so freaking stupid.
Did
Not
you never
quite.
go to at least a fireworks night where it didn't go to plan? It just was disappointing.
No,
Or did you not put a rocket up your ass that didn't go off?
no, I've never. I'm sorry. It's like when we came up with the idea for the secret stream, I was like, just because I'm super careful with stuff like that. So I've had sparklers as a kid, and I've always been like real careful. And my fireworks experience is kind of like that. And to the AEW Revolution pay-per-view, underwhelming and like a wet fart.
Yeah, there was once a display I went to at a house. The rocket fell over and went into the house, like through the back door. Where the kids were, yeah.
Christ.
And then it wasn't too big, but the kids were shitting themselves. It missed all the kids that was inside, afraid of the fireworks. And in from the door comes a firework straight to the front door. It's fun. Dan?
Well, mate.
Well, there was this guy who I worked with called Kota Ibushi, and he didn't seem to follow the direction that I was saying to make it safe. And instead he decided to, create a moment of domestic terrorism. So, because what you didn't see in the video is when he's shooting it up and there's a train line above us, and that is actually against the law. So, yeah, that was very scary when I'm literally trying to get Kota and all of these fans that are outside the building back into the building and to, act like nothing possibly has happened. And shit got proper real when we then heard a freaking siren coming towards us. So, yeah, that was...
Wow.
That was a thing.
How did that end, man? You were right in the end.
Yeah, nothing. Thankfully, nothing happened. But of course, we didn't know that at the time. Kota was pretty gnarly burned, which of course he was. He set fireworks up on himself. That was not the plan, obviously. But Kota is Kota, and so he decided he was gonna. I mean, you just watched it. You saw it on tonight's stream.
Yeah.
And if you go onto the XWA. Just search XWA UK on Facebook. Like the banner photo is of Kota afterwards, and you see his chest. Right. And I just remember us going into an ice cream parlor the next day in Camden in London called Chin Chin, which all the Japanese wrestlers love to go to because Chin Chin is Japanese for penis.
Yeah.
So they're like, I'm having penis ice cream. This is the best. But I just remember us being in this penis ice cream place, and Kota's just bleeding all over the table, just suddenly, and he's having to just trying to get things to put on top of the blood basically and stop him. And it's like the next day, and I'm just like, can we get you to a hospital? No. All right then.
So now you all know how awesome Kota Ibushi is. Guys, thank you so much. Love you all.
Thank you.
And you, man.
Just seeing Emma's joined and giving us a firework experience. That's awesome. Thank you guys for your firework experiences. Thank you for contributing. We're all really tired. I'll see you tomorrow for Raw. Dan, I'll see you tomorrow for the awesome charity stream over on Eve.
Followed by the Raw stream on Gimme Hole, yeah.
All about the Raw stream and Gimme a Hole, yeah, if he wants to join, which I don't think he does. And you're doing AEW on Wednesday to see how they salvage this firework debacle.
Firework Funhouse, hey?
Firework Funhouse, yeah.
Wednesday stream. Right, take it easy, guys.
Bye, guys.
God, I just listened to this whole podcast. It was terrible. I feel like my ears are gonna bleed.
What'd you say? This is Darby Allin, and you're listening to Gimme a Whole Yeah podcast.